This story begins on the day when the great warrior decided that it was time to say goodbye to the armor. On the steps leading up, there is an empty chair. Was it difficult for him to let his past? A military helmet is removed with the gray-haired head. He immediately falls to the ground at the feet of his owner, bouncing off the ground with a death knock. The old man continues to go, taking off his armor on the go. He walks through the lines of warriors who froze on both sides of him. They greet him with screams, cheers. The old man says they did a huge job. He continues to step forward, and the warriors include in front of him. Welcome screams sound from all sides. Suddenly, a person with the words is manifested on the steps. The order of the Emperor. The old man who has already reached the gate stops. He expects when a man reads the command of the ruler. A person who carefully holds a scroll in his hands tries to catch his breath. He begins to read an order in which the Emperor turns to the old man, as a mentor and ally who trained the best royal guards. The great commander Li Guan carefully listens to his speech. Together with other warriors, he kneels in front of the will of the Emperor. The man continues to read the message in which the ruler of the Great Min compares the commander with his sword, and admits that the empire exists due to the fact that he defended it. The Emperor expresses regret that there will no longer be warriors like him. All those present are exchanged when they hear the words. The great commander is appointed state advisor and receives an amnesty. If he refuses the post, having resigned, then the order will not enter into force. Putting his head, the old man listens to the command of the Emperor, who wants him to forever remain a sword for the Lord and the Great Min. Let the body of Gvol on the verge. But this will never change the fact that he is an eternal mentor and ally of the Emperor. The old man rises from his knees, and the man reading the order looks at him in bewilderment. The behavior of the commander is alarming. He asks him to stay in place. The old man does not pay attention to him. He continues to go, clutching a sword in his hands. He is focused and immersed in himself. The commander goes without looking around. The gates were left behind. Then something inexplicable begins to happen to him. The old man's gray hair begins to get dark at the very roots. Once a white beard acquires a black color. He is surprised by the rapid rejuvenation and considers it interesting. Whether the GSOW is a little confused and asks the question, where does he go now? The blacksmith, holding a hot part by the tongs, lowers the hammer on it. He is focused on his work and thinks about the 4 divine guns of Murim. He mentally lists them. A bloodthirsty dark god, the king of infinity Murim, the collector of the bones of the Buoy Clan. And this man brought him an unbending sword. The guy radiated nobility, although he looked no more than 20 years old. And he looked like he had never held a weapon in his hands. He said that his name Li is GSU, and he asked to forge 30 swords with holes in the blades. The old man continues his work. Drops of sweat flow down his face. He thinks the last sword remained. The hammer with force drops into a hot metal. An unbending sword. Golden and purple light harmoniously pass through it. He shines like a star in the sky. Legends say, sharpness, not changing for millennia, is incomparable. The old man is immersed in memories. The sword falls, and a curse is heard. The blacksmith scolding whether Gvol, saying that he is not even a man. The son is surprised by his behavior. The old man asks the guy, does he really think that a sword is just a piece of metal? He says that the blade is a gun that saves and kills people. Then he adds, he would not tell him anything, be it a weapon acquired in the market. But he dared to make holes in the best sword of the world? Continuing to insult the guy, the old man invites him to tell the owner about this. He says that the blacksmith who accepted such an order will be as villain as he is. The guy silently unties the knot. The old man is intrigued. He is trying to make out what he wants to show him. The blacksmith says, even if there will be gold bars there, but he will not make swords with holes. But when he sees the contents of the knot, he cannot hide surprise. This is a meteorite iron obtained by processing a meteorite that has fallen from the sky. The old man asks, where did he find such a jewel? The guy replies that he would not have come if this work is not for the Chulvong. The blacksmith thinks that with so many meteorite iron, he will be able to make a sword that will not bend even with holes in the blade. He is surprised. Who is this youth? He carefully examines the guy, and it seems begins to guess who is facing him. The hammer falls into a hot metal. The old man again plunges into memories. He reminded him of one person. The blacksmith holds out the guy a sword, saying that even if he does not like it, then let him take. He, picking up the weapon, carefully examines him. He believes that the work is perfect. The old man, approaching the guy, stares intently into his eyes. He asks, why does he need 30 swords with holes made of meteorite iron, which is more expensive than gold? He replies that this is a gift. The old man is interested. To whom? But the guy says that he cannot say that. The blacksmith again carefully studies the sword and customer. He looks at the holes in the blade and at the handle. Then he peers again into the guy's face. His gaze is quite eloquent, but grunting, he continues to remain silent. The guy answers him with the same meaningful look. The blacksmith continues to process iron with a hammer, thinking that it doesn't matter how many times he looked. The guy was still indistinguishable from that person. The old man, not looking up from work, again plunges into his thoughts. In his youth, he did not know how to restrain himself and was eager for battle. His life took place in constant battles. He participated in many battles, and I thought that no one could stop him. But once he met a strong enemy, a horseman, a huge man in a red cloak, grabbed a spear. He prepared to strike, and with force he threw a weapon into the ranks of the enemies. The spear quickly flew in a given direction. The blacksmith, at that time a young and strong man, was busy battle, and could no longer reflect the weapon approaching him. He realized that death was inevitable, but did not manage to do anything. Suddenly, someone's strong hand stood in the way of deadly gun, and it pierced it, passing through his palm. The tip turned out to be almost at the man's face. The defender's hand clenched into a fist, and the tip was scattered into small fragments. Only now the man was able to see the face of his savior. He recognized him. It was General Lee Gervis. The old man thinks that his customer has the same name as the person who saved him. The blacksmith and the guy are sitting at the table with a treat. The old man says that during service in the army, between battles, he heard a story. Pouring a drink in a bowl, he continues. It spoke of a great follower of one clan. He asks, does the interlocutor know her? He is interested. About the oldest of the followers? Looking at the bowl in front of him, the old man answers in the affirmative. Once the leader of the clan called him and ordered him to join the army instead of the rest. It was a thunder among the clear sky, but he was not a simple person. Other followers were for him as brothers, and Lee Glow with joy agreed. He went to war. The blacksmith continues the story. The interlocutor carefully listens to him. Lee Ji arrived on the battlefield. He did everything in order to survive, and waited for the day when he could return to the clan. Even wanting to die, he could not. The leaves are spinning, falling to the ground next to talking people. The old man says, but once thunder hit again. Then it recovers, or rather, lightning. Lee GSO realized why the head of the clan sent him to war. The leader wanted to convey the clan to one of the sons, and thus chose the best. The blacksmith believes that it was terrible, but the guy continues to silently drink the drink. The old man says that he was not present personally and cannot speak for him, but imagines what he was then. It should be very painful. When he heard about this, he could not say a word for a few more days. The blacksmith admits that he was thinking about that. Is he not the same follower? After all, he was called GSU, just like a guest. The old man says that this is nonsense. If the follower was still alive, he would be in 90 years. He does not know why all this tells him. The guy is so young. The blacksmith believes that he probably drank too much. He would like to repay whether to Gvol at a meeting. The blacksmith, waving his hand, reports that he will probably go. He promises to finish the last sword tomorrow. The guy remains to sit at the table alone. He is immersed in thought. Lee Gvol carefully looks at his palm. A scar can be seen on it. He recalls the name of the man, because of which he received him Chul Wong. Does GSOV ask the question? He did not disappear, because the blacksmith remembered him? The hot metal workpiece is lowered into a tub with water. On the threshold of the forge, whether GSUR appears. The old man, holding a sword in his hand, says that everything is ready. He holds out the blade to the guy, offering him to see. He carefully studies the sword. He is delighted. The old man asks, can he ask something about something? The guy agrees to listen to him. Chul Vong says that he thought about it all the time while he was working, but still did not understand. Why in the blade of holes? He asks the guy to share wisdom with the old man. Lee Gervis thinks, and then he offers him to move. Lee Ru, Russell. Even after many years, nothing could fill the void in his heart after he could not return to the clan. Then a man appeared who promised to repay him with his whole being. The man said that he was a blacksmith, and his skills can be useful. He promised to thank him somehow. Let him just come to the forge of the Wong family. He introduced himself, saying that his name was Wong Bakbek, and handed him a pennant with the coat of arms of his family. On the ground are packed swords tied with a rope. The blacksmith stands opposite the guy holding the blade in his hand. A third-rate person will defeat a first-rate warrior, possessing an unbending sword. This is how the legend says. The weapon in the hands of the guy is covered by fire aura. The old man continues to be perplexed. Why make holes in the blade? Lee Goldham's the sword to his face. Then he makes several waves with the tip of the blade. He freezes. Energy is scattered from the blade holes. A leaf cut into the ground falls on the ground. The guy continues to demonstrate the capabilities of the sword. A whirlwind that circle crushed leaves forms around him. He easily dissects the trunks of trees. The blacksmith is struck by these spectacles. He asks, "Are 18 holes designed to extract internal energy?" The guy answers, "So." Chulvong is surprised. To show such power, the guy needed to simply wrap the sword in a semicircle. He asks the question, "And if you turn it without stopping?" The blacksmith asks, can he name the sword? And whether GSWS allows him to do this. The old man is interested. What does he think about thunder? This is better than a heavenly dragon or invincible? Having taken the blades on his back, the guy replies that he likes this name. The old man asks, is he already leaving? The guy looks at him, and the young warrior whom he saved many years ago stands in front of him. The blacksmith is interested. Where does he go? Suddenly, the young man holds a piece of fabric to him. He tells the old man to release debts of conscience. Having given him the fabric, Li Gvolu squeezes his hands with his palms. Then he releases him, and the blacksmith remains with a pennant with the coat of arms of his family. He recognizes him, and tears roll from his eyes. His hearing comes quietly, Wong Bak Bek. The blacksmith is unable to say a word. He looks after the removing guy, and he, without turning around, waves his hand in parting. The old man knelt down, but Li Glo no longer see this. He continues his way. To be born is to raise a sword to the sky. To die is to disappear with a sword without a trace. These words are written on a stone installed next to the Academy of Thousands of Swords located on Mount Xiang. Standing in front of the stele, Li Gvol. He have not seen each other for a long time. On the gravestone, the name of Jian Punga is carved. He ruled the 20th Generation Academy and became the Sword of Heaven in the Charonian battle. Putting the sword in front of the stele, the guy says that he was late and was able to prepare only this. He asks to forgive a great follower. He lets out weapons from his hands, and the sword on the very handle goes into the ground covered with snow. Li gnaws heavily. Then he looks around the surrounding area. Grave hills are visible everywhere. Pouring a drink from the bottle on the tombstone, he lists the names. Guan Oke, Soke H. Chun, Uji Il, Hyun. All of them died in the Battle of Cheonia. He recalls that this battle took the life of 15 of 30 followers. The guy wonders what happened while he wandered. He reads the name on the next stele. His teacher rests here. He says, if the heart of a man who expelled him was the same as always, then he would not have fought to the last with his students. Having knelt down, does Gvub ask himself, how could he not understand him? Then he pronounces, sleep calmly. 6 years later. The West Taik, the province of Jiangsu. The banks of the Wishan River, where there are inns and brothels. There are many places to enjoy life so far you have money, and only one tea house. In the tea house of Muj, customers themselves choose a cup, kettle, and of course tea. They themselves prepare it, and the price is determined after cooking. The girl holds a cup in her hands. She is unhappy with the drink. Looking at the visitors, she thinks that the tea house is not at all the same as it is described. The girl's name is Yun with Loon. She thinks, according to rumors, more than 100 women run after its owner. The Murim Union was convened for the first time in 15 years, and they should send a message to the House of Beautiful Mothers. The leader of the house asked the girl not to create problems. Yun with Loon believes that the mission entrusted to her is significant. For the vice leader of the House of Beautiful Mothers, it is natural to punish men who are fooling women. Looking at the visitors, she thinks that at night they will show their essence. It got dark on the street. Li GSUS addresses the girl with a question. She rejoices, he is here. Yun with Loon look at him. She believes that the guy looks charming and wonders how many ladies' hearts he stole. Mentally, she asks him to try something on her, but she pronounces a brief, what? The guy says he is sorry, but they are closing. The girl cannot believe what she heard. Is that all he wants to tell her? Li GSUS explains that the rule of the Muja tea house is to close after sunset. Yun with Loon, still not believing in what is happening, is looking for money to pay. She understands that her wallet is empty. She was in a hurry and forgot to take the coins. The girl is very ashamed. She thought that in front of her a man who was fooling women, and he understood it. Now she cannot pay for tea. What will he think about her? She is very offensive, but there is nothing to do. The girl asks for forgiveness, and rapidly breaks down. Running away, she screams, sorry. He puzzled looks after her, not believing that he was deceived. Then, smiling, he thinks, well, whom it cares. 6 years ago, after the transfer of scripture and swords of thunder to the clan, he met an old monk in a tomb on Mount Zuhua, Tea Master Gong Wai. He studied the art of a pulse, allowing you to control the body and mind while drinking tea, as well as the art of its spill. Muja's tea house was built to spread this skill around the world. Here you can listen to stories from all over the world, simply communicating with clients. The guy hears how the man says that Gongjon Gum from the Academy of Thousands of Swords is called the first beauty in all of Jianbei. The narrator continues. The girl was a beauty already at the age of 16 after the victory in the martial arts competition. And at 20 she was called a fragrant flower. They say that she pursues a shadow killer who made a noise in Shanxi. The guy thinks that the Academy of Thousands of Swords seems to be flourishing. He notices that the fugitive has lost something. Raising the find, he understands that this letter from the Union Murim, the leader of the House of Beautiful Mothers. He thinks that the girl is the vice leader of the mysterious sect, which includes only women. He unfolds the letter. It says that in connection with important changes in the sect of bloodthirsty demons, the senders of the letter take measures to strengthen the union. They expect many participants from Junyan and Loyan. He says thoughtfully, bloodthirsty demons, Kanjin Financial Institution. This estate is headed by Yusan Hul, an honorary government official and the richest man in China. A man sits in the office at the table. He carefully studies the scroll. The red text is unpleasantly surprised by Yusan Hulia. For some time he reflects on the information received. Suddenly, a man appears in the doorway whom the man did not expect to see here, whether he is standing in front of him. He says that he needs information about what happened in the sect of bloodthirsty demons. The official clearly expected something else. The man replies that he surprises him every time. Starting to speak, he rises from the table. Yosan Hulof asks whether he knows that there is someone who dared to put his hands on his status and money, moving through the walls of the financial institution Kanjin. The guy is interested. Is it somehow connected? The interlocutor asks the question. Does he know about a silent sword? Does Gvol clarify? About Doc B? 40 years ago, this man was known for his knightly spirit, but after the loss of his hand, he began to commit murders and theft. Even rape includes in the list of his crimes. He became the enemy of society. Having stole money from the financial institution Kanjin, he abused 8 women in the capital. He cruelly killed 6 of them. 2 survivors were psychologically injured, so that they could not even speak later. He also attacked one of the capital's bars, while 23 people were injured. Yosan Hulof says there are many rumors about why he left the underground. But he thinks that this is due to the recent movements of the sect of bloodthirsty demons. Whether he is thinking about the connection of the sect and Doc B, his hand lies on the railing. He stands on the balcony, looking at the lights of the night city, thinking that even he wants to punish Doc B as a student of martial arts. But he knows that things in this world are not carried out of his own free will. She requires reward, and bad guys want to terminate these payments. And the process of breaking this chain is terrible. He asks a question. Is it different in Murim? He also had to pay a considerable price to stay in this place. He understands that the Doc of B cannot be caught even for 1,000 gold bars. He has a dream. He finds himself in some gloomy place. The guy hears the voice of the teacher who orders him to leave. A hand lies on his shoulder. Turning around, he sees in front of him the rebellious dead man. He tells him that he should leave for the Academy of Thousands of Swords. A battle unfolds in front of his eyes. He stares at a warrior, desperately fighting with enemies. Lee Gervis understands that it is he. In the jump, he attacks the enemy who instructed him a sword. Warrior Gawaln pronounces a few words. He screams that he is not going to die. The guy opens his eyes. He is in his bed. Lee Gervis rises from the bed. He sits at the table on which there are a cup and a kettle. The guy pours drink into a cup. He recalls the monk. 4 years have passed. As yes, the dream of gone. I taught him to hold a tea ceremony. The monk said that many people studied it to relax their mind and body. The old man asked him to remember the main thing. He saw through a divine eye, one of the 6 divine abilities in Buddhism, which gives the opportunity to foresee an outstanding figure in the future. He was a young man in a red, stained red mantle. He hears the voice of a monk, who believes that this is his future. Putting his head, the guy asks the teacher not to worry. The drink in the cup soars up when the guy makes a promise. He says that he will never return to his former I, from which it smelled badly instead of tea. That night, in the full moon during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the second most important holiday in China after the New Year, all people who visited the Muja tea house made a desire. They looked at one moon, but wanted different things. Some visitors wanted health and overcoming financial difficulties. Others wanted to get eternal love. Whether the desire for Gvol was simple, the success of the Academy of Thousands of Swords. An unexpected noise attracts his attention. For a while he is standing, listening. Seeing 3 thugs, the guy thinks that he smells of blood. At the table of an empty institution, a man sits. 2 more people stand nearby. When everyone took their places and took measures that did not allow outsiders to eavesdrop on them, they decided that they could calmly talk. Doc B wants to discuss the issue of where they can hide for a while. One of the men offers to sit in Hainan Shen, but a person with a nickname as a silent sword immediately interrupts him. The second, a thug with a shaved head, believes if they are caught by the leader of the House of Beautiful Mothers, then their followers will burn all the ships of Hainan Shen to catch the master. The first man offers to kill 2 birds with 1 stone at once, going to Shangxi. A guy who is engaged in the preparation of tea hears how they are discussing the fact that the sect is bloodthirsty demons and Murim are fighting and always randomly there. They believe that this is a beautiful city for their goals, where they will be able to avoid excess attention. Li Gavol, he carefully listens to the conversation. The thugs want to visit the first beauty Jianbei, Gongjian. A man with a shaved head says that they cannot go to Shangxi. A friend asks, why? Doc B is interested. Why does he not know? The man begins to explain. He says that there is a problem with the clan owning the Thunder Sword. Doc B replies that he knows about the existence of this third-rate academy. When preparing a drink, the guy hears a man says that the Academy of Thousands of Swords announced that he would find the one who turned Shangxi upside down, a shadow killer. He turned for help to the sect of bloodthirsty demons after escaping from prison. They accepted it, despite the fact that he is the enemy of society, Murim. He continues to say that the Southern King knows about everything that is happening in China, and claims that there are 2 reasons for that. Doc B says, reasonable separations, bloody demons, aiming at China, protect the shadow killer who has a complaint to the Academy of Thousands of Swords, owning thunder. This is the first cause of chaos in Shangxi in the border zone. The other is the divine artifact Sword Thunder. There are rumors that he is a completely different level than the collector of the bones of the Buoy Clan. One of the thugs rejoices that the bloodthirsty dark god is interested in only a piece of metal, not a beauty. He offers to go and have fun with Gongjian. A man with a shaved head covers his mouth with his palm and continues to speak. He received information that the cavalcade of the bloodthirsty demon Black Storm was already entering the pass, located right in front of Shangxi. He believes that they need to get around this city. Doc B reflects on what he heard. The question is heard. When did you find out about this? The surprised Doc B turns around. He thinks, despite the sound insulation, they were still overheard. Seeing the guy standing in front of them, he understands that he is a professional. Whether Gold, not embarrassed in expressions, repeats his question. One of the thug rises from his place. He promises the master to solve this problem. A man rotates with an incredible speed with a blade. He promises the guy to show him the horror of the highest level, the joyful lust of spiritual arts, the unity of 5 swords. Lee Gervis sends in his direction a hot rounded object. A perplexing man cuts him in 2, but the fragments rush to him. He scaredly asks them to stop. He is twisted in the created whirlwind, and he screams with horror. A man with a shaved head cannot believe what is happening, and the guy, meanwhile, was already aiming at him. The first attacker falls to the floor. Instead of eyes, he has 2 blazing spots. This is devastation. His friend understands. The guy repeats his question. When did he hear this story? He sparkles viciously at him. He understands that the guy will kill him. Having fallen to his knees, he prays mercy with a great warrior. Lee Gervais orders him to answer. Asking to spare him, he says that he heard about it about a month ago. Suddenly his hand drops on his head and he cries in pain. Doc B practically burns his brain with its energy. Power streams are carried around the room. They sweep everything in their path. Lee Gervis stares at the enemy, confronts with powerful streams of energy. Doc B increases the power of the energy flow. He continues to destroy his henchmen, looking at the guy. He asks, what demonic vessel, a person in whose soul a demon grunt a particle of himself and his strength, a guy serves? Is Giswell asking, a demonic vessel? Doc B replies that it is useless to play a fool. He knows that the 5 guards of sects and 12 demonic vessels commanded by the Bongshan clan have an influence in the sect of bloodthirsty demons. Vassals of 12 demonic vessels bow their knees in front of the dark god, demonstrating the clawed black limb. He says that the time has come to take revenge on his right hand, but he needs to know the vassal of which of the demonic vessels he killed. With a wave of his hand, the guy directs the stream of strength up. His opponent freezes in bewilderment. He follows his actions in a misunderstanding. Doc B sees how a stream of power, resting on the ceiling, takes the form of the blade. The man notices holes on him. He thinks that only one such sword knows. Meanwhile, the thunder falls to Lee Gavol. Fiery energy splashes in the guy's eyes. The guy makes a swing with a sword, and the enemy cannot restrain his admiration. What power! He thinks that in front of him is the legendary Master of Rebirth from the Academy of Thousands of Swords. He was always interested to know what would happen to someone who knows the power of thunder. Energy flows are pouring from the holes in the blade. Lee, surrounded by a raging aura, directs the blade to the enemy. Doc B cannot hide admiration. Something amazing happens in his eyes. With the thought of returning to his students, Lee Gerva strikes, which explodes everything around him. Clutching the sword in his hand, the guy stands among the ruins. His enemy is defeated. With no seeing eyes, he looks into the sky. Whether a farewell gaze draws a place where his tea house stood, he understands that he should leave. Early morning in Shaanxi. Around the devastation and disorder reigns. The guy stands, looking at the broken gate and the rickety building. Is GSU the question? Is he really late? He decides that you need to try to feel something using the art of spreading tea to find out what happened here. Before the guy is a vision of galloping horsemen. The eyes of the horses glow with an unkind light. Ghostly warriors rush next to him. He understands that there was a black storm cavalcade here. It seems strange to him. He does not feel the traces of his students. A bird soars in the sky. She sinks onto the shoulder of Lee Gavol. A note is tied to her paw. The guy unfolds the message. Before the attack of Cavalcada, the Academy of Thousands of Swords was notified and evacuated by groups. Their allies monitor the actions of the sect of bloodthirsty demons. Message from the financial institution, Khan Jin. Looking after the retreating bird, he thinks that the light on the lake is faded. Having decided that it is impossible to waste time, he, having pushed out, makes an incredible jump, and continues to move in this way along a rocky area. Pass of Juman, a fence on the way to a deserted desert. The barrier borders on the central region and outskirts. He is filled with barbarians and enemy detachments. Clothing demons were the last organization standing between them and the students of the academy. Screams are heard in the house. General. A warrior runs into the room where the man is located and reports that someone was trying to cross the border. The general thinks about the unspoken rule, according to which representatives of Junyan and the army should not invade each other. From the height of the protective shaft, he looks at Lee Gavol, sitting on a horse and surrounded by his warriors. The man thinks that he is going on one of the best cavalry horses. It is noticeable that he is well versed in military affairs. The guy asks, "Is he Kwok Chong, the one who defeated the clan of Heavenly Assistants in Shaanxi 30 years ago?" He is surprised that he knows it. The man is interested. Who is he? For a while, the guy looks at him silently. He asks, "Does the general of the state advisor of Weather Gavol know?" He thinks, is it really an unshakable general in front of him? He doubts. But the guy's gaze and his power cannot belong to an ordinary person. Looking at the guest, he thinks that he looks like Lee Gavol. The guy throws him an identification sign. The man catches him. He is amazingly examining him. Warriors hurry to him, interested. Is he in order? The man orders to open the gate. The warrior objects. They cannot allow anyone to pass without an order of the emperor. The general shouts that in front of them is the emperor's teacher, Li Genu. He tells them to open the gate immediately. The rider rides in the night. Only a huge moon illuminates the path to him. Lee Gervais thinks that he cannot stop the stroke of the luminaries, so that the night does not end. It is also impossible to save everyone who disappeared from the Academy of Thousands of Swords. But he is sure. This is not the end. Everything will end only when he cuts down the head of the culprit. He must agree with the sect of bloodthirsty demons, whether he is galloping on a horse. He hopes that he had time. Ahead of the foot of a cliff with 2 peaks is a fortress. 2 men near her are talking. One of them is interested in whether the birds are found in the deserts. The second asks him to stop carrying all sorts of nonsense. He explains that they would have nothing to eat there. His interlocutor peers intently into the distance. They notice some kind of movement in the air. In their direction, whether the GSU is rapidly moving. In his hands, he squeezes the sword. His eyes radiate powerful energy. It lands, and a hollow forms around this place. Warriors who did not have time to escape are lying on the ground. Armed people rush to him. They ask, "Who is he?" Behind them there is a big man. In both of its hands there is a rather unusual weapon in the form of sickles. He believes that the guy is good. The man says that he would never have thought that someone would dare to attack the sect of bloodthirsty demons from the main gate. He is interested. A guy from the Murim Union? Does Gavol ask, why did they attack the Academy of Thousands of Swords? The man is surprised. He first hears about it. The guy did not expect such an answer, and for a while he was thinking. Then, sending the sword to the enemy, he says that it is better for him to remember how the Cavalcada Black Storm destroyed her in Shaanxi by the river. The interlocutor is a little surprised by his words. He considers Gvol a weakling who dared to keep the divine artifact Thunder. He asks, "Does Lev need to look for a reason to eat a rabbit?" The guy is interested. Then the strongest survives? The big man laughs and then says that this is why the guy will die now. Warriors put forward swords, preparing to attack. Lee Gervis casts them with a dissatisfied look. He decides that he can no longer waste time. Rushing forward, the big man orders to kill him. Lee GSU, covered by the radiance of a powerful aura, shouts that he needs to meet bloodthirsty demons with the leader of the sect. His enemy is somewhat discouraged. The guy's figure envelops an unbearably bright radiance, and he directs power to the soldiers surrounding him. Incredible power hits men. Lee Gvolis hides the sword in the scabbard. The scorched earth is drilling around him, and dead warriors are lying. He goes to the fortress. The order is heard. Stop immediately. The guy tells the people who met him to bring his leader. One of the 12 demonic vessels, Suramagoon, replies that they do not have it. There is only a dark god to whom they pray. The old man says that their god is not someone who can be seen at will. He explains that the guy must defeat him and other demonic vessels, and then win over 10,000 of their followers. And only after that he will be able to meet him. Lee Jiasao's is looking unkindly at Suramaguna. He rushes on the attack, saying that if you have to go so far, then... Having not yet finished the phrase, he decreases the enemy with one wave of the sword and is far behind him. The body of Suramagan falls to the ground. The warriors surrounding them are at a loss. They cannot believe that in one fell swoop he chopped off the head of one of the demonic vessels. Lee, who squeezes the sword in his hand, says that he will make a dark god appear before he finishes them all. An incredibly huge man comes forward. One of the 12 demonic vessels, by the name of Han is a bloody blade, states that the glory of the defender of the 5 sects was denied. He will be honored instead of him. Having licked his sword with his tongue, he says that he wants to see how the guy can cope with him. Lee Gervais measures the enemy with an appraising look. A scream is heard. "Back! He is too tough for you!" A voice is heard, ordering 10,000 demons to bow and lower their heads. Their god descended to them. Men hastily execute the command. The order is repeated. Everyone except Lee Gvol, becoming in a kneeling pose, bow their heads. A dark figure descends from heaven. The guy thinks that he had not felt this for a long time. The dark god, Beonilguan, descends to them. The kneeling men are respectfully pronounced. Our god has come down to us again. Li Guv boldly meets the dark god. Han, bowing his head, says that he is all at the service of the Lord. Beonilguan asks, "Did the guy talk about the Academy of Thousands of Swords?" Li Gvolu replies that his sect wanted to destroy the Academy in pursuit of her treasure. He is interested. Does the dark god know about it? He answers negatively. A man is approaching him. Beonilguan will listen to his words. He says that one of the demonic vessels desired the sword Thunder, as well as revenge for the insignificance with the nickname of the Shadow Killer. Lee GSWS is gloomily listening to his speech. He demands that Beonilguan return the Academy to his previous state. He only grunts mockingly. He experiences a sense of interest. Then he applies an energy blow to the guy. But Lee Gervais reflects the attack, and energy rushes to the dark god, however, without inflicting any damage to him. Beonilguan says that God does what wants, and he should not obey a person. Hearing in response the promise of the guy to prove that he is worthy of the fulfillment of his desire, the dark god frowns in response. Lee Gvolu believes that this is the only way to save his brothers and sisters. He offers to change the place. The guy rushes to the tops of the cliff. One of the men named Murim asks Beonilguan not to stir. He tells him to silent. He goes after Lee Gvol. Opponents are on tops opposite each other. Beonilguan asks, "The thunder of the Academy of Thousands of Swords?" He says that there are holes in him, as the legend says. Bellowing in a combat rack, the guy replies that his sword is also good. The enemy laughs at his words and then asks, how does he dare to call the Dark Soul just a good sword? An unusually bright aura flashes at the top of the mountain. Lee GSUS offers to start a battle. His enemy agrees. Finally, the Unbending met with a Dark Soul. The struggle of the two AURs flashes on the bifurcated top of the cliff fiery and blood red. Muen and other warriors are watching the battle intensely. A man cannot believe what is happening. He, the commander of the defense detachment under the sun, Daejo Muen's Steel Blood, is stunned by the fact that this man is fighting with their lord in Kanho. The battle continues, the glow goes out. The team is heard, all in place. Daejo Muen is in a hurry to my lord. He remembers the order of Beonilguan not to follow him, but he cannot leave him alone. Moving forward, he thinks that this is not a simple bloodshed, but a battle that will go down in history. He freezes when he sees the picture that opened before him. The man considers it incredible. Blinding energy illuminates everything around. Through her radiance, two silhouettes are vaguely visible. Lee, who putting forward the sword, rushes to the enemy. Dajomuena is approaching the battlefield. He cannot believe that it is true that people are fighting. Lee Gervis attacks the Dark God, but he easily avoids impact. The man admires the course of the battle admiringly. Opponents come closer, preparing to exchange blows again. The guy waves a sword emitting energy flows. The commander of the detachment Steelblood admires his weapon, capable of compared with a dark soul. Bayon Ilguan soars in the air, tightly clutching a weapon in his hand. The dark soul absorbs darkness and constantly increases the strength of the owner. It is considered the best sword in the world. A man watching the battle is attended by a thought. What if the world has long been mired in chaos and darkness? Having rushed into the air, the opponents again clashed in a duel. The unusually bright light of radiated energy blinds the Muena. He is trying to protect his face with his hands. Opponents freeze in the air. The man is trying to understand who won. They continue to look into each other's eyes. Bayon Ilguan makes a decision. He hides his weapon. His gaze is promising. He turns his back to the enemy. The worried Muen is in a hurry to him. The men who are waiting below hear the words addressed to them. The respected submission of 10,000 demons, the second coming of the generation of Sangin. They hurry to fall to their knees. The words are repeated again. Bayon Ilguan descends to the ground in front of them. One of the men thinks that everything went as expected, not a scratch on the master. The Dark God tells them not to move. Warriors freeze in fright. Bayon Ilguan stands in front of them, covered by a bloody aura. He tells Majo Huka to come. The man fearfully approaches him. One of the 12 vassals, having fallen in front of him, prays for mercy and asks to give him another chance. His lips do not have time to finish the phrase, and his head is already separated from the body. The Dark God calls the bloody blade. He is inclined in front of him, and Bayon Ilguan pronounces only a word. Return. The man asks what he has in mind. He replies that he must return the Academy of Thousands of Swords to his previous state. Daijomuen is struck by his words. The Dark God goes inside the fortress. He occupies a throne on a rapture. Heening his head with his hand, he plunges into deep thought. Then he asks the question, what? At the foot of the throne in a kneeling pose stands Daijomuen. He says that he was looking for a Dark God. Bayon Ilguan believes that he wants to know a lot, but does not ask. The man replies that his presence clarifies everything. A light smirk appears on the lips of the deity. Having risen from the throne, he says that he regrets that he betrayed his trust. In the eyes of Dajomuena, a question and distrust are read. Bayon Ilguan says he goes to training. He tells the general to give him to extend the festival in honor of his second coming. The man answers, I obey. Getting to the hilt of the sword, the Dark God adds that he still goes to Kanho. Dajomuen is interested. Why? The Dark God tells him to find out as much as possible about the past of his opponent. League Vol. The man is in a hurry to fulfill his assignment. Bayon Ilguan looks at his sword. His body and weapons again radiate a blood-red aura. He pronounces the name of the enemy, Lee Gervais. His words are echoed among the rocks, whether G.S. out in the lotus pose meditates high above the peaks. Opening his eyes, he mentally responds, pronouncing the name of the Dark God, Bayon Ilguan from the sect of bloodthirsty demons. All currents, waves, and flows eventually become one. C. Although these are different types of martial arts, the Dark God thought that having reached the top, the route would be the same. Today, he realized that he was mistaken. The enemy's energy was too clean and not angry. But fighting, he felt that he was fighting with pitch darkness. League Volu understands. Let him win. But this is definitely not the end. Bayon Ilguan promised him to return the Academy of Thousands of Swords to his previous state. Although no one mentioned this, another promise was given. The guy believes that this is fate. Looking down at the house glowing in the night, he thinks that, like a person living under the same heaven and in the same generation as Bayon Ilguan, he will fight again. Going on the road, he mentally plunges the time when he was a great commander. The Emperor's sword and the legend of the Academy of Thousands of Swords. Moving with incredible jumps, he wonders, were all his efforts really in vain? His will is too weak? Standing forward, the guy complains. How could he forget about it? Because, along with force, responsibility grows. Now he understands what stupidity it was to think that the Academy of Thousands of Swords would flourish if he transfers them the technique of owning a sword and thunder itself. Millions of soldiers and government officials are in the same boat. All of them are associated with the rise and fall of the Empire. Academy of Thousands of Swords is one of many in Murim. Her fate is incomparable with the fate of the Martial Arts Alliance. If a small clan is too strong, then others will devour it. He scolds himself for overwhelming this from sight. It should be because he lived as a general of the Imperial Palace longer and more than a member of the Academy. Finally, he stops. He understands that now he needs to make a decision. Is GSU the thought? What to do next? The moon illuminates the mountainous area. On the hill are people who are staring at the darkness. Gyun Chan, the captain of the 3rd Detachment of the Cavalcada Black Storm, rejoices that they finally come off the chase of the Murim Union. Looking at the lights in the camp located in the valley, he says that this is the left wing of the military base. He understands that they asked for help from the Murim clans, not the military. Warriors, among whom are a gray-bearded old man, move between the rocks. The captain continues to consider what is happening in the valley. He decides that here they will stop. A group of people is located in the forest. The 21st leader of the Academy of Thousands of Swords. But Il tells a girl sitting on a huge dog that she coped well. The younger student of the Academy of Thousands of Swords, Gongjeon Gum, hesitantly addresses the master. She says, "It is not good that traces of sects from MANHUA and the South Territory are lost." It seems to her that they are pursuing the Cavalcada Black Storm. The old man believes that everything is in order because they do not hunt them. The girl asks him to relax and promises that he and Sa Ren are leaning at night. The old man agrees with her. Warriors fall asleep, sitting on the ground. The girl listens to the night silence. Together with the dog, they depart from the place of the night. They are approaching the river. For some time, Gongjeon Gum is looking into the distance. Then she dares to sit on stones by the very river. The girl sighs tiredly. Looking at the reflection of the moon, she thinks, why did the Academy of Thousands of Swords be on the verge of disappearance for no reason? She sighs again. If the brother of the master, Lee Gervis, who handed her the sword 6 years ago, was here. The girl tells the dog Serena that he is probably tired too, but still asks him to help her. Gongjeon Gum laughs. She tickled. The dog licked her cheek. The girl says that now all their lives are under her responsibility. She does not have time for weakness. The dog barks. Alarmed, Gongjeon Gum asks, "What is it?" She understands that there is someone here. The girl and the dog rush through the forest. Gongjeon Gum, noticing a glow in front, stops. She takes out a sword from the scabbard, and in the blink of an eye, the girl finds herself in the clearing where the fire burns. She looks warily around. A man with a lantern in his hands peeps out of the bushes. He says that the girl does not worry. He took her friends. The voice seems familiar to her. The bound Vun, but ill, who is among the captives, tells her to run away. The girl calls the master. The shadow killer chuckles at her. It all seems funny to him. Gongjeon Gum sees connected warriors. Preparing for the attack, the girl proclaims the motto of the academy. Life is to raise the sword to the sky. Death is its disappearance. She rushes into battle, wishing to death to the enemy. The man also exposes the sword and rushes forward. He says that he did not want to cripple her, but she left him no choice. Opponents approached each other. Their blades are crossed. Gongjeon Gum, furious, waves his sword. Her opponent makes an incredible somersault. A scream is heard. "You are open!" Warriors exhale alarmed. "Sister!" The shadow killer strikes, but the girl beats off his attack. The man's sword is broken. He is at a loss. How so? He had an advantage. Raising the blade, the girl says that the battle is not only gross power. She wants him to burn in hell. Gongjeon resolutely hatches his sword on the enemy. Her actions are watched by Gyunchan and his warriors. The girl asks, why didn't they help? Isn't the shadow killer at the same time with the sect of bloodthirsty demons? The captain asks. At the same time with these animals? He believes that she is good for her years. Probably even better than those insects from sects on Mount Hua in the South Territory. The girl understands that this is the Cavalcade Black Storm. Their mentor was killed by their snake spear. The captain says his name is Gyun Chan. Vun, but Il and his warriors also guess that they have a Black Storm cavalcade in front of them. Looking at the weapon in the hands of the captain, the old man thinks, if they are pierced with this snake spear, then their organs will simply explode. Looking at his tip, he understands. Even if they will not die, they will remain disabled. Many martial arts of Murim and fellow practitioners of the Academy of 1,000 Swords were killed by this weapon, including the father of the old man, the leader of the academy. Vun realizes that their only hope is Gongjeon Gum. He wants to save her, even at the cost of his life. His sword lies very close. One has only to reach out, and he will be able to stand up for his student. One of the warriors tells him, if they last a little more, then the Murim Union will find them. The captain advises them not to hope for help. He reports that sects from Mount Hua and the South Territory tried to agree with them, but no one in the Union Murim dared to fight them. Vun, but Il and warriors cannot believe it. The captain believes that it would be better if they rely on the military. Gyunchan asks the old man, Is he the leader of the Academy of Thousands of Swords? The man believes that he is pretty good. The girl, clutching the sword in her hand, carefully watches what is happening. The faithful dog is next to her. She drops the cloak, preparing for battle. The captain, looking at her frowning, says that no one would intervene. One of his warriors recalls that they are on the other side of the Persis of Jumin, and they need to hurry. The man asks. He is afraid that the Murim Union will come for them? Gyun-chan is interested in, does the warrior think he will lose thunder? He denies it. The man states that from now on he does not fight as the captain of the cavalcada, but as an independent master of martial arts. He rotates the spear, preparing for battle. The captain turns to the girl, offering her to show him thunder. Becoming in the combat rack, Gong-jon-gum answers, of course. The man says that he will allow her to start first and offers to attack. The girl weighs the balance of power. The battle of the sword with a spear. She understands that the enemy has an advantage. She does not know how quickly he moves and decides to follow the spear. The girl in the jump attacks the enemy. She understands that she is close to the goal, and if she gets now, she will win the battle. But the man beats off the attack of a spear with a pole. The girl is forced to retreat. The captain carefully looks at her, preparing to strike. Warriors say that he repelled the attack by a wooden part of the spear. They are disappointed. The captain does not even need to dodge. The old man is unpleasantly amazed at an unsuccessful attack and excited. The girl thinks that she fought against the best warriors in different sects at competitions in Murim. But this enemy is at a completely different level. Looking at the captain, overwhelmed by sparkling greenery with a strong aura, she feels that he is somehow connected with the leaders of the sects of the Great Nine, the best of the best. Gyun-chan mocks her. A girl cannot even cut the tree with a sharp blade. The man attacks, saying that now his turn, and asks, can she dodge? He adds, if not, then die. The girl barely manages to dodge. She makes a somersault and counterattacks. She barely manages to avoid a blow again. Energy Gong-jon-gum curls with a spiral around her body. The captain again attacks the opponent. His spear is aimed at the girl. She waves her sword, preparing to reflect the blow. Gong-jon-gum is forced to dodge again. She thinks that the blows are becoming more frequent. She mentally keeps an account and understands that here he is, her chance. The girl decides to increase the distance. Jumping back, she curses. The captain asks, is she trying to keep a distance against the spear? He again approaches Gong-jon-gum. She understands that she will not be able to reflect the blow. Behind the captain appears a Woon, with a sword in his hands. The girl screams scaredly, Master! The old man, hitting a spear and taking a mortal blow from her, orders her to escape. The captain swears and says, that means he does not know how to give up, right? He beats the old master with a pole, and he, bent over in pain, flies to the tree. The girl screams scaredly and wants to run to the Woon but the man tells her not to be distracted and look at him. Gong-jon-gum asks, why? He still does not fight in full force. Even with such an advantage, she could never hit him. He believes that she did not lay out to the fullest. Gyun-chan knows that the technique of their academy is not so simple. He asks, is it so difficult to fight in full force to death? The girl looks at him for some time silently. For the academy, thousands of swords to crush mountains with the help of special technology are art. The stream connects one position on the other. This technique of owning a sword, which has 8 positions, is based on smoothness. Each pose must correspond to her. The girl understands that she forgot about the stream, which includes half the crushing technique. She waved her sword like an amateur, so her attacks look dull and not aesthetic. She thanks the enemy for the lesson, and again becomes in the combat rack. The captain tells him to bring him a black spear. Warriors are in a hurry to fulfill the order. Gyun-chan tells the girl that he had no need to use him before her. Gong-jon-gum realizes that the time has come to give all the best. She is sure that now she does not dissipate, and decides to apply the crushing, the 13th reception. Energy oozes from the holes in the blade, and its blow turns into a formidable sky. The power of the sword depends not only on steel, but also on the level of techniques used. If you combine good material with the skill of fencing, you get the perfect sword. The girl says that the crushing of the mountains with one blow of the sword is art. Looking at her, those present admiringly gasp. The captain, grinning, admits her art amazing. Gong-jon-gum waves a sword overwhelmed with a powerful aura. Making a lunge forward, the girl declares that she is coming. The enemy answers, come to me! Having pushed off the ground so that force streams were sank around him, he makes a giant jump. A girl surrounded by a radiant aura rushes forward. Gyun-chan is delighted. He does not see, but he feels the power of reception. He thinks that if he cannot see this, he will destroy everything. Opponents come closer. The captain says that the bloodthirsty spear of the Black Storm was improved by many leaders. The contact of their Aor causes an explosive wave. Involuntaries of the battle cannot see anything, so strong energy flows surround opponents. Woon comes to his senses. He sits, clutching his head and moaning softly. Seeing the energy emanating from the sword, he cannot believe that Gongjon reached this. He is forced to cover his face with his hands, escaping from the strength coming from the battlefield. The old man calls his student. The girl freezes with a sword brought over her head. Powerful energy splashes in her eyes. The captain directs a spear at her. The tip of his weapon is heaps and loses its shape. Warriors look at what is happening in bewilderment, not believing their eyes. Yunchan exhales delightedly. Here it is. The real technique of the Academy of Thousands of Swords? The girl nods back. In the night sky, a bird is visible. One of the warriors turns to the captain. He extends a man from a sect of bloodthirsty demons. Yunchan reads a note. The girl continues to stand opposite him, clutching a sword in her hands. He carefully peers into the written lines. Then he looks at the opponent, and thinks that he should strengthen the enlightenment of this girl. Behind the frozen gong, John, a warrior, appears. But the captain tells him to leave the girl alone. Finally, she lowers the sword. Gongjon slowly exhales. Approaching the girl, the man asks, "She finished?" His recent opponent responds in the affirmative. Having moved away, Yunchan promises that they will continue when they meet again. People do not understand what is happening. The captain shows them a message from a sect of bloodthirsty demons. One of the men is outraged by his words. He says that the battle is won, and they, the clan of Shining Pegasus, cannot accept, but he does not have time to finish. The captain, with one wave of a spear, makes him shut up. Yunchan says this is a divine will. He asks, someone else wants to object to something? The soldiers silently look at their commander. He says that they return to the base. The detachment is hidden in the night forest. The 21st leader of the Academy of Thousands of Swords, Woon and his warriors look after them. Looking after the captain, the girl thinks about his technique. She saw thousands of swords similar in the academy. She reflects on his connection with the sect of bloodthirsty demons. The old man asks, "Is she in order?" Recall her, the girl draws attention to the master. Grabbing his arm, Gongjon asks, "Is everything good with him?" To which he receives an affirmative answer. The girl says that she is also fine, and they can move on. The old man is interested. What was it? She replies that she cannot explain this. Gongjon demonstrates the manifestation of his strength, and says that she just feels it. Woon is proud of his student. After the founder of the academy went into another world, no one even managed to get closer to this, to reach the 13th stage. He is sure that the girl will be able to achieve the other 5. Their group continues its path. The old man sits on the dog, the rest surround them. Gongjon asks, who sent a message that warned them about the attack of the sect of bloodthirsty demons? But the old man is not known. She asks, the teacher thinks that this was the person who sent her a blade? The master says, fellow. He misses him very much, and wants to see him again. The girl admits that she would also like to look at him, at least from afar. She asks the old man to tell something about Ligvol. He says that this is a great man and a born genius in martial arts. Talking, they continue to move forward. Cavalcada Black Storm, who attacked the Academy of Thousands of Swords, returns to the lands of demonic bliss. The students of the Academy and its leaders survived. 10 days have passed since the burning of the Academy, but no one speaks about this in everything. No one even looks towards the Academy, which was attacked by a sect of bloodthirsty demons. The townspeople will not forget the fear of the cavalcade Black Storm. The followers of the Academy are not surprised by oblique views. He has long been used to them. Walking along the city streets, they encourage each other. The fact that they are alive is already good. The girl tells her companions to be strong. They will soon arrive soon. The dog sniffs to something. Then it breaks off and rushes forward. The girl calls her four-legged friend. The concerned Gongjon is in a hurry to the dog. She hears her naughty. Looking around, she sees a great follower of the Academy of Thousands of Swords, Jean Pun. They greet each other. He is glad that everything is fine with the girl. Gongjon is also pleasant that nothing happened to him. The man welcomes the Woon Ilya. The old man asks, what about the rest of the followers? Jean Pun falls to his knees and says that this is all because of his negligence. He and his companions, kneeling, are inclined in front of the Vuna Ilam. The man asks to kill him, because he could not protect the younger master. The old man is saddened by the news received. Her students lined up near the destroyed academy. In front of them are several coffins, next to which their leader is located. Tears flow from Gongjon, which she tries in vain to hide. The old man falls to his knees near the coffins. The words that the younger master kept to the end are brought to him, and gave the students the opportunity to survive. Someone says that all the traces of the demons disappeared 3 days ago, and only after that the students were able to return to search for bodies. Bitter tears roll from Vuna but Ilya. Jonpun says 5 swords have disappeared. The old man cannot hide the tears of bitterness and disappointment. He not only lost his brother, but also could not save his favorite swords. But there is no time to grieve, because he is the head of the Academy of Thousands of Swords. The old man rises from the knees. He takes the sword from the scabbard, and raising it high above their heads, calls for students to revive the academy and not repeat more of past mistakes. The guys all as one exhale, "Yes, master." The proposal sounds to take those who have found peace on Mount Suyan. 5 followers of the Academy of Thousands of Swords ascended to heaven during the attack of the sect of bloodthirsty demons. All that remains of the academy is 1 old man and 15 young people. Over their graves there are words. The 21st chapter of the Vun. But, or, is inclined in a low bow in front of them. The old man turns to those who have long been resting in this quiet place. He says that they send them 5 followers and asks to look after them so that they will find peace. He burns a scroll in which these words are recorded. Smoke shreds rise into the sky. The old man thinks that the birth is to raise the sword to the sky. Death is the universal disappearance of the sword in heaven. These words mentally pronounce all those present at the mournful ceremony. The scream spreads over small grave mounds. Someone calls the master. Looking around, the old man sees Jonpun in a hurrying towards him. He asks, "What happened?" The man replies that he must see this himself, and the matter does not tolerate delay. He reports that someone left treasures in the square. The old man asks him to repeat him again what he said. Vun but Il tells Jonpun as soon as possible to accompany him there. The master calls the girl with him, but she replies that she needs to think about something, so she will remain here so far. The old man agrees with her, and, leaving, advises her to rest. Standing in front of the grave, the girl thinks, if she had more strength, could she protect the master? She takes out books from a cloak dropped to the ground. 6 years ago, Lee Gervis, the comrade in arms of the master, gave them 3 books along with the swords. The crushing of the mountains with 1 blow of the sword, the intersection of the river in 1 step, and inhalation of the fog. The girl believes that with these techniques in which he put his soul, she will be able to revive the Academy of Thousands of Swords. Having pressed the books to the chest, Gongjeon thinks, I wonder how the Master Gvol looks. She heard that he was about 20 when he left the academy. Now he should have more than 70. Before her mental gaze is the image of an old man with a long gray beard. She takes out the sword from the scabbard, thinking about how much she wants to ask him. The girl trains with a sword in her hands. She thinks that she withstands only 15 seconds in the technique of crushing the mountains with 1 blow of the sword. Gongjeon asks the question, what to do next? But she has no answer to this question. She thinks if the master of GSU was here. Having stopped, the girl reproaches herself. What does she think about? You can't put it on. The future of the academy is thousands of swords in her hands. Hiding the sword in the scabbard, she recalls the captain, offering to show him thunder. She recalls his words. Your academy has special techniques, right? His technique. She saw thousands of swords similar to the academy, in the sect of bloodthirsty demons. The girl understands that Gyunchan asked not just about a duel. Gongjeon thinks he wanted to see the technique of crushing the mountains with 1 blow of the sword from the very beginning. But why? She asks a question. Is there a similar sect in the sect of bloodthirsty demons? The girl recalls that her followers attacked them and stole 5 swords. She is not sure, but something here is not clean. The girl thinks that he should become stronger. She looks towards the mountains. At the top of the cliff, is it worth a gender? The determination is written on his face. That night, in the financial institution Xiangxi Khan Jin, the mansion of the manager Donva, slightly bowing his head in a respectful bow, says that there is nothing unusual about the graves of the predecessors of the clan of thousands of swords. He adds that 5 more mounds were added. Also 5 swords of thunder were taken. Lee Gervais is listening to the report. Then he says thoughtfully, this is how. The manager says that he sacrificed the money to the clan. He did not reveal his personality, so there should be no problems. The guy thanks him. He believes that now in debt to the man and the leader of Yo. Dona objects. Not at all. The leader ordered everything. Lee Gvolu replies that he met a lot of people, and his interlocutor has honest eyes. He promises to remember this forever. The man is surprised. The man standing in front of him is young outwardly, but behaves like an old master of martial arts, who is 70 years old. The guy put his hand on his shoulder. Donva, going down to a chair, asks, "Is something wrong?" Lee Gavolu answers, "Henceforth does not matter what he says. A man should not be afraid of him." He is mixed with the confusion of the manager, who is not able to utter a word. The guy radiates powerful energy, which applies to Donva. He is surprised by the feeling that she caused in him. The peace that he knew was false. He ate his body and took his family. This peace was like opium. But the reassurance that this gentleman gave him does not have side effects, and is felt pure as the aroma of tea. If these are the words of the master, Donva thinks, then he will believe and follow them. Having removed his hand, the guy asks, "Can he ask a man another thing?" He answers, "Of course, please continue." Lee GSOW says that he is looking for one person. The manager looks at him, expecting what he will say next. The captain and his warriors are at the gates of the fortress. The order is heard. The cavalcade. Black Storm is returned. Open the gate. They are met by the fourth captain. He believes that the guys worked well. He tells Gyunchanu that he would go to finish the report, and he adds that there is a place that they both should visit. The man is surprised that he should go somewhere with him. The interlocutor asks, "Is it really not curious why God the Demon was restored by the cavalcada Black Storm?" Gyunchan looks around, evaluating the situation. She surprises him. The interlocutor asks, "Isn't it fine?" He says it happened in one day. The man came here and turned thousands of followers into a pile of ash with one wave of the blade. Gyunchan cannot believe he did all this himself. The interlocutor continues the story. 12 demons of vassals tried to stop him, but the sword of the demonic fierce ghostly army was destroyed, and God the Demon was forced to meet him himself. After that, he heard that people tried to find out his level of combat energy, restoring the fragments of the destroyed sword. He explains to Gyunchanu that even if they lay out all the pieces together, it will not at all be like the shape of the blade. The man adds, "The edges of the fragments melted, as if lightning hit them." He leaves, wishing Gyun-chan good night. The captain of the 3rd detachment thinks, to be able to fight such a person. It is not surprising that he is a demonic god. A warrior approaching him is entangled. Holding the scroll, he says that in him the information about which he asked. He answers, "A good job." Gyunchan delves into reading. The scroll speaks of the technique of the sword, which was found by the 10th leader of the clan of the Shining Pegasus of the Air 300 years ago. It was a noble blade technique consisting of 18 receptions. She competed for the place in the top 5 appliances of the blade. The captain is impressed with this information. He continues to read. The next leader of the clan of Shining Pegasus Avian could successfully use the technique of Flying Divine Bloody Sword. The current leader of this clan was killed in battle. Haken Lin is holding post now. Gyunchan throws a scroll into the fire. "It depends on how he burns in the flame," he asks. "Do you dream too?" Then he thoughtfully pronounces the name, Haken Lin. From the mansion a voice is heard. A speaker. He is going to leave, as he has already finished with Shangxi. A man sits in the hall at the table. He says, "Since the unification of Murim emphasized that this case is not special, the police will not intervene." At the second table, 2 more people are sitting. One of them answers, "Yes, General." The great general of the empire of 1 million soldiers, Guemsame, raised his head. He asks, "Did they find some of his traces?" The man answers, "No, he is probably hiding." Guemasata says that they can go. Men rising bow respectfully to him. The general sighs, already late night, and he is tired. The person who enters the room asks, "Why does he sigh like that?" All soldiers in the empire will hear this. Guemsa is interested in what he is doing here. He was visited by the leader of the secret police, the current great general Yo-Yo Boom Suk. The general is turning over the pages. He pronounces, "Talk to you like this." He recalls how they helped the great commander Lee Gvol in the ceremony of removing the armor. A lot of time has passed since then. The general says, if the reason why the man came is connected with him, then he will be glad. Yo-Yo Boomsuk reports that he received the news. Guemasa joyfully asks, "Is this true?" The leader of the secret police tells that the person who interests them has just crossed the pass of Jumen and accidentally revealed his personality to the general there. Guemsa did not expect this. He asks, "Is there more news?" He is interested in whether he is returning to the Imperial castle or not. The interlocutor replies, "No, but he is sure that the situation is terrible enough to make him reveal his personality, even though he is hiding." The leader of the secret police continues, A hidden person was involved in an urgent incident, forcing him to reveal. Guema saw before he asks the interlocutor. Did he hear the news about the battle in Shanxi, where many Muromic martial arts fought? He adds, they just had a conference about whether they should activate the military because of this. He says, his clan, the Academy of Thousands of Swords, was destroyed by a clan of bloodthirsty demons. If this is the case, then he had more than enough reasons to intervene in the affairs concerning Murim. But he is an official politician. Who dared to spoil his mood? Yo-Yo Boom Suk replies that, judging by his character, he would never have declared his position. The great general of the empire offers 1 million soldiers. Then let's hurry up and disperse the news to the clan of 1,000 swords in Shanxi. He asks to convey that His Majesty is looking for Lord Li Gvol. Yo-Yo Boom Suk believes that this is a matter of martial artists in Murim. He asks, the interlocutor thinks that he will approve of such generals as they, who intervene in Murim's affairs? Guem Sa answers, if he could, he would have rebuilt the clan of Thousands of Swords with his own hands. Then he adds, no, they can assign a reward for the clan of bloodthirsty demons, cut off their heads and hang them on the walls of the castle. The leader of the secret police laughs. He asks the interlocutor to forget about it. Guem Sa will pass through the Pass of Yumen himself. Then, becoming serious, he says that in fact there is something else that he must say about. Guem Sa asks, he is hiding something, right? The leader of the secret police reports. Lord Li Gervis again gained youth through rejuvenation. The interlocutor is so amazed at the news that he is not able to say a word. 2 warriors stand in front of the fortress wall. One of them says that for a long time he did not drink so, and the sky is spinning. The second asks him to behave quieter. If they are caught, they will strictly punish him. The first, turning to him, asks, does he remember? He is interested in what the interlocutor is talking about. The man continues. He has in mind the young grand of the general, who passed through the Juman Pass. The interlocutor hastily closes his mouth with his hand. He is outraged. Why is this chatting about secret information? Having pulled back, he explains that he talks about it, because here they are only together. Can't he talk when his mouth is open? The interlocutor expresses dissatisfaction and unflattering about his mental abilities. The talker attacks the friend, grabbing his hands by the point of his helmet. He continues to swear. They start a fight, deciding to continue it all night. Suddenly a huge shadow looms on the wall and someone's voice sounds, as you said his name? The brawls are frightened. A man in a helmet falls to the ground. His friend, looking at the skin-headed healthy man, stuttering, says, the great General Li Gold. Bar in Shanxi. Night, the terrain illuminates the crescent visible in the sky. In the room at the table, several men absorbed in the game are sitting. In the middle of the table lies a lot of coins. Looking at the planks, one of the men laughs. The guys are not lucky. This time luck is on his side again. He spreads the planks on the table. Having moved the coins to him, he says that it's too late, and he should go. Someone grabs his hand, preventing him from picking up money. He is outraged. What does this person allow himself? But the big man only squeezes his wrist stronger, forcing a man to shout from pain. Suddenly, a blade appears in front of his face, and he freezes in fright. The big man says that he uses dirty tricks. The man turns to visitors sitting at the table, looking for support. But they carefully turn away from him, pretending that nothing is happening. He notices a tag of a cup sitting nearby in his hands. The man turns to him. Hey, you are there. The guy is demonstratively turning away. The man is furious. He insults him and asks, shouldn't such young people help the old people who are in trouble? He replies, he himself brewed this porridge, even if he is disgraced. Li Jiasao does not understand why he should help Leo, hunting a rat. A man is perplexed. The big man asks. He calls him a rat, and a man with a lion? His sacrifice complains that the guy ruined all the fun of him. He wanted to play a little more, but it seems that fun is over. A person with a sword does not understand what is happening when his victim pushes his weapon with a plank. Handing out his hand to the coins, the man says, this is his reward. He heard many times how people talk about scam after losing. This is just skill. The big man, waving his sword, shouts that he has gone crazy. The man looks at him intently. Then, with one finger, he sends a plank towards the man threatening him. She crashes into his solar plexus, and his face is healed in pain. The big man falls to the floor. A man going to Li Gvol asks, isn't that cruel? Lion? Does he look like a monster? The guy replies that he recently saw a dragon, so for him he is a maximum of a lion. The interlocutor is interested in his words. Lee GSUS says he drinks tea. The man laughs. Did he say something? He smiles mysteriously. The guy considers him funny. The man seems to be. His name is Manhwa. In Murim, he is also known as Omnivorous. They leave the bar. Lee Gavolu heard that he was rather eccentric, but he himself considers him crazy. He replies that he entered the world of gambling, because such guys like to talk during the game. Walking along the night street, they continue to talk. Manhwa believes that the interlocutor is chatting as an old man and is interested. How old is he? He answers, almost 100. The man freezes in surprise. Then he pronounces, about 100, and asks not to tell him anything. He is interested. Does the interlocutor remember the Great Bloody Drought? The all-knowing thinks that this happened 70 years ago. Then the sky, rivers and even wells dried up. People prayed for a drop of at least blood. And she poured as crazy. But the guy cannot know this if he was not present in person. Lee Gold says bloody rain. If the interlocutor withstood the hunger, eating the roots of kuzu, then he must be even younger than him. Adults cleaned trees that year and prepared porridge from the bark. Manhwa is amazed at his words. He looks at the guy with fear and bewilderment. The man thinks that this is true. And he wonders, how can he look so young? He pulls the guy by the sleeve. The omnivorous offers him, since they are both old, let it speak calmly with him. He objects. He is not yet such an old man as his interlocutor. Manhwa calls him a stubborn and asks to speak frankly with him. Lee Ji agrees. They were located on the riverbank and he told his story. The man asks, was he really younger? The all-knowing again asks a question. Is this some special martial art or energy technique? And he receives a negative answer. He is interested in, and not training in martial arts? Lee Gvolu says that he never explained this, and is not sure how to tell about it. He proposes to compare this with the level of reconstruction of the body of martial arts training, when the master receives a body suitable for classes. However, this does not give smooth skin and pleasant appearance. Based on this, you can rejoice only by reaching a special level of training. And this can change not only age, but also the physical body. The guy tells the all-knowing that they will be seen later. But he does not seem to want to part with him. Is Gsu? So asks. He has nothing to do. And calling him a stubborn man, known for not sitting in place, says that he should not follow him. Manhwa is interested. Is he uncomfortable? The guy replies, he is already old. Is he really no plans? The interlocutor answers, he just changed them to follow him. Whether Gvolu asks, why? And he replies that he wants to watch him until the end of his years. The guy looks at him thoughtfully. The all-knowing spoke to King Murim, and met 12 vassals from the clan of bloodthirsty demons so far traveled around the world. But he cannot compare his interlocutor even with them. Does GSOBU ask a question? How does it differ? He replies that he does not know himself. To achieve this level thanks to training? Who else in the world lived life like him? The guy corrects him. He said that this is the result, not the level. The man replies that this is not important. He is a known person as omnivorous. If someone must remember the guy, then it will be him. Lee Gvolu believes that he does not live in order to show something to others. He is a senior follower who treated other students as brothers and became a great general only to bring the world to the great Min. He never hoped that someone would remember his life, but this man still wants to capture him in his memory. The man promises that if someone stands up with him, unbending, in the way, then he will help. Is GSWR interested? How did he find out? The all-knowing promises to tell if he allows him to accompany him. After all, he needs him not only because he knows his secret. The guy takes the sword from the scabbard. Having put the blade to the throat of the interlocutor, he asks, is it worth him to shut him up by killing it? He replies that he simply guessed. After all, the unbending has long disappeared, and his sword seemed like him. The guy hides the sword in the scabbard. Turning away, he reports that he was joking. Turning to the man, Lee Gervis says, let's go. He admits that the all-knowing his first friend from the moment of rejuvenation. Dawn. The graves of the ancestors of the clan are thousands of swords. Voices are spread over the plain. The all-knowing says that he heard about his past last night. Why does he still doubt? The guy asks. How about settling in Shangxi and building the foundation of the Academy of Thousands of Swords? The interlocutor is interested. Is it difficult to see the fall of his clan? What he hears in response is difficult to say. Whether GSUR stops, the man asks, what is happening? They see a girl moving at an incredible speed. She is absorbed in training. Gongjun masterfully controls the sword. Manhwa knows the girl. and is surprised that she trains here to such an early. She notices that not alone here and stops. For some time, Lee Jiasus and Gong Jian are looking at each other. The man thinks that the companion is probably hard, because he cannot even tell her that he is a fellow. Suddenly, he understands that something went wrong. The girl's figure was shrouded in a powerful force field. The all-knowing thinks, does she really want to kill them? And he says to Gvol to be careful. Gong Jian, squeezing the sword in his hands, rushes to them. She, without hesitation, attacks Li Gvol, slightly surprised by her aggression. The girl in a jump waves a blade. She performs an incredible somersault, and then it lands on his feet, leaning with one hand on the ground. Gong Jian is upset and a little puzzled. The technique that she completed earlier has not succeeded in. She freezes in place. The blade in her hands is blazing with a powerful aura. The sword should flow like water. He needs to rotate freely, like a whirlwind, not stopping for a moment. Everyone who possessed a thunder knows that the last position of the technique is the crushing of the mountains. With one blow of the sword gives the sword with lightning. The first 10 positions are not so difficult to fulfill, even if they are not connected smoothly, but simply performed at the same time. But these further positions are like mixed hot oil and water. The ability to perform 2 different movements simultaneously determines the level of technology. The girl sighs, thinking that although she had fulfilled them for 10 years, she still lacks something to go to the next level. Suddenly, she understands that it is not alone here. Looking around, Gong Jian sees those who are watching her training Li Gvol, and they all know. The guy's face does not express any emotions. The girl notices that he has a thunder on his belt. She decides that he is one of those who stole their weapons, and he believes that this is unforgivable. The girl rushes on the attack, using the 13th position of the technique of the mountain crowning with one blow of the sword. A divine blow. Li is surprised. The all-knowing is struck by such a reaction, and Gong Jian is full of determination to punish the insolent. She is not sure whether she succeeded in doing everything correctly. The guy is waiting for the girl approaching, rushing to him. Gong Jian dashes mentally. She was mistaken. She understands that she had to first ask how he had thunder, and not to kill right away. Li Gsus makes pass with a hand that the energy field envelops. The girl's weapon goes aside. She does not understand how he did it. The guy says that the body can be a sword. Main Buck JJ, watching opponents, thinks that the tension is growing. He decides to intervene and clarify the situation. The man coughs slightly, attracting attention. He says that there was a misunderstanding. His nephew is not the way she thinks. The girl asks in surprise, "Nephew?" The omnivorum winks to Gvol, and he replies that his uncle knows the ancestor of the Academy of Thousands of Swords of Wangjian Chon. Gong Jian still doubts and does not know what to do. She asks, why does his sword look like a weapon of her master? Main Buckjaw explains that he received him as a gift from an old friend, and then gave him to his nephew. The man is interested. Did he hear the right thing that the girl called the sword thunder? Gong Jian accepts his explanation. She thinks that 15 swords were sent by the Academy by Master Li Gvol. Do these people are related to him? The guy says that he would like to talk with his uncle, if she allows, of course. The girl is inclined in a polite bow, answering that she understands everything. Gong Jian moves away, leaving them alone. Li Jiasao says that the omnivore came up with some miserable excuse. But he recalls that he himself did not want to reveal himself. He reproaches the guy. He should not have shown the Gong of John of the Negbus. Main Buckjaw believes that the girl decided that they were related to Li Gvol. They are approaching the graves. Li, who was kneeling, says one of them, says that this miserable follower was not able to protect the academy. The guy continues. He thought a lot on the way from Shanxi. His companion is interested in his words. Clutching his hand in a fist, Li Gervis says he was thinking about what he would choose. A new life, or his destroyed academy, a clan. He wanted the Academy of Thousands of Swords to be strong enough to protect themselves, but in the end, they lost 5 thunder units. He is sure that Beonil Guan will not violate his promise. Looking at the clouds floating in the sky, Li Gervis says that it is later. He raises his hands over his head. His palms are surrounded by radiant energy. He says that in the sect of bloodthirsty demons, the focus of 1 million devilish abstracts, and the Imperial Palace, protected by 1 million soldiers, he realized that they were also not perfect, like the Academy. Power streams surround his figure. Li GSWS promises that one day he will pay them the same. Main Buckjaw is recoiling from the raging force field. Together with clods of mud, swords rise from the ground. Li GSO makes a gesture with his hand, and the ropes on the box burst and the lid rises. Swords are laid in a box, and the ropes braided again. The all-knowing is amazing management of things in the air, and not only 15 swords? He has never heard of a man of such power. Li Jiasao says that now they are leaving. Main Buk Jia asks, where? The guy, without turning around, points to the box. His companion asks, does he really want him to carry such a load? Li Golda answers, not to carry him. He is 10 years older. The all-knowing, carrying a box on his back, grins with displeasure. He never thought that at 90 years he would be a porter. He screams to the guy to wait for him and reminds that the elderly should be respected, and then calls him heartless. Yellow leaves are spinning in the air. Suddenly, an order is heard, accompanied by curses. A heavy man runs along the path leading to the forge. Following him, a dried old man rushes, threatening to kill him if he does not stop. Following the runaway, the blacksmith throws the hammer. He hit his forearm, forcing the man to cry out of pain. From the run, the fugitive dives into the river. The old man, clutching a sickle in his hands, screams to get out of the shore. He is interested. Did he like under the skirts of women of easy behavior? And he is threatened to correctly fix everything. The man, sailing away from him, asks, the old man wants to kill him simply for sharing his story with him? He says that he now does not even mention that he has a son. The man gets ashore away from the old man. He tells him to stand and tries to catch up with him, but the fugitive again scores, afraid that he would kill him. Finally, he sighs with relief, realizing that he managed to hide from the pursuer and keep his life. He wipes his face with his hand, not noticing dark figures looming ahead. An unexpected blow knocks him down. Closing his face with his hand and trying to get up, he curses. Li Glory, rising above him, says that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man recognizes him. Main Buk Jia is watching what is happening with interest. The path in front of the forge is empty. It hangs on it that it is closed today. Inside the table, whether GSU, Main Buk Jia, a blacksmith, and a recent fugitive are sitting. The man holds onto the bruised shoulder, croaking in pain. The all-knowing is struck by the fact that even Chul Wang, the legendary blacksmith, pays tribute to his companion. Li Gervais asks for a blacksmith and a Dan Heck to raise his head and not to behave so clamped. Chul Wang assures him that he and his son are not experiencing any discomfort. He makes Dan Heck confirm his words. Whether he is choking incredibly, then he says that he brought 15 swords of the thunder of those 30 that the blacksmith made. The old man, carefully looking at the blade, says, does he really want to say that the blades are dull? The guy replies that in this world no one can compare with his skill. The swords were buried in the ground for 7 years, but did not even rust. The blacksmith asks, are buried underground? Li Ji suddenly does of the decking. A lot of things have happened. The old man looks at him questioningly. The guy asks a question. A thin, reinforced, and light chainmail also his work? The blacksmith responds in the affirmative. This chainmail was created by a compound of lightweight steel from shoulders to knees. She became a standard armor in Great Min because of lightness and ability to protect from blades, copies, and even arrows. Picking up a rod, expanded from both ends, does Gvol, so asks, do the rings on chainmail have the wrong shape? The rod, under the influence of force, bends. The blacksmith and his son cannot restrain the exclamation of surprise. Li Gsus explains the process of attaching links to the ring. The blacksmith reflects on his words. The all-knowing says that he does not understand why to attach the link to thin and light chain mail. Even if you forget about weight, this is a rather time-consuming process. The guy prefers to show what to explain. He asks him to expose his sword. The plate rises from the table, obeying the exposure to the exposure of weather. With a wave of his hand, the guy offers him to defend himself. Main Buk Jia takes a sword out of its scabbard. The plate is in contact with the table under the attentive glances of the blacksmith, his son, and the omnivorum himself. Dan Heck asks his father, the link flew by itself? All plates rise into the air. Main Buk Jia says that such a level of telekinesis is nothing for Gvol. He directs the links to the all-knowing. He beats small details with a sword. The incident makes him freeze in bewilderment. His sword will be split into 2 parts. The man is outraged. Even if it was just a test, then why break a great blade? Li GSWS answers. If he cannot stand even against the iron link, then he needs a new blade. It's good that the best gunsmith in the world is now here, he believes. The blacksmith and son sigh in amazement. The guy says that he realized there are people who cannot be protected only by an unbending sword. If he can control 100 or even 1,000 such links, he asks Chulvong, will he be able to melt all the swords and make as many of them as possible as much as he can? The old man answers in the affirmative, but he needs time to understand how to attach and disconnect the links. Li Gervais says he will wait, even if it takes 10 years, as long as the blacksmith will live. Chul Wong promises to do everything. The all-knowing asks, can he get a new sword? There were rumors that the blacksmith of the Wong family stopped receiving orders. 2 months have passed. Chul Wong never left the workshop. Lee Gervis disappeared. Winter came without him. Dan Heck, watching Main Buck Jia, who rushes, asks whether he would contact 1,000 swords with the academy, just in case. Father beats him with a fist, saying that in the actions of whether Gvol there is always sense, and also enough to visit women who do not have high morality. Dan Heck looks after the removing old man, putting his palm to the place of impact. Looking at the hot plate, the old man thinks that fortunately there is progress. Dipping the hammer on the workpiece, he reflects. During forging, after heating the iron to high temperature, if you combine the part with the poles to which magnetic metal is directed. Looking at the results of his work, the blacksmith thinks that it can fill the metal with magnetic energy. The blacksmith continues to work, considering it a request from his lifelong savior. He is sure that he will not regret, even if he dies, working on this order. Chul Wong lowers the hot link into the water. The old man sighs tiredly. Someone's hand carefully wipes his sweat from his forehead with a clean rag. Lee, GSU, handing him the fabric, asks him to forgive him for making the blacksmith to worry. 4 men gathered at the table again. The guy says they can start now. He invites them to achieve their heart and control the heat of 5 organs. Then discard unnecessary energy penetrating through the bones. People sitting at the table follow his recommendations. Lee GSUS tells them to focus on tea. Men jumping in surprise from their places, looking at the fluid boiling in a cup. The guy believes that Chul Wong achieved success in the art of tea first. The old man thanks him. The omnivorum is interested. Did he give a little energy to the old man? Gister asks. He is jealous? Then let it get out at least one link. The guy comes out of the forge. He reflects on the information received about the academy from the manager of the financial institution Kan Jin in Shangxi-Dan VA for the last year. Other followers of the Academy of Thousands of Swords have an element of lightning in swords. But she disappeared from the thunder belonging to Gong Jian. Lee Gervis understands that the girl has reached enlightenment. The omnipotent who approached behind is interested in... He thinks about the academy? The guy says he is like a ghost. Main Buck Jia heard that they have a grand opening now. They rebuilt the destroyed buildings and hired new workers. Lee Gun's glad to hear it. He reports that there is one place that they should visit. A sect of bloodthirsty demons, the clan of Shining Pegasus. A man runs with all his feet. Flame flares up behind him. Warriors run behind him screaming, "Hold it!" The fugitive makes a gigantic jump, thinking that he should inform the Buoy Clan about this. No matter how, he thinks. One of the stolen divine guns of the Buoy Clan, the Collector of Bones, was found. The soldiers are given an order to pursue a man to the edge of the fortress wall. A man driven to the edge stages in a combat rack. Looking down, he understands that about 9 meters to the ground. But if it is desert sand, then you can jump. Standing face to face with opponents, he decides to die better than falling into their hands. Screams are heard. He runs away. Threats sound. Does he really think that he can escape from the sect of bloodthirsty demons? But the man does not pay attention to anything. Behind the soldiers, a man appears in a red cloak. He says that he will follow him. The fugitive, falling from the fortress wall, opens the bottle. He splashes its contents. It seems to be slowed down. The pursuer shouts, "What did you just do?" He is already near the fugitive, grabbing the sword. The man beats his palm, overwhelmed with a scarlet aura in the chest. The fugitive quickly flies down. When he falls to the ground, a man in a red cloak lands nearby. He carefully looks at a person lying on the ground. The man recognizes him and is unpleasantly responding to him. He tells the arrogant soldiers to take care of the corpse. One of them, bending in a respectful bow, answers, "Yes, Lord Zhou Wang." A person wrapped in a long dark cloak stands at the doorway, behind which you can see a night landscape. He asks, "Did the Buoy Clan send another spy?" Lord Zhou Wang, standing in a kneeling pose, asks to forgive him. There are 6 swords on the table in front of him. Some are visible holes. Half of the face of the second commander in the clan of Shining Pegasus, hidden by the cloth. The current leader of the clan Shining Pegasus tells him to stand up. He believes that this is not his fault, not just to derive weeds. Lord Zhou Wang obeys the leader. He, sitting himself, tells him to sit down. He asks, "Do you understand what this means?" The second commander says that the swords were standing the life of the leader of the leader. The man believes that this answer cannot be called incorrect. On the table is a bone collector and part of Thunder. Haik In Lin, picking up a blade with holes, says that Thunder is an interesting sword. The same applies to the bone collector. But they have a common feature. He is interested. Does his interlocutor know what is being discussed? The captain answers, the title of divine swords. The man agrees with him and adds, the reason why they are called so is that the swords were pierced from pieces of a meteorite that fell from heaven. They are not from this world. The dark soul of the god of demons, the infinity of the leader of the unification of Murim, the collector of bones, who is here and unbending, hidden in the distance. Putting the sword on the table, he says that suddenly parts of thunder appeared. 15 swords made of a meteorite. The man believes that this is strange. He is interested in the interlocutor. How is it possible? He replies that he has no idea. The leader says that he wants to know this to death. The hand, the wrist of which covers the handcuff, hangs limply. A man stands on his feet, only due to the fact that his hands are held by shackles attached to the wall. Hyken Lin says that they have already finished today, and is interested. How is their prisoner before Ma? The interlocutor replies that he is barely breathing. The order sounds alive. It can come in handy. Lord Zhou Wang answers, yes, sir. The leader is in no hurry to let him go. He says that there is still something. He tells the Lord to spread rumors in the Buoy Clan. He must tell that the thunder of the Academy of thousands of meteorite iron swords. He does not know how it happened, but 4 divine weapons are not unique. The Lord asks, do you need to put the Academy into a disadvantage? The leader answers, namely, they, destroyed by Cavalcada Black Storm, recently rebuilt several decent ones in the appearance of buildings. He is sure that they paid a lot of money for them. He orders that Cavalcada suddenly returned and that this happened because of the Dark God. Zhou Wang is interested. Should he say that the sect of bloodthirsty demons secretly helped the Academy of thousands of swords? The interlocutor believes that the truth does not matter. They will only believe in what they want. And with such an opportunity, he aims at the Murim's infinity sword. He is sure it will be fun. The captain promises to try and create suitable conditions. He leaves. The leader looks thoughtfully after him. The man believes that infinity will be him. He thinks, what to do with a dark soul? On the table in front of him are 6 swords. Hubei, Mount Yingmen. The Omnivorum says to Gvol that the Taigero bamboo sword Sab Kanga this year is already 72 years old. He answers, 10 years younger than his companion. They go in a mountainous area. Behind them, Dan Hike is walking from the Luggles. The man continues to tell, he lasted 100 seconds against Beonil Gvan. Probably he is stronger than they think about him? The guy asks. How do others describe him? The all-knowing answers is as good as himself, whether he is laughing. Main Buck Jaw sighs heavily. The dark god laughs, then says, they ask if there are other swordsmen of his level in the district? Then he will ask them the same question. Are there other swordsmen of their level in this world? Only 3 come to mind. The man whom he met in the forest at the peak of Yunnan lasted 100 seconds against him. A man from Mount Tai in Shandun lasted 1,000 seconds against him. He met a sage on Mount Jinmen with the same level of energy as that of the Dark God. Main Buck Jaw is interested. What will GSU do if Sabakenga meets? Will sparring? He replies that he does not yet know if it will sparring, conversation, or tea party. The all-knowing is conceived. Dan Heck weaves behind them, puffing under a heavy load. Main Buck Jaw asks the satellite, the chainmail made by the Chul Vong is not heavy? Doesn't it weigh at least 25 kilograms? He answers negatively, and says that everything is in order. The son of the blacksmith asks to arrange a short break. The all-knowing scolds him. He advises a man to behave respectively, his age. Mount Yingmen, Yunnan Forest. From the cliff, the satellites look at the abyss that opened at their feet. They see a small house. Li Gvolu believes that they found a place where Sab Keng retired. Assessing the building, he says that it is more like a conclusion than solitude. Dan Heck asks, how did he move to the other side? A girl comes out of the house. Seeing the travelers, she freezes on the threshold. The girl is surprised. The guests are rare here. She immediately pays for her inattention. Her leg slides. Unable to hold equilibrium, she flies into the abyss. Men screaming scaredly. She falls, and it seems her fate has already been a foregone conclusion. Weather Gold, in front of the eyes of amazed satellites, immediately hurries behind her. He flies down rapidly. In his eyes, determination and concentration are red. Lee Gervis flies into the abyss after the girl. She, closing her eyes with fear, rapidly falls. The guy holds out his hand, trying to catch her. Long bundles consisting of links break out of his sleeves. They rush to the girl and weave a bedspread under her, where she falls. Now she rises up. The all-knowing is dangling. Dan Heck, leaning over the abyss, observes what is happening intensely. Lee Gervit is in the air, in anticipation of when she reaches him. Seeing a guy, a shocked girl, loses consciousness. He is somewhat surprised by such a turn of events. Having taken her in his arms, Lee Gray rushes up. He carries her to his companions, in whom everything experienced is reflected in the views and on their faces. Lee Gervit says that they will wait until this child wakes up. Determining the fire, they boil water in the kettle. The girl is offered a cup of hot drink. She gratitude accepts the treat, and then with pleasure takes a sip from the cup. Dan Heck thinks that she even drinks tea beautifully. Does Gavol ask the tiger bamboo sword is sick? The girl says it happened about 5 years ago. A man with a black sword visited her father. The Omnivorum understands that we are talking about the owner of the dark soul, Baonil Guan. The girl continues the story. At first they argued. Then they talked about many techniques of the sword, and then fought, singing the movements of the legs and racks. Even just listening to this, and it was unbearable. Her father lasted against the leader of the sect of bloodthirsty demons of 100 seconds. She begins to sob. Dan Heck is alarmed by her condition. Main Buckjaw asks her, "So what happened?" The girl replies that his heart wears eternal sadness because of the blood flowing through her veins. The all-knowing is interested. Her mother, probably from the Juga clan, she asks. How did he know? The man replies that he forgot to introduce himself. He is known as a person who knows everything in Murim. Juga Reo heard about him as a well-known scientist. She is glad to meet him. The girl seems to be. Women from the Juga clan are known for their minds, but they have a lot of yin energy blocking energy core. Because of this, they die at an early age. After her father fell ill after the battle, she tried to convince him to take medicine, but he refused. The girl is crying. She will not be able to live alone after she spends him. Dan Heck pours tears, saying, "How could this happen to her?" Whether Jesus is plunged into thoughts. The son of the blacksmith asks him, "Is there any way out?" The guy decides to meet her father. Lying in bed, the old man thanks the guests for the salvation of his daughter. Sabkeng is very weak. Each word is given to him with effort. He begins to cough. Does Gvol ask, what are his plans for his daughter? The old man says that he retired in these mountains because of his pride in the martial arts. This only worsened the disease, and his daughter's condition. He has nothing more to tell them. He asks the question, did his interlocutor ever fall in love? He answers negatively. Sabkeng says that his wife was the goal of his life, but the leader of the clan did not approve of their love, because he was a simple swordsman with a bamboo sword. Therefore, he decided to become a master of martial arts, so that the leader recognize him. The beloved was waiting for Sabkeng while he reached the goal. She even withstand the divine punishment from the disease caused by yin energy for 20 years. Whether GSUR is empathized by the old man. A slight sigh breaks from his lips. Sabkeng says that they loved each other endlessly. And then she died, leaving Rio as her heritage. Memories of their love gave him the strength to live on. He was happy to look at the growing daughter, thinking about her mother. On one rainy day, he was distraught from the fact that he really wanted to see her. He felt how he was losing his mind. He was swallowed by the darkness of the sword, which he raised again. A sobbing girl falls on her father's chest. Lee GSWS says, if the old man asks, then he uses all his strength to help him. Sabkeng replies that he will leave this world soon. What right does he have to burden him? He has only one little desire. He asks his daughter to leave here and find a man who will make her happy. He is silent, now forever. The girl sobs uncontrollably. Men are not able to help her. Tears pour from the eyes of Jugareo. She is acutely experiencing the loss of the only person close to her. Lee Golstoy mournfully tilting his head. Entrance to the Mountain of Snakes. The girl is asked, is she confident in her decision? She definitely doesn't want to return to the Jug clan. She replies that she does not want to be a burden. She relies on a mountain of snakes, where he may find a way to cure her illness. Lee GSOW says that there is something that can help her. He offers her to learn martial arts. Juga Reo refuses. She replies that she has a legacy left by her father. She will train in the technique of a tiger bamboo sword, which she has already learned. The girl says goodbye to the travelers, leaning in a low bow. Lee GSUS tells her after, if destined, they will meet again. Juga Reo, turning around, replies that he will not forget them until his death. A thin, girlish figure moves away from them. Dan Heck whips off the acting tears. The Omnipotent offers to go further. They need to see the grand opening of the Academy of Thousands of Swords, inside the castle of the Association Murim, Muron Castle. The servant is inclined to the man, apologizing for a long wait and inviting him to go inside. The future head of the Buoy Clan, Buoy Clan II, thinks after the loss of the Bone Collector due to a thief named to the M.A., belonging to the sect of bloodthirsty demons, their prestige and reputation, as a clan in the unification of Murim, fell greatly. Walking along the corridor of the castle, he reflects that he will undoubtedly return the Collector of Bones back. Standing in front of a closed door, he warns that he comes in. The man sitting at the table, seeing the guest, asks for forgiveness for making him wait. He makes excuses for being overloaded with work. The owner of the cabinet is the future head of the clan Moring Chen. The guest considers himself guilty of such a late visit. Moring Chen is interested. What is happening? Huan hands him a scroll and asks to look at him. The man, having launched the document, carefully studies it. He says thoughtfully, "So the thunder of the Academy of Thousands of Swords are made of meteorite metal?" He continues to read. Meteorite metal was found in only 4 divine guns. Moring Chen asks, "Is it possible that they melted a stolen collector of bones?" Further, the report says that suspicions do not end there. How could they rebuild their buildings so quickly after they were completely defeated in the incident a year ago? What is the reason for such a sudden return of the cavalcade Black Storm? A man burns parchment. He asks, "A secret report?" The interlocutor answers. "This morning a man in a mask asked the servant to transfer him." Moring Chen says that it is not said directly, but it is obvious that this message is trying to undermine the prestige of the Academy of Thousands of Swords. He asks Huan does he agree with him? He answers in the affirmative. The man continues to think out loud. "Well, it is better to get rid of conflicts. It will be problematic if the Academy turns out to be a seized sect of bloodthirsty demons, right?" Kavan believes that he is right. They still have 4 days before the opening of the Academy. The interlocutor says that there is very little time. Kvan replies that the sect of bloodthirsty demons can lead a noise in Shanxi using the grand opening of the Academy. Moring Chen is interested. Will it not be fun if they visit them as representatives of the Alliance Murim? Kvan thanks him for deciding to go so far. The man replies that he will receive permission from the Senate and secretly use the destroyers. The interlocutor is surprised by this decision. Moring Chen says, "Everything is for the prosperity of the world in Murim, and now they need to prepare." The next day, entrance to the Association of Murim. Moring Chen goes on a horse accompanied by a girl. Kavan Do, also riding a horse, reports that all the destroyers gathered. The man looks around those present. Then he turns to the girl. He heard that their clan filed a request to accompany them. The coming head of the house is beautiful mothers, a black snowflake. Yoon with Loon is interested in. Why does he ask if he already knows everything? Huan says that in front of her is the coming leader of the Murong clan, and she needs to think about her manners at least a little. The man laughs and says that everything is in order. Moring Chen again turns to the girl. He has heard about her beauty. He is very grateful to the unification of their clans and questions about the Academy of Thousands of Swords. The black snowflake replies that it is only interested in the Academy. She is not worried about men. She decides to continue her path, and the man remains in place looking after her. Huan says that all attractive women are bad in nature, and he advises Haiktalina to forget about her. He laughs back. He was waiting for this chance, and believes that everything becomes much more interesting. Moring Chen thinks that after so many years he finally sees the Gong of John and the Sword Thunder again. Xiangxi, the second floor in the Angan's bar. Sitting at the table, Thunder thinks that he will be able to return to the sect after the grand opening. Everyone calls this person Steel Blood, although his name is Dejo Muen. He thinks that he finished collecting information from all possible sources about Li Gavol. Now he knows that he was a follower of the Academy of Thousands of Swords, and then joined the military. It is good both in martial arts and in education. He became the great advisor and general at the same time. He received the nobility from the emperor. Then he suddenly resigned. Its location is unknown. After 6 years, the law suddenly appeared on the pass of Jumen, invaded the sect of bloodthirsty demons, faced Bayon Ilguan. The location of whether the Gavol after the incident is unknown. Muen thinks that there is quite a lot of information, but where he is incomprehensible. His gaze falls on a man, eagerly absorbing food. A person is focused on food. Muen thinks that he looks about 30, in the very dawn of his strength. But he looks miserable. He thinks, Li Xu was an old man with white hair, but suddenly they became black. Does the man ask the question, achieved rejuvenation? He decides that everything will become clear tomorrow. Having finished the drink, he sets the cup aside. A member of the Imperial Secret Police of DAP Vun, a floating cloud, finished with food and raised his head. A year has passed since he penetrated into Shangxi, hiding his identity by order from the Imperial Palace. His mission has only one goal, to find out the location of the head of the national security of Lord Li Gvol. Dap Wong thinks that the solemn opening of the Academy of Thousands of Swords takes place at perfect time. He believes that Li Gold should appear here, so he has no time to even sleep. He has been sitting here for 3 days. Looking at the academy, he sighs heavily. Both men, longing admiring the scenery opening from the windows, think, where does this great general wear? Baran Kong and Shangxi, the first floor. Li sitting at the table, Gvol, carefully looks somewhere to the side. All-knowing, looking up from food, is interested. Is something wrong? The guy replies that he feels as if someone was looking for him. Li Gvabel looks through the open window at the academy. In a crowd of people, he notices a familiar face, Woon but Ilya. Main Buckjaw says that he cannot understand how the Academy of Thousands of Swords was able to rebuild so quickly. He asks the question, do they have at least something in the treasury? Li Jiasabu says that there was someone who helped them. The omnivore is looking for someone with a look, then says with annoyance where this is Dan Huck. Sparks of energy flare up in the guy's eyes. He rises from his place. The alarmed omnivore also rises, interested. What happened? Li Gervais replies that he feels a follower of the sect of bloodthirsty demons. He will take care of this. Muin's eyes are closed. Someone's touch makes him open them. The man does not understand what is happening. He remembers that he was waiting for 3 days in a row. But what happened later? Then he realizes that he was dug up on the ground, and a person standing in front of him is interested in... He is from a sect of bloodthirsty demons? Muing cannot believe that his steel blood of the sect of bloodthirsty demons was stolen. He allowed himself to relax so much. The tip of the sword is aimed directly in his face. Li Gvolus repeats his question. The man asks him to stop. The tip of the blade is in dangerous proximity to his eyes. He asks just to kill him. Li Glozes runs his voice. He asks, "Man, one of the shadows, Beonil Gvan?" Muen suddenly understands who is in front of him. He does not ask, or he clarifies, the head of national security? Is he GSUR is interested? He was able to track him down and already informed him? The guy says that he does not want someone to learn about his whereabouts. He asks, can a man promise him that he will keep it secret? Muen is silent for a while. Then the man says that he is the shadow of the dark god, and he will not be a pity to pray for mercy. Li GSWS believes that he will be happy to die for his deity. Muen replies that he understands that the interlocutor is at the same level with the dark god. But he, too, is not going to die like that. He makes an incredible effort, and begins to free himself from Earth's shackles. With the help of internal energy, he is freed, saying that he is the second after the dark god, and they will not give up so easily. A secret blade appears in his hand. Li Gold looks at the enemy appraisingly. A man in a jump attacks him, but the guy stops his blade with his fingers. Muen thinks that the dark god really lost to this man. Li GSWS easily breaks off the tip of the blade. A man tries to defend himself with the help of energy flows, but his opponent breaks his protection with a click of fingers. Li Gvol's power energy strikes a spotlight on a healthy yard, but his strength is such that he rolls on the ground. He asks the guy to kill him, and he fulfills his request. He stands above the enemy's body, but there is no triumph in his eyes. Gong John Gum, who is in his room, reads a book. She rejoices that tomorrow the Academy of Thousands of Swords will be reborn. She recalls the words of the guy she met a year ago. The hand can become a sword. Going to the window and peering into the darkness, she thinks, can she meet him again? Will they see at the grand opening tomorrow? Morning. Whether GSW and Omnivore drink tea while sitting at the table. Dan Heck Dorm, sitting a little on the sidelines. Main Buckjaw feels relief. He was worried that there would be few people. He says that here people from the Association of Murim. Dan Heck immediately opens his eyes, and is interested. Where? The all-knowing pays his attention to 3 horsemen. Moring Chen, Huan Do, and Yun with Lun. He says that they are included in 100 people who lead the Association of Murim. He calls the names of men. The girl Main Buckjaw does not know. Is Gister asks, the visit of the best people Murim? The all-knowing believes that they came to just breathe fresh air and admire the beauty of Gongjon. This is the ceremony. The guy asks a question. Do these people have no bodyguards? Main Buckjaw says that he sees no one but these 3. Li GSUS explains that they are in a small hill in the north, and there are about 50 of them. The all-knowing asks, how did he understand this? He himself does not see anything on the other side. The guy believes that first you need to look at their actions in order to understand the reason for their presence. Vun Buttle welcomes guests, and talks about repairs at the academy. He says that he prepared a small meeting, and will be glad to hear a few words from the representatives of Murim. The old man represents one of the hundreds of the best people Murim Chen. The man is inclined in a welcoming bow, saying that he is the future head of the clan, and is very happy about this meeting. The 21st leader of the Academy of Thousands of Swords and high-ranking guests are on a small elevation. The rest of the people surround the site with a dense ring. Murim Chen says there are 3 reasons why he attended the opening ceremony of the Academy of Thousands of Swords. The first is to support people who did not bend under the oppression of the atrocities of the sect of bloodthirsty demons. The second is to see the Gong of Jian, with whom he shared the honor of the winner at Murim competitions 8 years ago. He bows to the girl. Gong Jian, with a bow, thanks him for the words said. The man's companions silently listen to his speech. Murim Chen speaks of the third reason. This is a slight excitement. Suddenly, his warriors appear from all sides. Woon but Il and his people cannot believe what is happening. Excited viewers ask the question, what is it? Didn't Murim unite to congratulate them? Someone is outraged, saying that what is happening to him, not every clan in Murim is part of the union. How dare they spoil the banquet? Murim Chen asks for forgiveness for such behavior. And then he explains that they received information that made them be nervous. He asks the leader of the academy to explain 2 things. The man asks, can he show them thunder? One of the warriors of the academy is interested. Why should they do this? Is it necessary to call a good reason to see someone else's sword? The old man asks him to calm down. Woon but Il shows weapons. Murim Chen asks whether Lord Woon knew that there was a special metal, meteorite, in this sword. The old man says he hears about it for the first time. This is just a gift from one person. The man replies that he appreciates his honest answer. And now he wants to talk about his little excitement. He heard that there are no more weapons from meteorite metal, in addition to 4 divine guns. But recently, one of them disappeared. The collector of bones disappeared. The warrior of the academy says Gong Jian that this is a conspiracy. The girl does not agree. Why is this the unification of Murim? Murim Chen asks, when did the academy receive a thunder of thousands of swords? Black Snowflake is looking forward to an answer. The man clarifies whether it was before or after the loss of the bone collector. Murim Chen requires an answer to his question. Woon but thinks that this is ridiculous. There is no sense in their suspicions, but they cannot refute them. The old man answers honestly. They gave them swords after the disappearance of the bone collector. His words make an impression. People at the table are discussing what they heard. One of the men says, so the clan of 1,000 swords stole a bone collector and created a thunder from it. The second doubts. Wasn't he stolen by a clan of bloodthirsty demons? They are wondering, what is the relationship between the clan of thousands of swords and a sect of bloodthirsty demons? Feng, the warrior of the academy, tells the girl that at this pace, they will be accused of theft of a bone collector. He grabs the blade and intends to intervene in the conversation. Gong Jian stops him. She believes that there should be a different way out. The girl is approaching the main participants in an unpleasant conversation. Murim Chen looks inquiringly at her. With a look, she asks him, is this revenge for rejecting your feelings? She tries to understand. And when was the bone collector at all? At what timelines did their clan get the thunder swords and a technique that could destroy the mountains? It was a long time, but she still clearly remembers this day. Warriors with admiration are looking at the hollow swords with holes. She was still a little girl then. She recalls how big this blade was in her hands, and the Buoy Clan was still chasing the kidnapper of the bone collector. The girl asks, will they give her the opportunity to answer the question posed? A man gives his permission. Gong Jian says, she heard that even one sword was spent on forging for more than 1 day. Is there anyone here who knows how long this process has been going on? An elderly man replies that it takes at least 3 or 4 days, if you hurry. The girl continues. This is what she heard. It follows that for the forging of 15 swords of thunder it would take more than a month. From what she remembers, the difference between the theft of a bone collector and the appearance of their swords is only 10 days. She addresses Huan before, asking, could he confirm the dates? The future head of the Buoy Clan silently looks at the girl, not knowing what to say. He looks at Murim Chen, as if looking for hints. Gong Jian says, since the young warrior Murim Chen also stated that this is bothering him, then the clan of thousands of swords would not file any complaints about this. Kavan to believe that there is no need to confirm the exact dates, since it was the omission of their Buoy Clan that they allowed the theft of divine weapons. Murim Chen says he should ask about another thing. This applies to the incident when the sect of bloodthirsty demons burned the Academy of Thousands of Swords, and then suddenly retreated. Everyone here remembers that case. Huan before asking, can they disclose the amount that was needed to restore the Academy? At least approximately. The girl does not know what to answer. A man takes out a scroll and says that he has data from a simple investigation. The restoration of the academy and the construction of a decent look of a building. They needed at least 1,000 gold. He asks, where and how could the clan of thousands of swords get that kind of money? The followers of the academy know that the swords and money were left to them by the master Li Gvul, but they have no way to prove it. The man continues, in the message they received from the Union of Murim, it is said that their restoration was funded by the sect of bloodthirsty demons. The girl screams that it's just funny. Woon asks, for what reason the sect of bloodthirsty demons would be to support their clan? Kavan says, instead of destroying the clan of thousands of swords, they chose to create a branch of the sect of bloodthirsty demons right in the middle of the territory of the Murim Union. Murim Chen carefully hides a satisfied smile. Fun breaks, saying that they will not tolerate such insults and humiliations. If you have to, then he will rip off his stomach in order to prove that they are not connected with the clan of bloodthirsty demons. Murim Chen warningly raises his hand. He says, if they expose the blades, then this will confirm that they are part of the demonic sect. He invites them to lay down a weapon and allow the Union of Murim to take them into custody. The followers of the academy look back in confusion, not knowing what to do. Present people are outraged. What kind of savagery? Do they really want to say that they all arrived here to congratulate the demonic sect? One of the men declares. He believes that they diligently restored the clan, and would never have thought that this was done with bloody money. How could the clan of thousands of swords go for it? This is because of the loss of his leader in the Battle of Chunyana. Kavan to tell them to hurry and lay down a weapon. They no longer intend to give them time to decision. Murim Chen offers a girl to put thunder. Perhaps they will still be able to prove their innocence in the Union. Gongjian understands. If they are captured now, then they will all be killed. The girl turns to the brother's students and the master, saying that she is going to fight. She believes that they must survive to prove their innocence. The old man invites her to run. They will open her way. He believes that she is the only one who can take revenge on them. Gongjian replies that she cannot. They will fight together. Murim Chen tells them to bind them. His people put swords to the throats of the followers of the academy. The girl is taken in the ring of 3 warriors. Gongjian understands. If she fights, then her brothers will die. They are knelt down in front of Murim Chen. The man says that there is no need to underestimate the killers of demons. They fought with the cavalry Black Storm for 100 years. The future head of the clan Murong orders to take the captives. Those present are looking at the sky. One of the men says that something is approaching there. The second believes that this is perhaps a bird. But from heaven a man is approaching them. In the radiance of a powerful aura, whether GSUS appears in front of them. Murim Chen cannot resist against his power. Huan shouts that this is a bloody demon. Li Gvabel looks at him with a heavy look. His eyes are full of incredibly strong energy. Its power is felt even at a distance. Woon but Il and Gongjian freeze, unable to take his eyes off him. Murim Chen keeps calm. Huan is following his reaction. One of the warriors instructs the sword on the Woon but Ilya. The old man asks, who is he? Li Guan quietly pronounces the name of the old man, but Il. In the past, the boy trains to control the blade. He hears his name by name, but Il. The boy sees that young GSU is in a hurry to him. He thinks that even after many decades, he will never forget a strong voice of the eldest of the brothers and his broad back. The old man does not understand why this person is so casually calling him by name. Rising, he peers into the face of a guy standing in front of him. Then he lowered his head upset, thinking that this is only an empty hope. It cannot be that this young man was his older brother scientist. Woon, but Or asks, why did he call him that? Li Gervis thinks that the clan of thousands of swords in a serious danger. There are not only demon destroyers here, but also many different Murim clans observe what is happening. Murim Chen, looking at Li Gvul, thinks that he is good and seems to be at the master level. He believes that this does not change anything. They have 50 worshippers of demons, which together can even crush the leader of the clan. The man turns to the Vice Captain Chan Kana with the question, why are they inactive? He answers, since it is not clear whether this person is a follower of bloodthirsty demons, they are not going to take rash steps. This man is known to everyone as a person that he does not make mistakes made of hastily. Murim Chen mentally curses, not knowing what to do. Li Guam declares that he will prove they are not from the clan of bloodthirsty demons. The people present at the banquet carefully listen to him. Murim Chen and Huan look grimly at him. The black snowflake seems to be amused by the current situation. Woon, but Il and his student with hope, look at Li Gvul. Chan Ken is interested. How is he going to prove it? The guy claims that he is from the clan of thousands of swords. Murim Chen shouts that this does not prove anything. Vun but or again kneels. He asks, is the guy and really his older brother? Feng, losing his balance, sits on the ground. He cannot believe that they were gender in front of them. The girl has tears in her eyes. A guy, surrounded by a strong aura, stands proudly straightening. Those present glances in surprise. Murim Chen requires silence. He says that the leader of the clan must report the source of funds and confirm the personality of a person who claims that he is a student of the clan of thousands of swords. He warns, if nothing clears up, then the killers of the demons will not remove the shackles from them. The man thinks, if the clan of thousands of swords can prove his innocence, they will not have to take responsibility. If anything, he simply declares that the information came from the Buoy Clan. Does Jiasao turn to him? Is he trying to relieve himself of all responsibility? He considers him very young and arrogant. The guy is interested. This is because the man supports the Murim Union? Murim Chen is angry. Black Snowflake says a lot of time has passed. Li Gervis draws attention to her. She bowed in a respectful bow, saying that at that time she did not know who was the owner of the Muja tea house, and showed disrespect for the student and Sona. Those present are surprised. A student of a tea master and a dream gong? One of the men says, since his student, then there cannot be from the sect of bloodthirsty demons. Murim Chen is clearly not satisfied with what is happening. He says that the coming head of the House of Beautiful Mothers confirmed the personality of the guy. But the clan leader still did not open them with a source of funds. Li Jiasao told to hit with words, stop ranting. He is in a hurry to the kneeling Vun but Ilya. Li Jiasao says that he will help him. He adds that the older brother came to help him out and helps him to rise from his knees. The old man cannot hide the tears of joy. The guy goes towards the academy. He knees and falls to the ground. Then he says that the 19th chief student Li Gvol appeared before his dear ancestors. Those present cannot hide surprise. One of them asks, the 19th? Does this not mean that he was him 50 years ago? The second replies that he once heard that during the heyday of the clan of thousands of swords, they had a genius of martial arts. Murim Chen requires silence. He says that the clan of thousands of swords cannot prove from where he received such huge funds, so he must also throw his weapons and give up. The man asks, how dares a third-rate clan challenge to the Murim clan? He takes out something from the folds of clothes. Chanken is surprised that he demonstrates him. In his hands there is an identification token, vesting the owner with all powers in the territory of the Union of Murim. The man orders the destroyers of the demons to pacify the clan of thousands of swords. The vice-captain duties his head. He accepts the order of the Union of Murim. Warriors again instruct swords on the followers of the Academy of 1,000 Swords. They tell everyone to move away. No one should step over the threshold of the academy. The blades are instructed to Li Gvol. Fiery energy flashes in his eyes. Black Snowflake chooses the role of an observer. She stands, folding on her chest, and skeptically looks at what is happening. The leader of the clan of thousands of swords says that they will protect the place where their ancestors rest. Gong John Gum takes the sword, preparing for the battle. Li, who was concentrating, thinks that he just needs to accept it. If, for the sake of his clan, then even in such circumstances it will be pleasant to act. He makes a gesture with his hand. The sword of one of the warriors flies out of the scabbard. He performs a revolution in the air, and it turns out in the hands of Li Gvol. A powerful blazing aura forms around it. He demands that the soldiers retreat back. Woon, but ill watches the actions of the older brother. Chanken resolutely squeezes the sword in his hand. Murim Chen and Huan are closely monitoring what is happening. Li Guan warns the warriors. If they are approaching, then he will show them the strength of 1,000 swords. The great commander stands, squeezing the sword in his hands and waiting for the attack of demon destroyers. Chanken thinks, how can he face the destroyer's face and not to move by an inch? He understands whether the GSW is not one of those whose power can be underestimated. The guy tells the vice-captain that he has a good sword. He replies that this is obvious, especially if you compare their blades. Li Jiasao says that he should not judge the book on its cover. The man replies that he can say the same. Li Gvabel laughs carefree. Meanwhile, the soldiers surrounded him from all sides, taking him into the ring. The guy invites them to attack if they want to see the power of thousands of swords. Chanken orders the soldiers to prepare and support the system of destruction. A power ring forms around whether the Gvol is formed. People present at the banquet are forced to cover their faces in an attempt to defend themselves. Gongjon shouts the name Li Gvol. The guy stands calmly, only slightly exposing the sword forward. The vice-captain gives the order to attack him, and he rushes forward. Li Gold is calm. His eyes are covered. Warriors are already very close. Alarmed Vun but ill shouts, an older brother. The killers of the demons approached close, but then unusually clean and strong energy flashes. She blinds men. A powerful explosion is heard, and warriors fly in different directions. In the epicenter of the explosion, is it worth a GSO? Warriors thrown out by the explosion are groaning groans. Some of them still roll on the ground under the influence of League Vol. Their vice-captain suffered the same fate. He also departs to the side. Murim Chen and Huan do not believe his eyes. The black snowflake was impressed. Gongjian is stunned. She understands that she was lucky to see the power of thousands of swords. League Vol's figure is barely visible behind the energy swirling around him. The technique of thousands of swords is the first stand, a blow of a sword piercing heaven. At the same moment, a hole appears in the sword in 1 second. The girl understands that 18 holes in the thunder were the result of the technique of crushing the mountains with one blow of the sword. She shouts the name of the master League Vol. Energy discharges pass through his sword. This is the true technique of owning a clan sword of 1,000 swords. Words are heard to the ears of the rising vice-capitan. This technique is called the blow of the sword-piercing heaven. Chan Ken admits that he is strong. However, the destroyers can disappear, but they will never lose. He says that they will have to kill all members of the united clans of the Murim Union, and then they will face hundreds of thousands of people from the world of martial arts who want to take revenge. Li GSWS smiles slightly. Then he says, if the clan is thousands of swords and he himself is innocent, then the death of all here will be in vain. The vice-captain has nothing to object to this. Li GSUS continues. The clan of thousands of swords already knows the grief of losses, and he will not allow anyone else to die in vain. They have already lost many followers and elders in the Battle of Chunyana. Chan Ken replies that he understands everything. But the orders of the Union of Murim are absolute, even if they do not carry virtues or nobility. Li Ji agrees. They both have their own circumstances. He asks Murim Chen, does he think so too? The man, again demonstrating the identification token, replies that it would not have reached that if the clan of thousands of swords had not been silent when he was asked questions. Li GSOW says that after this statement, there is no more need to discuss anything. He raises the sword and his figure again covers a powerful aura. Li Guam says that today, the clan of thousands of swords will be revived. The leader and followers of the Academy of Thousands of Swords are struck by his words. Chan Ken gives an order to lollo the formation and be ready to replace the vanguard if they fall. Warriors surround the Gvol again. He calmly expects approaching opponents. Its energy turns into a flame. Li Gervais thinks that for starters it is necessary to reduce the number of spectators. Then he demonstrates the art of the spread of tea. 5 elements. Closes of the earth begin to rise into the air. Li GSUS does a pass with a hand. A huge abyss open between the audience and the soldiers. The cries of people who do not understand what is happening is heard. Chan Ken rushes on the attack. Li Gold is standing by pointing the sword to the side. Several warriors are rushing at him at once. Gongjian asks a question. A blow with a sword curving space? Was there a stand capable of such power? Li Gvol's pass in the sword. He applies the technique of crushing the mountains, the second rack. The attackers are again thrown back. Li Jisur is a blow of a sword that cuts heaven. The Union of Murim. Vice-captain of the Destroyers of Demons, Chan Ken. All these years he lived as a destroyer, the pride of the Murim Union. His chest, which was boiling with enthusiasm when he first entered Murim, cooled down for a long time. He must be not the same, Chan Ken thinks. His attempt to attack Li Gvol ends in failure. A man tries to catch his breath, relying on a sword. He thinks, an illusion that split the space with one blow? But how is it? Looking around, he does not see a single person who would still stand on his feet. The vice-captain understands that the enemy was well aware of the presence and abilities of all 50 destroyers. This all-consuming force reminds him, up to goosebumps, about how he first met with the leader of the Union. He asks the question, why does this pressure refresh so much? Chan Ken believes that it cannot be that this person belongs to the clan of bloodthirsty demons. He is a great warrior and dear master of martial arts. Is Gister interested? Do they want supplements? The vice-captain replies that, if possible, he would like to challenge him in an open place, and not in the way. He is honored with respect in front of the guy. His warriors are surprised by this behavior of their commander. Chan Ken says that the destroyers are returning to the base. Li GSUS only silently looks at him. The leader of the academy and his followers are also slightly surprised by such a turn. The guy looks after the removing destroyers of the demons. Then he turns to the followers and asks, now perhaps we continue our grandiose discovery? They are inclined in a respectful bow and agree with him. The girl silently looks at Li Gvol. pointing to the defeated Murim Chen and Huan before. She says that they cannot send these two back like that. The guy asks, to offer her? She says that they are part of the hundreds of Murim members. Meanwhile, the follower of the academy stood opposite the fighting rack Murim Chen. Lee Gervis thinks. Then he offers to entrust this matter to him. Woon replies that they already received too much help from him. The interlocutor asks him not to worry about anything else, and continue the event. He raises his hands up, and energy begins to circle around him. She twists into a giant spiral. Others cannot restrain the surprised exclamations. People do not understand what happened and where the destroyers went, Murim Chen and Huan before. Black Snowflake grunts. Van Butter is coughing, preparing to speak. He asks for forgiveness for anxiety among the guests, and says that they are going to continue the grand opening of the Academy of Thousands of Swords. In a mountainous area, Dap Van moves with giant jumps. The man is satisfied. He finally found the one whom he had been looking for so long. Whether GSW, dragging Murim Chen and Huan to the energy cocoon, hears how to nurse him. Dap Woon, trying to catch up with him, thinks that his pride, as the fastest in the Imperial secret police, is crushed. No matter how he tries, the distance between them is not reduced. The man believes that this is whether Gavol does much more outstanding. Dap Woon is not going to give up. He uses a smooth, shining cloud tread. A scream is heard behind whether Gavol is heard. Please stop. Dap Van promises that this will not take much time. Lee GSWS answers. If they are destined to meet again, they will certainly meet. And now he asks to leave him alone. A member of the Imperial Secret Police says that he will not be able to return if he does not fulfill his mission. He asks him to stop. The guy will annoy because of his perseverance, but still fulfills the request of a man and falls to the ground. His prisoners hit a hard surface with a scale. Immediately Dap Van lands nearby. He, standing on one knee, turns to Lee Gavol. The man seems to be, and says that he obeys General Yo-Yo Boom section. Lee Gervis replies that he heard about him. He is the only soldier who took possession of the art of cloud steps. He is interested. What is the man's business? Dap One holds a scroll to him, saying that he was ordered to give him General Yo-Yo Boom S. He recalls how he took him from the general's hands. The old man lying on the bed said that he would like to see Lee Gavol again. He ordered him to find him, even if Dap the Vun had to turn the whole world inside out. The guy's eyes express sadness. He tells the man to return and convey that he will soon visit the general. Member of the Imperial Secret Police bow respectfully. Then he looks puzzled at the place where a moment ago, whether GSUR stood. He, rising from the ground, sighs in relief. DAP Vunna is not believed that he had just met with Master Lee Gavol. He takes off his tier, under which magnificent armor is hiding, and thinks that the life of the tramp in Shangxi was quite funny. Murim Chen comes to his senses. He grabs his head and makes a groan. The man sees the Huan lying nearby. He hears the question, has come to his senses? And looking around, he sees his back to him, sitting on a stone. He says that he will ask questions, and it is better for him to give him the correct answers. 8 years ago, competitions in the Union of Murim. Girls talk among themselves. One of them says that Mr. Chen today looks as amazing today as always. The man, looking neither them, guesses that we are talking about him. The 21-year-old Murim Chen will annoy you, have to face it every year. Huanto, who is also 21 years old, says, as expected, the young master of the Murim clan is popular with the ladies. He replies that it is so burdensome that he does not even want to hear about it. Laughing, Huanto pours the drink and asks for forgiveness from him. He continues to say that even if you take all 100 members of the Murim Union, then only 5 great clans are special. The guy believes that if the Buoy Clan did not have a bone collector, they would probably not be able to maintain such friendly relations as it is now. Murim Chen asks him not to say so. They are friends since childhood. The interlocutor thanks him for such words. He continues to say that he would not want to burden himself with thoughts about the power of his clan. The guy believes that he differs from those who address him only because of his status. Mentally, he adds, I would like to meet a woman who will understand his true nature. Suddenly, something attracts their attention. A blade turns over in the air. The girl stands over a defeated enemy. A voice that declares the winner Gongjon from the clan of Thousands of Swords is heard. The girl at that time was barely 15. Murim Chen even got up from his place, so he is amazed at her beauty. He cannot hide his admiration. Huanta says, is it not strange that such a talented person comes from a third-rate clan in Shangxi? He continues, unlike ladies from other clans, she is not interested in anything if it is not connected with martial arts. But Murim Chen does not seem to hear his words. The guy cannot take his eyes off what is happening in the arena. The girl notices his interest. She was the first to make his heart beat more often. Li Gsus is living in the story of Muron Chen, and then he asks the question when and from what source they received information. The man is thinking. He persuades himself to remain calm. There must be a way to overcome it. He replies that he does not know the source and received the information 10 days ago. Muron Chen says that the swords at the academy appeared exactly after the collector of the bones of the Buoy Clan disappeared. He quotes the message received. What money could the clan of thousands of swords be able to recover? This is very suspicious. The man explains that he suggested that the clan of thousands of Shangxi swords would not be able to resist the forces of the sect of bloodthirsty demons. Li Gav listens carefully to the story. Muron Chen continues. Would it not be misfortune for the Murim Union if the clan of 1,000 swords became an auxiliary base for a set of bloodthirsty demons? Whether he is asking, that means they tried to stop the grand opening to find out the truth. The man says, if their clan was moved to the Murim Union, then they would only be temporarily limited. But this would be a small fee for the opportunity to destroy the conspiracy of the demonic sect. He was never going to harm anyone from the clan of thousands of swords. All this was just for the sake of the clan and the union of Murim. Li Gvabel looks at him with a subject look. Then he passes past the perplexing Muron Chen and leans over the Huan too. He presses on a point on his neck. A moan breaks from the man's lips. He comes to his senses and looks at Li Gvol with distrust. Huan to pray for mercy. The guy asks to name his exact time when the Union of Murim received information about the clan of 1,000 swords. He advises him not to lie. Muron Chen is clearly dissatisfied. Huan To, looking at him, does not know how to answer. He says it was 4 days ago. Li Gvol's hand stretches forward, and he digs into the throat of Muron Chen. Then he throws him to the ground with force, and he squeezes more strongly, which makes the man wheeze. Li Gsu, holding him by the throat, tends to him. Muron Chen, rolling his eyes, asks just to kill him. He continues to closely look at him. The man says that for the past 8 years, he tried to forget that she had rejected his feelings. But each time the past continued to stick into him, into his heart, as if it were only yesterday. There was no way to heal him, so he tried to see it again in any way. But now everything is so confused that there is no longer a way back, he believes. Li Guiton silently listens to his confession. He recalls the question of the old man lying on his deathbed. Have you ever fell in love? He releases Muron Chen. The man rubs his throat and tries to cope. Tears flow from his eyes. Li Glory with condemnation looks at him. Then he says that a person should not talk so casually about death. Muron Chen does not answer him. When did GSW turn away from him, he screams. Who are you? He says that first it is necessary to solve the problem so that the clan of 1,000 swords is not injured. He leaves them. Muron Chen looks in surprise after him. Then he wonders, to solve the problems? He helps the Huan to rise while calling his friend, and helping him to go, offers to return to the union of Murim together. Woon but ill stands near the mansion, peering into the night darkness. Noticing something, he groans alarmed. Whether GSWS is approaching him with his companions, he says he returned. The 21st leader of the Academy of Thousands of Swords, Woon but ill, invites the guest to enter. Welcome to Gvol, he says. He is sorry that he had to bother him. He asks him not to worry, and is interested in how the grand opening has passed. The old man replies that everything went well thanks to his older brother. Woon Butter, welcoming the all-knowing and the son of a blacksmith, asks them to stay here so much they wish. Dan Hex says that he can communicate with him in a manner convenient for him. Li Gvolu is interested in where the rest of the students. The old man replies that the clan must catch up, and he must give him the last words of his father. Li Jiasus wants to hear what the master gave him. Woon but ill asks him to follow him, saying that his friends will take care of his friends. The son of the blacksmith nishes him. He asks, he does not accidentally know where the housing Gongjon is located? The all-knowing warningly puts his hand on his shoulder. The old man invites Li Gvol sits down. When they were located at the table, the leader of the academy says that after the Battle of Chunyana, he found this when he went to his father's bathroom. He puts a book on the table. Izgster asks, this is a diary? The old man admits that after his departure, he was offended for a long time at his father. He wipes his tears, trying to say something. Li Jisus is unfolding a book and says that this is really a diary left by the master. He is amazed by read words. Only one line is written on the page. Forgive me, GSW. Only a word breaks off the guy's lips. A master. He asks a question to a person who will never answer him again. What are you? Li Gsus continues to read. The master asks him for forgiveness for lies with him that day. As a person who does not tolerate a lie, it was difficult, writes the 19th leader of the clan of 1,000 swords of Wangyang Chan. Due to the fact that he had to let him go to protect the clan, He was obliged to record it because he was afraid that he would not have time to tell him personally. Lee Gsus continues to read the lines of the master's hand. The first leader of their clan, the sword-crushing mountains, Sandagan, was a demon, he admits. Whether Gavolno is amazed at this fact, he cannot believe what he read. The demon is the term used to designate Chongma, which was known in Murim as the god of battle. Yongma was a lone master of martial arts who reached heaven. The leader of the sect of bloodthirsty demons, Baonilgvan, is called the god of demons. But in comparison with Jung, he is nothing. Yongma called himself a heavenly demon, and no one could withstand him. The master addresses Li Gavol, saying that since he is a genius of martial arts, he successfully mastered the true technique of destruction of the mountains with one sword. That is why the master was supposed to let him go, to protect from those who claim that their first leader was a heavenly demon. After all, even now they are suspicious of them. On the day when they realize that the roots of the clan of thousands of swords are originated from Yongma, they will immediately begin to consider their prey. Their eyes reach the sky, and there is nothing that could not hear their ears. Their hands are everywhere, and it is better for him not to return to the clan of thousands of swords so that he can live, and so that the legacy of their clan continues. The master asks to forgive him, calling himself useless. He writes that eminent clans are raising students for fame tomorrow, and he teaches his students to survive in today's. He himself relieves the miserable existence of today. He does not live in the same way as befits a Gvol master, and asks to forgive him. The master addresses Badilya. He is very sorry. He again asks to forgive the incompetent master and their father. Lee Gervable is impressed by what you read. He closes the diary, and he says that even after visiting the cemetery, he still doubted master. He continues. The teacher fought until he closed his eyes, for his stupid student. The old man admits that he also had hostility to his father. Lee Golsa mournfully lowering his head. He hides the Woon, but Ilya, and says that they should do it. To the question, what exactly? He answers. Instead of living today, they will live, looking at tomorrow. Looking at the moon, they walked along the path of memories. The moments that they spent with the master, although they were short-lived, but they were happy. They recall their childhood, as they had fun together. Lee Gsus demonstrates his power to little but Ilya. The boy rejoices when the older brother manages to catch the fish with his bare hands. 5 days have passed from whether the Gvol appeared at the grand opening of the Academy of Thousands of Swords. The leader of the Vun clan, I paid attention to all the rumors circulating in Murim. Despite the fact that 50 destroyers burst at the opening, and Muron Chen and Huan, the world disappeared, was quiet. The impression was created that nothing happened on the banquet. Vun understands that there is nothing to worry about, and decides that you should not fill the mind with unnecessary worries. Moreover, he and his older brother decided to live for the sake of tomorrow. The question sounds in the walls of the academy. Are you going to return to Murim's union? Black Snowflake is answering Gong Joan in the affirmative. She needs to tell something to the House of Beautiful Mothers. Yoon with Loon calls the girl an older sister and promises to visit her more often. Lee Gsus thanks her for the help of their clan. She replies that let her consider it grateful for tea. He, remembering their first meeting, smiles back. The girl thanks him for the fact that these 5 days he taught her art to pour tea. He replies that if Yoon with Loon devotes himself to this, then this will affect her body and heart very well. Their votes are on the academy. They warmly and cordially say goodbye. An unexpected cry scares a Black Snowflake. To her, holding the horse's reason, the son of the blacksmith hurries, screaming that he would accompany her to Guangdun. He asks her to pay attention to the magnificent horse. The girl turns away angrily, and the man laughs. Loosing, he says that he leads her directly to the Murim Union. Yun with Luan is angry. She thinks that this ugly old man praises her all 5 days. The girl sighs heavily. Then, with a sweet smile, he turns to him and coquettishly agrees that he would accompany her into the union of Murim. He cannot believe in the seriousness of her words. Yun with Loon complains that her thirst tortured her and asks her to bring her a glass of water. The man gladly runs to fulfill her request, screaming, so that she waits a little. He will return in a second. The girl looks maliciously after him. Her trick was a success. As soon as Hoke disappeared from the field of vision, she decides that this is her chance, and immediately jumps on the horse. Turning to the escort, she says that she had fun with them. And spurring the horse, she quickly retires from the academy. Those present, stunned by her with a trick, wave after her, whether he is laughing. Dan Heck screams that he brought water, but an unpleasant surprise awaits him. There is no girl. He asks, "Where is Mrs. Yoon?" The man is very upset. He says that the girl promised that they would go together. The all-knowing comforts him. A conversation is heard near the academy. Someone says that from this moment, he will leave all the goods coming from Shanxi to Hebei to the clan of thousands of swords. The manager of the Donva is inclined in a courtesy bow and expects an answer. The leader of the academy says he heard that the man had great help to their clan, and now he asks them to be accompanied. He promises that they will do everything in their power. Donva replies that Mr. Sanhul also would like to maintain good relations with the clan of thousands of swords. On this, he leaves. The manager of the financial institution Hanojin is leaving in Shanxi. Li GSWS says that now everything is in general settled. He offers to move on to the main topic. He clarifies that this topic is a painful letter that was sent to the Murim Union. The all-knowing believes that before that they need to find out the story of the Buoy Clan. He adds, and about how they became a famous clan in a short period of time. Before the advent of bones in Murim, there were 3 divine weapons. The unshakable that is here. The dark soul is the sword of the lord of bloodthirsty demons. And infinity is the weapon of the leader of the Murim Union. Then a bone collector appeared. At that time, the leader of the Murim Union, having infinity at his disposal, held a duel with Buoy Clan, which ended in a draw. Murim was forced to recognize the power of the Buoy Clan and the collector of bones. Woon, but ill is surprised, he did not hear about this story. The all-knowing continues the story. The reason why Kavan was suspected of thunder is that they could not find the origin of the bone collector. Although the swords of thunder are not entirely consisted of meteorite iron, there are reverse suspicions. Li GSUS believes that Manhwa is right. He says that the sender of the letter must have known about this whole situation and took advantage of this information. He adds the all-knowing. This means that they know a lot about all 4 divine weapons. Woon, but Ilya is illuminating the guess who can be people who wrote the letter. Li Gervais confirms his assumption. These are those who stole 5 swords of thunder. Gongjon sits on the riverbank. The faithful dog is near her. The girl sighs heavily. She asks the question, why does the master GSU not talk to her? She recalls how at the place of the burial of the ancestors, the master hid his personality and offered her his teaching. But he never talked to her after returning to the clan. It seems to her that he avoids her. She looks at the sword lying near her. Gongjian wants to ask whether Gvol about a lot, but in the end she just gotten away. She cannot even take a sword in her hands. Noticing that the girl is upset, the dog approaches and presses against her, trying to comfort her at least somehow. Hugging the dog, the girl says that this has not happened to her yet. She expresses the hope that everything is in order with the leader of the Union. The Union of Murim, central headquarters. The question is heard, is there any news about the person of interest to them? A man stands by an open window, peering into the night darkness. Behind him, a kneeling person says that since he went to Shanxi, there has been no news about him. The man continues to look out the window. This is the leader of the Union Murim Tanwanki. Tanwanki is a name to which not a single fencer Murim will never dare to show disrespect. He is the owner of Infinity, one of the 4 divine weapons. He is called the Lord of Swords, because it is known how masterful he owns swords. He is the one who climbed to the top of the Murim Union. In the Union, people consider him the only worthy adversary Bionilgvan from the sect of bloodthirsty demons. The leader of the Union Murim reads a report. He thinks that the information according to which the clan of thousands of swords may have been captured by a sect of bloodthirsty demons, probably slander. There should be another reason why Muran Chen decided to transmit this information to him. He thinks, nevertheless, the council did not object to the fact that Muran Chen used the destroyers. That is why he wants to listen to Chan Qian, the only person in the Union to whom he trusts. He thinks, is Chan Qian now at the council? Tanwan Kai says he goes to the bedroom and asks to cook something from drinks and snacks. He walks around the yard, accompanied by 2 servants. But thoughts still do not leave him. On a low table is a bottle and plates with food. Tang one on the floor in front of the table. Looking at the cup, he asks himself a question. Alcohol, then? Then the man drinks the drink. Hubei Castle, the area of red lamps. In this place, there is as much light as in the castle itself during the feast. Many martial artists come to the brothel at night. Here men have fun with women. The mansion of the 1,000 best houses. A girl named Ilvol is asked, is she ready? She answers, I'm already going. An elderly woman tells the beauty that she meant is a particularly important guest. He chose her instead of young girls, so she should take care of him well. Ilvol answers, of course. She goes along the corridor, accompanied by 2 men. The servant opens the door in front of her, inviting to go into the room. Having lowered her eyes, she enters the room. Entering the room, she looks around. 3 men are sitting at the table. The 4th is near the window, and his face is not visible. The girl bows and thanks those present for turning to her. She seems calling her name. The person standing by the window turns. His face is hidden by a mask. Il vole in surprise gasp. She does not understand why the man needed to hide his face. Sitting at the table, he tells her to fill his glass. She fulfills his order. At this time, he addresses those present with the question, "So, Tan 1, he drank poisoned alcohol?" Lord Zhou Wang, the second commander in the clan of Shining Pegasus, answers, "He could burn part of the poison in his blood with the help of internal energy. He devastated the entire bottle in 2 hours." A masked man says that he is trying to win a little time. It is not for nothing that his name is the Lord of Swords. Or Will cannot believe what he heard. The leader of the Union is poisoned. The man turns to the girl with the question, "She said that her name is Il Vol?" Having raised her head slightly, he says that she has a beautiful name. Turning her face to the window, the man asks, "Isn't the moon a magnificent night?" While the girl admires the moon, he removes the mask. The current leader of the clan Shining Pegasus listens how Il Will admires a night luminary. It seems that the girl is under hypnosis. She cannot take his eyes off the night landscape. The man asks, "How are the relations between the council and the Tan out?" Lord Zhou Wang also removes the fabric hiding the lower part of his face. He says that regarding the decision on the clan of thousands of swords, unlike the council, which remained neutral, Tanu won for supporters of the tough line who wanted to use the destroyers. He believes that the council is trying to shift it because of such confrontations. Haken Lin replies that the old people, of course, love peace, but this also means that it is time for them to leave. Raising the glass, he adds that the same applies to the leader of the sect of bloodthirsty demons. If the water stagnates, it rot. He says that very soon bloody rain will take place in Murim. His hand squeezes a glass, and it scatters into the fragments. The man laughs ominously. The girl, still being in prostration, admires the moon. The name is so come from the mansion of the 1,000 best houses. Haken Lin believes. The leader of the Union is confident that poisoned alcohol is the idea of the council. Lord Zhou Wang says that the captain of the destroyers, Chol En, is still alive. The location of the subordinate Tan, Chan Ken, who is the vice-captain of the destroyers, is unknown. Right now, the leader of the Union is in full isolation. The leader of the clan Shining Pegasus says that there are enough of them to try to touch the infinity. He pays attention to a stupefied girl. Lord Zhou Wang clarifies, "Does he give them an order to take possession of infinity?" He answers negatively. He repeats, "Just touch." However, he believes that if the possibility does not appear, then you should not try. The Lord asks, "How?" The leader of the clan Shining Pegasus says that he is not like himself. He expected the question, why, and not how. The man goes to the window, and Zhou Wang looks at him silently, expecting him to say, he says that he is going to build a distrust between Tan Vaughn and Council. So until then, they have nothing to worry about. Closing the bottom of the face with a cloth, the Lord answers, "Understand." He is inclined in a respectful bow and leaves the room. A man stands by the window next to Ilvol. He asks, "A beautiful moon, right?" And the girl agrees with him. Ilvol has a feeling that the sky beckons it. After the Union of Murim received an order to be on the alert, the nights of the world of Murim, full of anxiety and nervousness, became as bright as the day. It seems impossible to penetrate the territory of the Union. Because how could the eyes of 300 people, including elite guards, be avoided? However, the scouts are persistent and meticulous. Their goal is a place with the highest degree of protection in the Union of Murim. They rush to the bedroom of the 14th castle. Screams are heard, "Invasion!" Then it is heard, attackers on the eastern wall. At the southern entrance, uninvited guests. The battle is tied. A warrior, standing over a defeated enemy and wiping sweat from his forehead, says, "You should not think that attacking the Union of Murim in a crowd, they can easily cope with them." A man walking with a stretcher tells the warrior that they will reveal the personalities of the attackers. The bodies of 2 people, of those who attacked the Union, are carried on a stretcher. Traces of the battle hastily removed. 2 men look at each other. Then they shake their burden from the stretcher. Men put on hats that hide their faces, and all together they hide behind the fortress wall. Tan, who studies some document, hears screams violators. Having concentrated, he realizes that 3 scouts penetrated the 14th castle. They are quite fast, already 45 meters from it. It seems strange to him that he does not feel any dark or righteous energy. He asks the question, are they masters of martial arts who do not use any form of energy? Having taken up the handle of the sword, Tan 1 begins to count. 3, 2, 1. He opens the door behind which there are already scouts. The leader of the Union outlines the end of the sword of the energy circle. His power throws the attackers far back. The fourth divine weapon, Infinity, is a sword that can release and attack energy, which grows proportional to the strength of the owner. Since the result of the battles between experienced martial arts often depends even because of a slight difference, the value of Infinity is incredible. The tip of the sword grabs the energy thread. Tan1 in bewilderment looks at her. A few more of these threads braid the blade. He has only one enemy. With one wave, he frees the sword and asks, "Just a little heavenly silk?" He becomes furious, and the blade is ignited by powerful energy. The enemy again attacks with the help of threads. They braid the sword again. The leader of the Union thinks. Their perseverance shows that their goal is Infinity, not him. A person continues to manipulate threads. With one lightning-fast movement, Tan1 is next to a man and grabs him by the throat. He squeezes his hand greatly, forcing the enemy to wheeze. Raising the man into the air, he asks, "Who is behind all this? Is this a sect of bloodthirsty demons?" And then adds, "Or advice?" His captive wheezes, unable to pronounce a word. The leader of the Union asks, "Does he want to live?" But realizing that he would not achieve anything, he only squeezes his fist stronger. Then he throws the body to the floor, speaking at the same time. How troublesome. He still has to get rid of the remaining poison. Tan1 Kai uses a cleaning technique. Energy rays break out of his body. He thinks that lately it has been too quiet here. Between the trees flow streams of energy. The vice-captain of the Destroyers of Demons, Chan Ken, meditates in the forest. Sitting in the lotus pose, he levises above the ground, surrounded by powerful energy. The warriors of his detachment are also meditating next to him. Chan Ken finished meditation. One of the warriors believes that he should take a short break. He replies that he is all right, and thinks that they will also not hurt to relax. He stands on the edge of the cliff, examining the rocky area. For some time, Chan Ken is motionless. The man is immersed in thought. As a result, none of his detachment received serious damage. Obviously, their opponent showed mercy to all 50 destroyers. Remembering Gavol, he wonders, how could such a person not become famous throughout the world? He has no doubt that after whether the clan appeared, the clan of thousands of swords will rise in status. Chan Ken thinks, if such a person was under the leadership of the leader of the Union, Murim, a warrior appears near him, saying that he was returning. The vice-captain is interested. Is there news about the Union of Murim? He replies that there is something. Spies penetrated the territory of the Union and tried to commit the murder of the leader. Chan Ken is furious. The warrior asks him to behave quieter, and he agrees with him. The vice-captain asks, did the spies identify? The man replies that they did not work out to identify them. The council intends to send all resources to investigate this incident. Chan Ken thinks about what he heard. The warrior says that there is still news, and holds out a note to him. He begins to read. The man says that the leader of the Buoy Clan called for all the branches of the clan. The news makes an impression on the Vat of Ken. At the place of the burial of the ancestors near the grave on the knees, whether it is a gang. He thinks what to do since he can no longer talk to the master. Li Guizing rules the indignant cry of the all no, too reckless. Main Buck. Jia heard that the 5 missing swords, Thunder, are in the sect of bloodthirsty demons. But they obviously will not return them back just like that. Li Jesus believes that the time has come to show the world the power of thousands of swords. Woon but ill begins to object. The guy interrupts him, saying that he will take up swords and let his younger brother take care of their clan. The all-knowing asks the question. He really was going to fight against the sect of bloodthirsty demons? Li Gvol answers. More precisely, he will hunt thieves hiding in the sect of bloodthirsty demons. Main Buck Jia asks, why provoke a conflict when the clan of thousands of swords only recovered? Even if all their aggression will be a reference to Li Gvol, they still have 100,000 followers. This will lead to many victims, and what will he do about it? For a while the guy is thinking. Then he asks Woon but Ilya, does he think so too? He asks his older brother to forgive him. Whether GSWS answers, it does not matter what they say. He will still go to the sect of bloodthirsty demons, even if you have to do it alone. The guy moves away from the grave of the master. He believes that the fact of the return of swords is more important than how they will do it. Does GSOV ask the question? Why don't they understand this? For some time he reflects, and then asks a question. Are you going to go out? Gongjian is a little bewildered. Leaving the bushes, she says that she did not want to bother him. He replies that this mountain does not belong to him, and she too, from the clan of thousands of swords, and can walk where he wants. He is interested. Does the girl feel uncomfortable next to him? She replies that this is not so. Lee, he smiles incredibly. He offers her to walk a little. The girl agrees and follows him. The guy is interested. Does she feel upset? Surely she was very difficult and embarrassed to try to speak with him. In her place, he would have felt the same. Gongjun replies that she was suppressed because there are so many things that she would like to ask him. But since he spoke so at ease with her, these thoughts have disappeared, like melted snow. Lee Jiesus believes that she has learned an important lesson. He advises her to remember this change in his feelings. He says that he also felt this severity that she talked about. Not only his heart, but also the level of his martial arts is at an impasse. Gongjun believes that this is a very accurate description. For some time they stand silently. Then Lee Gervis says, "It was on the battlefield in a difficult battle. He, still young at that time, was afraid. This was not because he did not believe in the technique of owning the sword of his clan. He was afraid because of the murderous aura, which came from tens of thousands of people and covered the entire battlefield." Lee Gsus continues the story. Then he thought, if he succumbs to this aura, then can he then distinguish who is a friend and who is the enemy? Will he die from the spear of an ally in the back? The girl asks, how did he overcome this fear? He replies that it was simple. He turned into a ghost that focused on the murder of people. Those who enter the battlefield lose their ability to leave it, because their hearts and bodies freeze with excitement. This will be the end if they die in the first battle. And they also understand that if they run away, then their surviving friends will come for the escaped underpants. So, surviving on the battlefield for several days and nights, the warrior becomes a ghost that will not calm down without spilling a blood river. The girl is impressed with his words. Putting her hand on her shoulder, Lee Gervis says that she should become a ghost. He believes that this is a path that will not be able to avoid, and he asks, can she go through it? Li Gual and Gongjun are walking along a nightly deserted street. The girl thinks why the master said that she should become a ghost. She thought many times about becoming stronger. Now she is thinking about how many situations on the verge of life and death the master has overcame over the past 60 years. Mentally she adds, although he looks as young as she. Isgvolu asks, what is on her mind? The girl, settling slightly, asks the question, how did he manage to preserve his youth? She says that she still cannot believe it. A smile appears on the guy's lips. He is interested. Did she hear about eternal youth? The girl heard about it, but she always thought that she was only a rumor common in the world of Murim. Lee Gsow says that it exists. He says that he learned about eternal youth from his master. For some time he lived as a ghost, who only knew that to kill people. Until one day, he has not returned from the battlefield the only surviving person. He took the lives of hundreds, thousands of people. Looking at his hand, he says that the heaven gave him a new body. He clenches his hand into a fist and adds, it means that the sky itself wants it to continue to live. The girl is quietly hiding him. Lee Gsus says that he plans to return all 5 swords of thunder. And he asks, is she with him? He explains that he can come to terms with his own regrets, but he is unbearable to see the regrets of other people. He asks, what about her? The girl weighs the words that she wants to pronounce. Then he says that he wants to go with him to return the swords of thunder. Looking around, the guy with a look at her eyes looks into her eyes. Lee Gervis offers Gongjun to discuss details tomorrow. She agrees. Saren runs up to them. The girl hugs the dog, wondering, is he here in order to spend her? The guy says, so who gets all the love of the first beauty of North Shangxi? Gongjun says that the dog is called Saren. The leader of the union Murim Tan One Ki personally gave him to her. Lee, smiling, says that means his name is Tan One Ki. The girl replies that he is already in his 70s, but he looks like a middle-aged man. When he sees Gavol, he will be very surprised. The guy believes that sooner or later they will meet with him. Gongjun thinks that he wanted to ask the master about something else. She recalls what exactly she was interested in. In her memory, a meeting with the cavalcade Black Storm pops up. The skill of owning a sword of Li Gvol seemed to her similar to the martial art of a sect of bloodthirsty demons. She recalls the follower of Gunchan's bloodthirsty demons. The girl remembers that he claimed his belonging to the sect of Shining Pegasus. Gongjun nurses the master. Looking around, he asks, what happened? The girl asks her question. Can there be such that his technique of crushing the mountains with one blow of the sword has something to do with the sect of bloodthirsty demons? He clearly did not expect to hear these words from her. Ichan, headquarters of the Buoy Clan. Kavan reflects on the order he received on the convocation of all followers of the Buoy Clan. He understands that he had problems because he is responsible for the matter with the clan of thousands of swords. He thinks, what to say to his father. The servant says that the leader of the clan is waiting for him. and he can enter. The doors in front of him open. He is surprised to see the number of people in the room. Juan carefully looks around them and begins to understand what is happening. Some men are busy with weapons, others consider cards. He thinks that the Buoy Clan seems to be going to war. Once again, he carefully looks at the people present here. One of them is Gonsong-ki, the second is Yomvulian, the third is Suryangon, and the fourth is Gvakchu-il. He thinks that all these people are well known in the world of Murim. The man goes deep into the room. He is welcomed by an elderly person. This is the leader of the Buoy Clan, Buoy Clan. He asks his father, "What is happening here?" He, knocking his palm on the table, claims to be a war. He says that they oppose the clan of Shining Pegasus from the sect of bloodthirsty demons. Juan is struck by this news. A man cannot believe what he heard. He clarifies, "Do they oppose bloodthirsty demons?" The father replies that their followers, scattered around the world of Murim, decided to follow the path of their clan. They are ready for complete destruction if necessary. Juan points to Gonsong-ki, Yomulain, Suryangona, and Gvakchu-il, and he says that the 4 skillful masters of martial arts volunteered to join them in order to help them and act correctly. Juan asks the question, "Isn't it extremely dangerous? Gvakchu is interested. Is he afraid of followers of bloodthirsty demons?" He objects. He says that this can lead to Murim's second great war. Gvakchu asks him not to worry so much. He will save him if he is not lucky to be in danger. Gondream-ki contemptuously calls him a green youth. The leader of the clan demands to stop the parasite. For a while, complete silence reigns. The old man says that Wu-chan was killed. His son is amazed at this news. Wu-chan secretly penetrated the sect of bloodthirsty demons. He had a task to determine the location of the bone collector. A year ago, he reported that he had discovered traces of the kidnapper. The last thing they heard about him was that he was going to penetrate into the clan of Shining Pegasus. The old man says 10 days ago. He is interrupted to get some object from the folds of clothes. Then, he continues, the poultry, which he prepared, was able to detect his signal. This spilled the light on what Wu-chan sacrificed himself. From a small case, he takes out a note and puts it on the table. It says that the sword in the clan of Shining Pegasus. Those present are shocked by the news. Juan's face was darkened. Muquan says that they cannot risk unleashing Murim's great war with bloodthirsty demons. The whole operation will be secret, and they will lightly strike at the clan of Shining Pegasus. Gonsong-ki says that the followers of the clan of Shining Pegasus are worthy of being his opponents. Yomwu-lian believes that he simply repels his debt to the Buoy Clan. Sir Jangon is determined to follow them to the end. Gvakchu only grunted, expressing his attitude to the current situation. Kavan says that he will put his life on the con. The leader of the clan shouts that their lives will not be enough. They must take a chance with their souls. The Academy, meanwhile, has an equally important conversation. Lee Gsus says that according to Gongjon in the sect of bloodthirsty demons, there is a technique similar to the technique of crushing the mountains with one blow of the sword. She heard about this from a man named Gyun Chan. The all-knowing believes that this is an interesting story. The guy asks, "Does he know anything about this?" Main Buck, Ja replies that he is not sure. Bloody demons keep all the information secret so that others cannot learn a lot about them. Even he, one who is known as an all-know, knows little about them. Lee Gervais looks thoughtfully at him. Then he says that when he and Gong Jeon go, the man will need to return to the Muja tea house. The interlocutor, choked on tea, expresses his surprise. He asks whether GSUS is seriously saying. He replies that the omnivore is still afraid to go to the sect of bloodthirsty demons. And he is interested, isn't it? Mainbuck JJ does not know what to answer. Lee Gervais says that he is going to prepare for the trip, and adds that it was fun. The all-knowing holds out, wanting to stop him, and says that he knows a person who is guided by the sect of bloodthirsty demons, as in himself at home. He promises, if Lee Gervais takes him with him, then he finds out about the clan, which is connected with the sect of bloodthirsty demons, which the interlocutor mentioned. Lee smiles cunningly, then says that the all-knowing one should get rid of the old habit. He really likes to hide important information, even when this is not required. Main Buckjaw guiltily tends his head. In the courtyard of the academy, people gathered, escorting on the road Lee Gvol and his satellites. Vun Budil asks him to be careful. He replies that the old man does not worry. It will not take much time. Fung says that he will send an official letter to the Murim Union to announce that their clan is active again. Lee GSWS replies, he knows that he is excited, but let him better keep the information about him in secret yet. The man promises that he will not behave recklessly. Gongjon is watching what is happening. Lee Gervis calls the one sitting on the sidelines. He says that from this moment his path will be very harsh, so he cannot take him with him. He hopes that the man understands him. Lee Jesus is waiting for an answer from him, but he is silent. Then he, bending, whispers in his ear. He will tell him how to charm the heart of a black snowflake. Dan Heck is interested. Is he serious? For some time, those present are observing how Gwyn something whispers to a man in his ear. Then Dan Heck breaks from the place. He bows low and promises that he will meet everyone again. Then the man leaving the academy. The omnipiting asks the guy, what did he tell him? But he replies that this is a secret. Lee GSUS decides that it is time for them to hit the road. The all-knowing complains that now all the luggage has been put on him. The guy replies that he himself decided to follow them. They go to the mountains. The girl shares the memories of how Muron Chen and Huan before first met. Even with the status of one of the hundreds of members of Murim and one of the 5 great clans, Muron Chen looked a naive youth. She cannot believe that the hatred that he experienced when she rejected him turned the man into a petty man. Lee GSWS replies that the man makes mistakes when he is young, but he believes that ambitions and arrogance are 2 different things, and Muron Chen is not arrogant. The girl asks, does he consider him a good person? To which he replies that Muron Chen accepted his mistakes and misconduct. He asks her to remember this. The all-knowing follows them, puffing under the weight of the burden. Li Guan warns the girl that when she meets Muron Chen again, he will not be what before. Gongjon agrees with him. Lee GSWS with satellites sit in the tavern. The all-knowing looks around. Gongjon is immersed in the tea ceremony. Mainbuck Jia says that 4 hours have passed, and it would not hurt to take a short break. The girl answers, a little more. She thinks that if she lasts a little more, she will feel something. Does Gvol ask? He accidentally does not envy Gongjon's abilities? He answers, isn't that strange? How is it possible that its level in art to pour tea is almost the same as him, although he trained for almost a year? And the girl had only a month to go to this. The guy believes that everything is very simple. Their conversation was also interested in Gongjon. Lee GSWS explains, the desire for the power that he strives during training prevented his progress. The girl has a completely different goal, so her improvement continues freely. The all-knowing unexpectedly loses interest in the conversation and listens to what they are talking about at the next table. There they discuss the fact that the leader of the Buoy Clan is sick. Men say that all followers stopped their activities and gathered in the residence of the Buoy Clan. There is rumor that the chair of the clan will soon have a new owner. They believe that after the loss of the Bone Collector, the end of the clan is already close. Silence reigns at the table of the Gvol. They all heard this conversation. The all-knowing believes that the Buoy clan himself spreads these rumors. Li Ji agrees with his opinion. Mainbuck Jia says this is strange. Even if the Buoy clan has weakened, this is not a group that can be coped with so easily. He asks the question, so why spread rumors about the illness of his leader? The girl suggests that some followers just like to bind too much. The Omnivorum reflects, the basis of the Buoy clan is his pedigree. It is impossible that the blood relatives of the clan cannot save the information secret. Lee Jesus does not see in this something so strange as to break his head over it. Mainbuck Jia objects. He smells the brain of bones that something more is hiding here. He gets up from his place, saying, it is so strange that from curiosity he cannot even sit calmly. For some time he indulges in thought. Then, turning to Lee Gvol, he says that he has an idea. Bowing to the guy, he in a whisper tells him something. Lee is angry, and the man is trying to calm him down. Mainbuck Jia asks, is he able to do this? He reluctantly agrees. Castle Hubei-Yichan. Bulbed trade is on the square. Girls stop. Their attention clearly attracted not an ordinary event. On the street, accompanied by its companions, whether GSUS is walking. He clearly does not like what is happening. He asks the omnivore. How could he persuade him to pretend to be a student of the clan of thousands of swords, even 1-year-old Gongjon? He believes that it is cruel. Mainbuck JJ draws his attention to the fact that people are looking at them. The all-knowing says that they must have never seen such a beautiful couple like them. But this is Hubei, known as the center of Murim. They must show local people who they are and denounce their activities. The man believes that maybe it is better for him with a girl as a married couple. But Li Gual answers angrily that it is better to leave everything as it is. Standing in front of the mansion, Mainbuck JJ says that the Buoy clan was founded about 300 years ago, almost at the same time with the clan of thousands of swords. The collector of the bones of the Buoy clan is like evil art, because he collects the energy of the death of corpses. but the founder of this clan is known that he alone destroyed more than 100 masters of demonic martial arts. Having absorbed their energy, he opposed thousands of masters of demonic martial arts. Therefore, even despite the fact that they have such a demonic sword as a collector of bones, the Buoy clan is still recognized as Murim as a clan of righteous martial arts. Gongjeon says that she still does not understand how their precious heritage was stolen. The all-knowing replies that this is all before M.A., a demon of the blade. Is GSW are interested? Is he really so good? Manhwa says he is not simple, since he was awarded this title. The bloodthirsty demons have the reason why they do not touch it. A person who received the title of Demon of the Blade inherits the title, sacred close to bloodthirsty demons. Regardless of how many guards will be, if before MA appear at the gate, they will already be open. The inhabitants of the mansion pay attention to them. One of the warriors going up to them asks what brought them to the Buoy clan. The man says that he is omnivorous, and arrived to visit the leader of the clan because he heard that he was sick. The warrior recognizes him, and replies that his visit is an honor for them. Mainbuck JJ represents his companions, explaining that these are the best students of the clan of 1,000 swords. The warrior says that he would love to lead them to the chambers of the head of the clan right now, but since he is very sick, will they not wait for a guest room for some time? The all-knowing agrees. They are invited to go to the mansion. Juan is unpleasantly surprised that the Omnivorum and the students of the clan of thousands of swords came and are waiting for a meeting. His hands tremble, and he is trying to calm down. The man asks the question, "Why are they here? Why did they come at that time?" The warrior asks, "What will he order them to do?" Juan is thinking about the answer. He says that he will take care of this, but for now they must win a little time for him. The all-knowing is tired of long waiting. League of All is alarming. The girl, noticing this, quietly entertains him. He asks, "Did they not have a feeling that something was wrong?" Satellites are interested in what sense? Looking at the window of an empty courtyard, Lee Gerva explains, "In such a huge place they met only followers, and not a single member of the main clan." The Omnipotent asks the question, "Does the Bayok clan hide something?" The guy is not sure 100%, but he believes that all this place was smelled of weapons iron. Satellites are unpleasantly struck by his words. Lee GSOW says that he gets the impression that they are preparing for war. Juan is thinking. The servant notices that he hesitantly stands at the door. He is interested. What happened? And the man replies that he was just about to enter. Shaking, he opens the door. Bowing in a welcoming bow, Kavanta thanks everyone for making this whole path here, and seems to the guests. Raising his head, he understands who is in front of him, and a quiet sigh breaks away from his lips. The all-knowing asks, "Is this his first meeting with those present?" He answers in the affirmative. Lee silently listens to how the omnivore says that he had never met with the leader of the clan before. But if he had not looked at least say hello when he passed by, did everyone in the world of Murim say that he was rude and heartless? Juan is trying to object. His father is very sick. Mainbuck asks him not to worry. He will go alone to meet the leader of the clan. The man replies that now his father is conscious, so that he will be able to talk to him for a while, and invites the all-knowing to follow him. Mainbuck leaves the room, and Juan is bowed to the bow in front of League Vol and the girl. When he leaves his chambers, Gongjeon says that he seemed frightened to her. The guy answers, just something happened between them. He tells the girl to stay here for a while, and he is going to look around a little. Gongjeon believes that the guard will not like it. The invitation sounds to go into the room. The all-knowing comes in, and sees the head of the clan lying in bed. Servants fuss near him. The old man lies with his eyes closed. Mainbuck J tends to him, saying that rumors accidentally reached him. He thanks him in a weak voice. The all-knowing looks puzzled. Lee Gervis, standing on the roof, considers the surroundings, but only an empty yard appears to his eyes. He uses the technique of T-Master, passes heat through the larynx and stabilizes it inside the 5 main organs, passes through the bones and filters off harmful energy. Then it distributes the tea aroma and is absolutely focusing. Its environmental perception is changing. Now the pictures of the past are available to his gaze, and he sees everything that happened here in the last days. The arrival of soldiers, the supply of weapons, and a siege gun. He notices Juan walking around the courtyard, accompanied by 2 soldiers. The man asks, "Did they check all the boxes?" Those reply that out of the last 40, all are taken into account. Juan says that the information should in no case suck out. The entire clan is put on the card. He notices something, and looks to where Li Guan was recently. The man asks the warriors, did they see someone? They deny, and he wonders, in broad daylight and right in the middle of the clan? No, it probably seemed, he believes. Hiding, Gervable thinks that the man is still well done. All-knowing and his satellites leave the Buoy Clan. They go to the mountainous area. Main Buck Ja says that 8 years have passed since the disappearance of the Bone Collector. The Buoy Clan all this time was looking for a Ma. Whether a GSO who looks around the plain from the cliff, adds, they even staged the disease of the leader of the clan. He believes that the Buoy Clan risks being completely destroyed in this war. Gongjian says, the Buoy Clan and the clan of the Shining Pegasus. Some piece of metal will determine the fate of many people. Lee GSWS thinks, if they follow the trail of the Buoy Clan, they will be able to find clues in the Swords of Thunder. He offers to stay here for a while. The leader of the clan, Shining Pegasus, stands on the rock, raising his hand with a sword up. The space around him is filled with raging energy. He increases its power. Then he makes several attacks with a sword. His strength makes the stones shudder. But the man believes that this is not enough. He hides the sword in the scabbard. Hekin Lin thinks that in order to hold the whole world in his hands, he needs 2 things. He needs that the flying bloody heavenly sword suits, as well as unravel the secret of the 4 great weapons. He hears someone's approach. Zhou Wang says he should tell him something. When the Lord receives permission to speak, he reports. He is ready to talk. A man is glad to hear it. He enters the room, where some person sits at the table on which swords are lying. He says that it was great to be able to look at the collector of bones and swords of thunder. The leader of the clan, Shining Pegasus, silently looks at him. This person is called the Madman of 3 Minds. The courtyard of the castle of the clan of the Shining Pegasus. The abode of the Madman of the 3 Minds. There are 6 swords on the table. The leader of the clan, Shining Pegasus, asks the interlocutor, how is he local food? The Madman of 3 Minds answers, how kindly that he is interested. Especially considering that it was he who ordered him to sharpen him here. The man asks, imprisonment? This is a misunderstanding, he believes. There is just something that he would like to know from him. For some time they measure their eyes. Then Hekin Lin wants to ask something, but the interlocutor does not allow him to do this. He says that he will predict his question. The Madman of 3 Minds believes that a man is interested in who created them, why in the form of a sword. Then he calls the interlocutor a green youth and asks, he wants to reveal the secrets of 4 divine weapons? There are 2 types of rumors. The first, with clear sources, and the latter are complete absurd. For example, the Mr. The All, knows everything, as follows from his nickname. Regardless of whether the information emanating from his mouth was true or false, the source is clear. However, there is a person who dissolves only absurd rumors. This is a madman of 3 minds. All his rumors sound like complete nonsense, so he was nicknamed. However, after 5 years of the investigation, the clan of the Shining Pegasus found that almost all the rumors emanating from him turned out to be true. Therefore, the leader of the clan suggested that this person could tell him these secrets. He asks the madman of 3 minds, does he know what is the secret of divine weapons? He replies that the thunder swords were created by the blacksmith Vong Bakbak, who is also called Chul Vong. The leader has heard about the iron fortress of Gon Bakbak. The madman of 3 minds says that the swords of thunder contain meteorite iron, but it is not as much as the other 4 divine weapons. He is sure that they were created by personal order. He picks up a bone collector. Then he says, if we were talking about one collector of bones, this is one thing, but all 4 divine weapons. He believes that it would be too strange if all of them were made by order of one single blacksmith. Most likely the creator of divine weapons is the god of a sword, who moreover is a master of blacksmithing. The leader of the clan thinks that his interlocutor seems to be amused by this. He believes that he was called a madman for no reason. The interlocutor is sure that their creator did not want these 4 weapons to be next to each other. That is why they were scattered all over Murim. He is interested. Does the leader agree with him? He answers, is this not a logical conclusion for a normal person? The madman of 3 minds says that this is the limit of the possibilities of ordinary people. He winks at the man. Hakin Lin asks, what would an ordinary person think? The madman of 3 minds, putting the sword on the table, replies that there is no doubt that the creator of these weapons actually wanted to collect them, but at the same time was afraid of it. The leader asks the question, did the creator want 4 divine weapons to get together? He is interested in, are there many people who want to gather them together now? The interlocutor replies that there are already 3 of them, then adds, including Hike Talina. The leader of the clan, Shining Pegasus, stands by the window. peering into the night darkness. He reflects on the information received. He is interested in who is still trying to unravel the secret of 4 divine weapons. The question is heard from the door, is it possible to enter? And he permits. Lord Zhou Wang is inclined in a welcome bow. Holding the papers, he says that information was received from the spies, which they introduced into the Union of Murim. The leader of the clan reads one of the notes. Then he burns it in a candle flame. He says that since the attempt, Tang Qi and the council opposed each other even during formal meetings. The council claims the presence of spies in the Union, and about its distrust of the leader of the Murim Union. The man believes that the funny thing is that Murin Chen, who led the destroyers after receiving that anonymous information from them, returned empty-handed. He asks the question, is the chip with thunder from the clan of 1,000 swords is so good? Lord Zhou Wang replies. He heard that she was at the very beginning of the peak level. The leader says it is interesting. He suggests that the clan of thousands of swords hides not only the swords of thunder. The man asks, how many subordinate peak levels can they use right now? The interlocutor answers, 13. The leader orders to take them and provoke the Tan over again. He demands to get him infinity. He believes that it will be interesting now to shake Murim's alliance. The Lord is in a hurry to fulfill the order. The leader, looking at the swords, stops him. With the help of internal power, he throws the swords of thunder, and they stick into the floor right in front of the Lord. The leader tells Zhou Wang to pick them up. He asks, why does he give him blades? The man replies that there is no reason to keep them like the apple of the eye. The leader of the clan tells them to take them to the places they talked about. He is sure that something funny will happen. The Lord takes the swords of thunder and leaves. Grinning, the man thinks that he is not interfering. Those who intervene will be his opponents. The castle of the leader of the Union Murim. The black snowflake looking at the guard is puffing out. She screams, turning to the leader of the Union Murim, is he here? The girl calls the commander-in-chief. The guard grabs her by the shoulder and says that he ordered them not to let anyone in. Black Snowflake asks, he now touched her? She tells him to remove his hand. The warrior, stammering and removing the limb, assures that he did not want this. But his fingers twist, and he can do nothing about it. A friend laughs at him, and the girl is already near the door. Having opened the wings, she again calls the commander-in-chief. She sees a man, covered by a powerful aura, sitting on a raise at the table. His eyes are closed. He is completely immersed in himself. The girl asks, is he going to sit like that? He even knows what rumors are now being distributed in the Union. Noticing that he does not react to her words, she again entrises him. But the man continues to sit motionless. The girl is upset. She sits next to him, and she also closes his eyes. The leader of the Union Murim Tan, he is meditating. He is immersed in his thoughts. His heart is like in fire. He was upset to such an extent that it grew into a rage. Killers? It's just funny, he believes, that he really angers his advice. After all, they themselves demanded that he become a leader, although he then lived a hermit on the mountain. And now suddenly they began to avoid him and show hostility. He devoted his life to the future of the Union of Murim. The advice needed only a puppet that would do what they would say. Tang Qi knew that everything had to be paid for everything, so he did not want to become the leader of the Union. Something distracts him from gloomy thoughts. He feels the tea aroma and opens his eyes. The man sees that a black snowflake is sitting next to him. Her eyes are closed. Her body is surrounded by energy. Tang Wan is surprised. And when did the girl learn the art of spreading tea? 20 years have passed since he studied this from a tea master and a dream gong wai. The man wonders, Yun with Lun visited Hainan Island and contacted the master? The girl opens one eye and slyly looks at him. She asks, isn't he sleeping? He laughs. He takes a sip of tea from a cup. Then he asks, she met with a tea master and a dream gong? The black snowflake responds negatively. Tan Wan Kai asks, then how did she learn the art of spreading tea? The girl is interested. It means that he noticed that she studied this. And he replies that the student of the master taught her this. The leader of the Union of Murim cannot believe that yes, the dream gong I accepted the student. The girl says that not many people know about it. She was lucky to find out imperceptibly. She is confident that he is a student and a dream gong I. The man asks, does she know his name? Black Snowflake replies that his name is whether GSUS. The kneeling vice-captain Chan Ken ends the report to the leader of the Union Murim Tan Wan Ki. He says thoughtfully, so the destroyers lost? A man brings the deepest apology. Tan Wan Kai asks, for what reason did he say that the intelligence were false? Chan Ken replies, he found that there is no connection between bloodthirsty demons and the clan of thousands of swords. He must also report that apparently, the follower of the clan of 1,000 swords, alone neutralized all the destroyers and himself. The leader is amazed at what he heard. The vice-captain continues, the young man claiming that he is a follower of the clan of 1,000 swords, uses the grossing technique with one blow of the sword, like Gongjon. And he dealt with them, using only the first 2 racks. The leader of the Union Murim asks, how is it possible? Chen again brings the deepest apology. The leader soothingly puts his hand on his shoulder. He helps him to rise, and is interested. It means that they lingered with a return, because they restored strength? He answers in the affirmative. Tan Wen-ki believes that since all people are healthy, everything is fine. The vice-captain says he heard that an attempt was made on the leader. He replies that there was nothing to worry about. He was not even scratched. Tan Wen-kai believes that the problem is that the goal of the attackers was not he, but infinity. The interlocutor is angry with what they heard. He says, who in the world could dare to do this? He does not want to believe that there is advice behind this, but he believes that the time has come to make a decision. Bowing in a respectful bow, he says that he will follow the leader to the end. The vice-captain wants to ask something but does not dare. Then he still says, he believes that the leader should take under the wing of that person. Since he defeated his entire detachment, then the vice-captain is sure that he will become a great help for Tan. The man is interested in, and what is his name? Chen replies whether there are thousands of swords from the clan. Tang Wen, immersed in thought, sits at the table. He pronounces the name of Li Gavol several times. A man recalls the speeches of a black snowflake and Chen about this man. Tan Wen-ki thinks that according to Yun with Luan, he belonged to him before the tea house. Mentally he adds, an unpredictable person. The owner of the tea house? Did you defeat the destroyers alone? And also a follower of the clan of thousands of swords? Covering his eyes, he thinks. Then he asks the destroyers, are they here? A warrior appears in front of him, to whom he tells him to convey his words to Chankina. The leader says he wants to meet him. A warrior appears on the road in front of Li Gavol and his companions. The guy asks for what purpose he came here. He replies that he is here in order to convey to him the words of the leader of the Union. He was ordered to say that Tan Wen-ki to make a clan of thousands of swords a member of hundreds. Li Gsus clearly did not expect to hear it. The warrior adds that the leader also wants to meet him. The omnivorum is interested. For what reason? Did something happen in the Union? The man says that the attempt was made on Tan. Since then, the conflict has been ripening between the leader of the Union and the Council, who preserves silence. Gongjon excitedly asks, is the leader of the Union okay? The warrior responds in the affirmative. Tan Vaughn destroyed all the attackers. The girl rejoices that everything is fine with him. Does Gvol demand that he be honest, and talked about what the atmosphere now reigns in the Union of Murim? The man says that at the moment with the half-destroyers, including Captain Chal Enam, is lost in connection. Currently, on the side of the master only 50 destroyers and Vice-Captain Chan Ken, Lee Gervis thinks. Then he asks the girl what she thinks about the leader of the Murim Union. She is surprised by the fact that he needs her opinion. Then he says that she is not sure of what he was in the past, but knows the leader of the Union as a person who does not matter. He judges only by the fact that people have inside. Clutching her hand into a fist from excitement, she adds that he was caring towards her. And even if she does not know everything, if it is in her power, then she will help him. Whether Gold, smiling meaningfully, asks the warrior, did he hear everything? He does not quite understand what he wants to say with this. The guy explains, Gongjon said they are ready to help. The gaze of the girl who heard his words is clouded. The man accepts his answer. He bowed respectfully and thanks Gvol. The guy invites the satellites to visit the leader of the Union Murim. Lord Zhou Wang stands in front of the table on which there are cups and scrolls are lying, speaking to men present in the room, that they are safe in this place. Ilvol is a little surprised. Glancing the Lord, she says that today he brought his comrades. The warriors look gloomily and in bewilderment at her. Zhou Wang explains that the master subjected this woman to his technique to control consciousness. Now she is a member of their clan of Shining Pegasus. Ilvol, meanwhile, admires the moon. Pointing to the card, the Lord says that the Lord of Swords is a dangerous adversary. He believes that they have two options, either kill it or neutralize. But their main task is to get infinity. Turning to those present, Zhou Wang says that they are the elite, whom their clan of Shining Pegasus raised their clan. He is sure that each of them is able to defeat the experienced warriors of the Murim Union. Even if he personally joins the battle, it will be too risky to oppose the Tangle to face. Zhou Wang emphasizes that the leader of the Union Murim is not without reason wears the title of Lord of Swords. However, it is not necessary that the battle with him passes openly. By rearranging the figures on the map, he says that, as before, the attackers will attack the western, northern, and southern gates. The internal castle will probably be ready for this. He adds that there will also be destroyers as security. While chaos will reign inside, their spy, disguised as a warrior of the Union, will attack the Lord of Swords. One of the warriors says that the leader and destroyers cannot trust the followers of the Union. The Lord agrees with him, and he adds, the Lord of Swords will decide that to leave the Union will be much safer, being under the protection of the destroyers. Zhou Wang sums up, as soon as they step beyond the Union, they will make their move. Objections are heard. Even if they put pressure on the leader of the Union, it will be very difficult. In addition, the destroyers will undoubtedly be an obstacle. Lord Zhou Wang, the second commander in the clan of Shining Pegasus, replies that they may not worry about it. He has a plan to separate the destroyers and the leader of the Union. He knows how best to surround him when he remains absolutely alone. Then they will collide with him. Suddenly he recalls that today is the full moon. Warriors do not understand what this means. Il Vol, standing by the window, asks, "Isn't the moon beautiful?" The Lord says that tomorrow they will turn the alliance upside down in the alley of the Hubei castle. A man, fingering a beard, says it's too late. Suddenly a person nurses him. A man does not express much delight from meeting him. He, having come closer, says that he has been sitting idle for so long that he could not refuse this work. He smiles anticipatingly. And, looking at the lane filled with armed people, he says that the mess should come out good, since there are as many as 50 of them. The question sounds, members of the group Swan Ryun? Lord Zhou Wang is approaching them? The man says he was in no hurry. The second commander in the clan of the Shining Pegasus heard that Swan Run would do anything if they are paid for it. The man asks for, what does he mean by the words, anything? He believes, if you say so, then other people can misinterpret this. They do good work for good money, and good money is a lot of money. Otherwise, they will not work. Friends support him. The Lord says, sorry, not from that. He asks for permission to begin to demonstrate his sincerity to them. Warriors accompanying Zhou Wang put a box in front of them. Opening it, they see coins. The Lord says that there is one silver one here. This is only an advance payment. After work, they will receive 2 more such boxes. Men, with a greedy gleam in their eyes, are talking, rejoicing that 2 more such boxes will receive. They are interested in, what kind of work is they paying for so much? They should know what they will have to do. The Lord replies that they have nothing to worry about. He says that in fact everything is very simple. Mentally he pronounces, the Lord of Swords, you will end. The leader of the Union, Murim, standing in the yard, thinks that the sun is as bright as yesterday. He believes that it will be hotter today. A familiar sound of steps is heard. Looking around, he sees a man approaching him. He welcomes the master Yongvuna, asking, almost 3 years have passed? The representative of the council from the Kunlun Chungvun clan says they had not seen for a long time. He adds, every year he, an old man, is more difficult to move. The leader asks him not to speak like that, because they are almost the same age. Yung Wang expresses regret. He thought that as the leader of the Union, a man would be unshakable, and still thinks so. He believes that the abolition of the council would probably be a good idea. He is sure that the leader does not like them. Tan Wan Qi replies that he's offended to hear it. The interlocutor asks him not to keep such a distance. He is here to talk. Everyone in the council has their own plans. But what does a man count on? Protecting himself from the public, once he is aware of the benefits of their efforts. He asks, can the leader hold out to this point? Tan Wan Kai does not know if he should believe him. He asks for permission to treat Yongvuna next time with tea, and he asks to visit him when it will be convenient. The leader of the Union turns his back to a sad old man. Yung Wang asks him to protect himself. Council and Tan, Vice Captain and Destroyers. Li Gvol, who is heading for the Union. The killers of the clan of Shining Pegasus. The thoughts of all these people are intertwined into an increasing ball. There is a quiet sunset of the Murim Union, the post of security, the Union of Murim. The guard says, the eastern gate, everything is quiet. Everything is quiet on the western gate, another guard says. The destroyer reports to the vice captain that everything is calm. Chanken grunts incredulously. He orders to continue to monitor the situation. The vice captain hopes that everything will remain calm and no problem will arise. Silence reigns on all 3 gates. One of the guards complains that it becomes cold. The second asks, how does he think the guys from the other side of the gate could not doze off? He replies that he does not judge by himself. They are responsible people. The guard shouts, how are you there? Did nothing froze yet? Nobody answers him and he begins to worry. Warriors expose swords, and they open the gate to see what happened there. They prepared to fight, but they freeze in surprise. The yard is empty. They cannot believe it. One of the guards says that the destroyers must be reported. At this moment, he is permeated by a sword. Opponents attacked from the back. The dead guards lie on the ground. Lord Zhou Wang says that scouts work further. Those instantly fulfill his order. A scream is heard. The eastern gates were attacked. Protect the castle of the head of the Union and the council building. A fist with force drops to the table. The face of Tan Wan Qi is skewed with rage. He screams, "Already twice!" He believes that they are mocking him. The strategist of the Union, Murim Gonsong, says that he is very sorry. The leader demands that he find out who is behind it. And if he cannot, he will take on all responsibility for this incident. He goes to the door. The strategist says it is too dangerous and asks him to return inside. Destroyers are facing the vice captain. He turns to the leader of the Union of Murim, welcoming him. He asks what the situation is. Chan Ken reports an attack was made on the gate on each side. They successfully fought off. General losses amounted to 35 people. At the moment, the followers of the Murim Union and the destroyers are looking for the remaining violators. Strategist Gon Song Pen says to the vice captain a good job, and he asks the leader of the Union to leave all the troubles on subordinates and return. There is a scream. "Invaders! Protect the leader of the Union!" The guards are ordered. Guard the castle. The vice captain tells the strategist to lead the leader inward from Tan One with meaning. "I leave everything on you." He turns around to leave. Feeling the danger, he grabs the sword, and turning around, fights off the attack. His power hits the opponents dressed in the form of the soldiers of the Union. The strategist and the vice captain scream in amazement, but Tan Wan is already on the roof. He says that there are spies inside the Union. The warriors killed by him lie on the ground. Tang Wan asked, "Was this their plan?" And then scolding. The strategist understands that this is a conspiracy to pursue the chapter outside the Union. They cannot protect the leader because they do not know how many spies have penetrated into the Union. He hides Tan Wonki, and seeing his gaze, he wonders, they really cannot do anything, even knowing their intentions? The leader of the Union, turning to the strategist, orders him to take care of everything here. In a giant jump, he rushes forward. The vice captain tells the destroyers to follow him. They move through the air with the leader. The strategist tells the soldiers who are not related to the destroyers to stay in place. Anyone who moves out should be ready to die. Lord Zhou Wang stands on a hill surrounded by warriors. He pronounces finally, "Here is the leader of the Union." Turning to the armed men, he tells them to wait for the signal. Chan Ken is alarmed at the Tan. They stop near a small dilapidated structure. The vice captain believes that they are already far enough to be safe. Tan out of key says, because they do not know who their enemy is, it is better to constantly move. Near them appears a warrior, nullifying a leader. Tang Wan Kai asks, "Is the Union okay?" He replies that the council castle was attacked. The vice commander is surprised by this news. The leader of the Union says thoughtfully, "Did the invaders aimed at the council?" Chan Ken is interested in, what is the point of attacking the council building? The warrior says this is a trick. In the pocket of one of the attackers, there were evidence indicating his involvement in the destroyers. Tang Wan is struck by his words. He continues, "Now the council is suspected of the very leader of the Union. The Union of Murim, council building. The inscription says, 'Protect the Union.' Warriors ask the elders, are they in order? She makes them freeze. Powerful energy took in the ring of attackers. Young Wang with a sword in his hands confront enemies. Another elder in the clothes of the monk Shaolin, calmly sorting out the beads on the rosary. Several warriors with blades attack him, but he does not even notice this. The old man does a pass with his hand, and the poisonous green aura spreads around him. The attackers throws back far. Flying away a few meters, they fall to the floor. Murim's warriors laugh. The Council of Elders is still strong and invincible. Yung Wang believes that other elders are safe. The representative of the council from the temple Shaolin heard that the leader of the Union managed to avoid the attack. While the warriors examine people lying on the floor, he continues to speak. They must have been aimed at infinity. He thinks that it was not for nothing that he had a bad dream today. Yung Wang believes that poor foreboding rarely deceives when it comes to such situations. They must help. The monk assures that he will do everything in his power. The representative of the Council of Kunlun thinks that the enemies are trying to bring turmoil from the inside to the Union of Murim. He hopes that these are not the people he thinks about. The warrior tells the elders that they need to look at it. He shows them a token of destroyers. And he says that all the killers have such signs with them. The elders look gloomily at the find. Yongvun had questions to the leader of the Union. Chan Ken and the destroyers knelt before the Tang. He says they should return. The man believes If you do not take care of the misunderstandings and suspicions as soon as possible, the Murim Union will begin to fall apart by itself. The vice captain believes that this can be part of the enemy plan. The leader of the Union with a shout breaks him. He does not want to listen to any objections. He accuses Chanken of that he does not believe in him. The Lord of Swords of Tan won key. The vice captain is forced to agree. He rises from his knees. It is inclined in a farewell bow and promises to return soon. He asks the leader to stay safe. He meets the consent. Destroyers, led by the commander, say goodbye to the leader of the Union, and they go to fulfill the order. Tang won for some time watching them after, and then goes to another secret shelter. He notices that someone is pursuing him. Stopping, he hides behind the ledge of the cliff. The leader thinks that even with excellent technique of movements, there are not many people who could not lag behind him. He notices that a flashlight is sailing around the sky. Raising his head, he sees that he is not alone. There are many of them. Having pushed off the ground, he rushes on a tree. Looking at the night sky strewn with lights, he is perplexed. Why suddenly? Tan Wan Ki understands that they are heading for him. He thinks that the wind blows to the northeast, and the distance is decent. Heavenly lanterns are launched by the mercenaries of Lord Zhou Wang. The man releases the next flashlight and says that another is ready. His friend hopes that they have enough oil. He believes that this is the easiest job he had ever done. The man suggests that, probably, some rich man was about to make his woman an offer. A friend replies that the reason does not matter to them. So far they are paid well. A lot of flashlights shine in the night sky. They swim over the Union of Murim and move on. The leader, standing on a tree branch, watches their movement. He jumps to the ground, saying that it is necessary to check. With gigantic jumps, he rushes into the mountains. In motion, he is permeated by the idea that this cannot be. He ended up in the web of heaven and earth. Tan One does not know the foundations of this technique. The man thinks. When the flashlights are approaching him, their yellow light becomes reddish. He understands that he was already overtaken. The leader of the Union grabs the sword. In the dark, silhouettes of people loom. Before him are men, in the clothes of the soldiers of the Union of Murim. Tan Wan Kai mentally addresses the master Yongvyun. Is it really true? The enemy really planned. His thoughts are interrupted by one of the warriors. He tells him to leave Infinity and leave. The warrior says that this is the will of the council. The leader of the Union laughs. Having taken the handle of the sword, he answers. If such a will, then he, of course, will return the sword. However, he insists that he will do it personally. The man carefully looks around the warriors, whose faces illuminates the light of heavenly lanterns. He thinks that he does not see a single familiar face here, but all these people are at the peak level. Lord Zhou Wang, stepping forward, says that it would be better if he left a sword for them and left. Now let him be ready to fight to the last. The leader of the Union takes the sword from the scabbard. The Lord gives the order to kill him. Warriors expose the blades and approach the Tan. The scabbard falls to the ground. The leader of the Union asks, do they dare to attack him so openly? With a cry, we will win, they attack him. Zhou Wang, crossing his arms over his chest, watches what is happening. Warriors direct blades to a man, but he beats their attack with a sword. A power field is concentrated around it. The attackers are surprised by his power. They consider it a monster. But the leader of the Union understands that he has not weak rivals. Tan out of Kai says this is not enough. The Lord continues to observe his actions. The soldiers look frightened. Zhou Wang believes that the leader of the Union justifies his reputation. He says that even if several masters of martial arts collide with Tan, they will still not be enough to suppress him. He is interested in the leader, isn't it? He, standing opposite the Lord with a swearing sword with a flaming aura, believes that it's too late to talk about it. He is interested. Did the enemy think that he could kill him with such miserable forces? He answers, destroying such a famous swordsman and should not be simple, but of course, this is not all. Warriors appear forward again. They get up one by one, and each of them puts his hand on the shoulder ahead. The Lord understands that Tang Wan Ki is confident in his strength, but this is not for a long time. Looking at the soldiers, the leader of the Union thinks, can this youth be able to surprise him? Clutching the hilt of the sword stronger, he asks the question, where does such fanaticism come from? Standing in a combat rack, he suggests showing them how good they are. His sword is even brighter than his energy. Strength literally boils around him. But the warriors continue to advance. This is somewhat puzzled by Tan. They approach closer and closer. The Lord is sure that the leader of the Union guesses what has just happened. He confirms his assumption. He understands that this is the transfer of power, a technique that transfers all the energy to one person. Now he understands where they got so much arrogance. Lord Zhou Wang says, even if he has techniques, power, and he is powerful, like a mountain, He will not be able to withstand the unification of so many energy. The leader of the Union believes that this may be tiring. The second commander in the clan of Shining Pegasus says that he has the last chance to convey to them infinity. Then he will die painlessly. But Tan 1, instead of an answer, soars up. The Lord is surprised by his behavior. He gives the command to the soldiers. Behind him, quicker! The leader of the Union rushes forward. But because of the web of the sky and the earth, it is impossible to break away from the pursuers. In one he is sure. They will not be able to transfer energy on the go. He wants to first increase the distance a little, and then knock them out one by one. A man hears someone shout. Destroyers promise to cover it. He squeezes the handle of the sword more strongly. Having stopped, Tan 1 asks, "Why are they only here, and where is Chan Ken?" They look at him silently, and then they attack, screaming, "Die!" The leader of the Union repels the attack. He rushes forward, fighting off the attacks of warriors on the move. The man thinks that you can't waste time, you need to hurry. A warrior lying on the ground pulls his hand, trying to stop him. Looking at him, the leader of the Union thinks, didn't he deal with a mortal blow? He continues to reach for a man. He manages to think that these are suicide bombers. A powerful explosion is heard. Dust and stones fall to the ground. Tan 1 Kai, which is protected with energy, exhales in relief. He reproaches himself for relaxing. It was worth expecting something like that from them. Hearing the approach of enemies, he rises from the ground. He sees the Lord and warriors who stopped near him. Zhou Wang says, "For the Lord of Swords, he looks pretty sorry." The man understands that things are bad. He was injured when he weakened his attention from the explosion. The Lord continues. It seemed to him that the leader of the Union greatly appreciates the detachment of destroyers. Let the man understand that these guys are fakes. He expected at least a second of hesitation from him. Tan 1 with a laugh, that he apparently overestimated his mental abilities. Zhou Wang screams, "Do not joke with me!" Warriors are again combined to transfer energy. The Lord is sure that both the masters of the Union Murim and the masters of the demonic clan will be helpless before this force. The Lord sees powerful energy surrounding the soldiers advancing on him. He understands that he can't dodge. Suddenly he hears someone's voice offering his help. Forward warriors, under the influence of an energy blow, fly back. The Lord is confused. Warriors pay his attention upstairs. On one of the celestial flashlights, it is calmly worth it. He sinks to the ground before the surprised Tan 1 Ki. The guy is affixed, saying that he is a gender of thousands of swords from the clan. The leader of the Union is surprised by his appearance. The man asks, how did he find out about his whereabouts? He replies that he will explain everything after it takes care of these guys. He is outraged. How they dare to pursue one person with such a crowd. Li GSWS says that this is negligible. For some time, Lord Zhou Wang reflects the situation. He cannot believe his eyes. At his disposal, the secret elite of the clan of Shining Pegasus, whom the sect of bloodthirsty demons has nurtured since childhood. Since they were small, their bones and joints were physically changed. They also experienced more than 100 battles not for life, but for death, and took a lot of medicines to strengthen their strength. The Lord is amazed at how just the guy blocked their coordinated blow. He gives the command to the soldiers to maintain the formation. Zhou Wang calls for them. They forgot who they are. Warriors go on the attack. Together they create an energy blade of giant sizes. The leader of the Union is amazed at this spectacle. He notes that their demonic energy is even darker than before. The man asks League Vol permission to help him. He believes that he can't cope with this alone. The guy answers, not worth it. He has a deep wound, so let him just rest. Li GSWS concentrates internal energy. He creates a huge sword from shining golden energy. The blade is the striker and the sword of the Gvol are found in the air. Watching the battle, Tan 1 Ki thinks about League Vol from the clan of thousands of swords. He is surprised at his capabilities and strength. The guy bring down a powerful blow to opponents. They are trying to repel the attack. The energy raging around makes the leader of the Union protect his face with his hand, but he still tries not to lose sight of Gvol. The guy folds his fingers in a special way, preparing for a new attack. The warrior, standing on the manufacture of a sword, is clearly concerned. The blades are again found above the heads of fighting people. The tips of the swords fly into small pieces. A powerful explosion is heard. The leader of the Union sees that the blade of darkness and the golden sword has disappeared. He thinks that the essence of their energies collided with each other. Tan outsees the bodies of warriors half covered with earth. He asks the question, did the return absorb them all? He rises and tries to consider the battlefield. Scraps of energy are still hovering around him. A man sees a nail over a fiery aura. He releases his strength, and the golden waves move away from him. Powerful flows of energy burst from his palms, but not monolithic, but, as it were, created from individual elements. Tan Kai understands that the sword was created from such scales. This, and whether it allowed Gvol to avoid damage. The guy asks, is he in order? The leader answers, thanks to him. Whether Sura says that a man in a red mantle escaped and asks, does the Lord of Swords know his lord? He swears and says that it was their leader. Silence reigns for a few moments. Whether he is thinking. The leader of the Union is being decided to ask a question. He is interested. Can it be that his savior has regained his youth? He answers, it is. Tan Ki is amazed. He is not able to utter a word. He is pounding a nervous trembling. A scream is heard from the forest thicket. A leader. Tan the voice. This is Chan Ken. The voice calling his voice is approaching. The man smiles. He bows in a bow. The leader says that his name is Tan, the Lord of Swords, and he is pleased to meet Li Gvol. Chan Ken appears in front of them. He is glad that the leader is safe. Behind his back from the bushes, the Omnipotent and the Gong of Jian are peering out. All three look surprised. In a clearing on a stone, Tan in the pose of the lotus. Nearby is it worth it? Around are dead warriors. Li Gro with a gesture shows them to behave quietly. Tang Qi, having finished meditation, thanks the elder for the guard. The vice captain is amazed at his words. The all-knowing is also surprised by the fact that his elder is GSU. The guy laughs and says that they just met. The leader asks Chan Ken whether they figured out those who attacked the council castle. He responds in the affirmative, but adds that there is one problem. He reports that the council suddenly arrested and imprisoned destroyers. The all-knowing is puzzled by the fact that the council grabbed the destroyers. He asks, does the elders still be suspicious of the leader? The vice captain responds in the affirmative. Chan Ken says, the council did not want the master to resign of his own free will. In their opinion, it turns out that the leader escaped with the symbol of the Murim Union Infinity. Li Gvolu says that the man told him what happened in the Union. As soon as the council appointed him as a leader, hundreds of citizens became influential people, simply retaining their place in society. And his neutral opinion continues to contradict the beliefs of the elders. And those killers, in fact, only added oil into a burning house full of discord. Li Gvolu understands that the leader is confused, but now he needs to solve more urgent problems. Tan Kai, I agree with him. He says that he may have to blush in front of him a little longer than he was afraid. Li Gervis answers, nothing to worry about. He does not want to watch his youngest suffer, and offers to go together. The leader thanks him. The omnivore also wants to go with them, but the guy believes that they are all better for all to stay here. He says that someone should examine this place. Main Buck Jia answers, of course, he will definitely cope with this. The girl laughs. Li Gsus says he will return. He and Tan Ki rush into the heavenly height. The all-knowing looks after them. He thinks, why did the council grab the destroyers? Are they trying to overthrow the leader and put in his place someone else? Even considering that Tan Ki retains neutrality, and does it only have destroyers? He believes that since he has gone with him, then there should be no problems. Turning around, he says Chan Kena, so that he does not touch the soldiers lying on the ground. He asks, he just wants to leave them here? Main Buck Jia answers, they will not run away dead. The vice captain says that his word is the law. The all-knowing calls him a smart guy. Then he thinks, perhaps this is sneaking, since whether Gvolu became the elder of the leader of the Union. Chan Ken replies that for the sake of a leader, he is even ready to make a bone sword. The all-knowing hand tells him to stop. He asks the girl, what is there? Gongjian replies that all warriors are experienced martial arts. They were at least at the beginning of the peak level. The all-knowing says, the leader could not lose to such youths. The vice captain invites him to look at a strange trace. On the ground, you can see a moat 1.5 meters wide and 15 meters in length. He says, this is a trace of a huge blow. The omnivorum believes that for such a size you need to use at least the aura blade. Chan Ken is surprised. Can anyone below the master level, as their leader? Main Buck Jia answers, regarding these poor fellows, they will no longer recognize this. He suggests that perhaps they sacrifice something. Gongjian asks them to see something. The all-knowing asks, what did she find? The girl says that she was not surprised by the skills, but the cause of their death. She takes a wand, and he shows him that the zone in the chest of the warrior is too cold, even ice. Men are struck by her words. The all-knowing believes that they could use some evil forces in order to crank it all. He thinks, perhaps it was a transfusion of blood energy. With its help, a person has more energy than usual. If you use it all, then a person will die. He says that the only place where you can learn this is the sect of bloodthirsty demons. Noticing that the girl is still bothering, he asks, what is it? She pays his attention to the blades with which they fought. She carefully examines the weapon. Then he takes out his sword from the scabbard. She thinks about those who used the cavalcade Black Storm to start a war in Murim. The clan head Shining Pegasus had the same blades. Warriors are inclined to Young Win, saying that they took care of the criminals. The old man looks around the present with a heavy look. In front of him are kneeling tide destroyers. He says that they could easily get rid of if they said where the leader is. He repeats the question, where is he hiding? The old man asks, is it true that the leader has appropriated infinity? Do they still believe in him? He persistently asks, are they sure that the whereabouts of infinity and the leader are worth their lives? Then he says that this is their last chance. Young Vong tells the decapitation of 5. The warrior Murim brings a blade over the head of one of the destroyers. But between his blade and neck of the sentenced man, a sword appears. A scream is heard. Stop! Crapped ropes fall from the destroyers. All those present with distrust look at how they rise into the air. They see the soaring in the sky of the Gvol, collecting cut ropes into a skeleton. He says that he barely had time. The representative of the monks Shaolin in the council says that this is the art of a rope. He asks the question, how does the guy know the 18 martial arts of the Imperial Palace? Warriors emit surprised exclamations. The leader of the Union descends to earth. Those present will recognize their leader. He asks the destroyers, are they in order? The man says that they will not allow them to die ingloriously. Next to him stands a beating powerful energy. The leader is pounced with a swearing on the soldiers. He asks, how do they dare to direct swords in his direction? Warriors fall on his knees, pleading their guilt. Young Vong draws his attention to himself. Tang One asks, how does he dare to decapitate his people? The leader asks the question. They never liked him, did they? Li Gervais thinks that this is not the end, and tightly squeezes the rope in the hand. The leader of the Union menacingly turns to the elder Chan Woon. He asks how he dared to give an order to execute the destroyers. Didn't he even try to trust him? The old man replies that he trusts him. Tan Wan Kai says that he still tried to decapitate them without even interrogating. Chan Woon explains that he does not trust the situation. The leader of the Union does not understand what is about. The old man says that he is the elder of the Kunlun clan and a member of the Union Council. The man is the Lord of Swords of Tan, but at the same time the leader of the Union. He asks, how should they regard his actions if he did not even explain where he was? Tang Qi says that it was for this that he sent the destroyers to them. Chan Vaughn answers that this was precisely what made them doubt. Li GSWS lives. How the old man explains that some elders doubted. What if the leader just tried to win a little time, sending the destroyers? A shout is heard. Elder Chan Vun. Aura Tan Wan Ki is getting dark. He himself is filled with rage. Chan Vun says that he holds himself in his hands. He said that these are only doubts. After all, he suspected the advice of an attempt. The leader asks, what should he do then? Chan Vun replies that perhaps this was the goal of the attackers. His words are heard if all this is a simple misunderstanding, then the Union of Murim has become part of someone's plan. The elder believes, if this news leaks out, then the good name of the Union Murim collapses to the bottom. And it is unlikely to hide this as a simple misunderstanding. Everything went too far. Li GSUS says they are miserable. The old man is surprised by his words. The guy continues. If they all avoid responsibility simply because they are afraid of the opinions of others, how can he not call them miserable? Having waved a rope, he says, if they think that you can achieve something without risking anything, then this is just complete stupidity. The rope turns around the neck of one of the warriors. Li Glory sharply pulls her, pulling the man to him. The leader of the Union and the elder do not understand his actions and ask, what does he do? Warriors expose swords, preparing to beat off the attack. Li GSO says, this situation could also be a misunderstanding. He delays the rope on the neck of the man stronger and continues, since he is trying to kill the follower of the Union for no reason. Chan Vun asks Tong Qi, who is this guy? He is trying to explain, but Li Groost stops him with a gesture. He asks, what would they say if they found out that this person is a spy? Will they just thank him? The leader, calling Gvol the eldest, asks, is that and really a spy? Chan Vun is surprised by his appeal to the guy. Tan One coyly explains that this man regained his youth. Elders cannot hide surprise. Chan Vun asks Jun Gaku, did he hear the right thing? And he replies that the leader is not the person who jokes right and left for no reason. Destroyers gasp in surprise. Li GSUS tells that for a start they allow him to prove that this warrior was a spy. He removes the rope from the man's neck. He is trying to refute Li Gvol's words. Standing in front of him on his knees, the warrior says that he is a venerable member of hundreds and a first-generation student of the great mountain clan Zhejiang. More than 100 people can confirm his personality. Does Gvoln answer that in this case? Let him answer one question. He breeds the postal pigeons? With the help of energy, he penetrates under the gate of his robe, and it extracts a small bag from his pocket. The man's eyes whiten, and he falls dead to the ground. Warriors inclined over him, trying to understand what happened. They report to the leader that the man had a bit out of the poison capsule. The elders excitedly ask, what was in his pocket? Lee Gervis raises his hand with a bag up. In the sky above their heads, a bird circles. She sinks and sits on the guy's hand. Those present are struck by this spectacle. Lee Gsus says, if they follow this dove, they will find out to whom this man sent the information. He takes the bird in his hands. The proposal sounds to discuss this after they catch the criminal. The surrounders are talking excitedly, unable to believe that this guy is older than their leader. They are wondering, is it possible to rejuvenate? One of the warriors takes the bird. Chun Woon thinks, how is it possible? Everything happens as planned in advance. They conducted a conversation, and then this man intervened and created his atmosphere. Lee Gso says, silence of consent. A person hurries to them with a question in order of a leader. Turning around, Tang Ki sees in front of him a strategist of the Union Murim Gonsong Pek. The order sounds to focus on finding out the personality of a man, and also ask for help from the council and hundreds. The leader asks Gvol, can they already go? He, turning to him, says that he needs to remember one thing. There is a spy in the council, he says. On the table there is a kettle and 2 cups. The leader of the Union and Lee Gsus is discussing teaching the art of tea. They both studied him with a monk and a dream gone. Lee Jisus says that when you study the art of tea, one of the 5 feelings becomes very sharpened. He developed a sense of smell. He is interested. What feeling the leader developed? He replies that he began to hear much better. He asks, with the help of this the interlocutor learned about the spy among followers. He answers in the affirmative. Lee Gsus says the tea is good. Then he explains, there are only 3 groups of enemies. Those who attacked the Union of Murim, those who attacked the leader outside the Union, and spies that penetrated the Union. Is Gsu so interested? What plans does the leader have? When Tan One did not find what to answer, he asks permission to tell him something. Then Lee Gervis says that he is too weak. The man is amazed at such an assessment of his abilities. Putting the cup on the table, Tan One asks, then he is weak? He is interested in, what does GSU have in mind? He replies that this is not about his strength. Everyone knows that he is the strongest master of martial arts in Murim. But Lee Gsus believes that in fact it does not matter to have power or not. It is important whether he can stand up for himself and make others show unconditional respect. He asks him to think about what happened today. Even considering that he is simply a stranger, he influenced the situation with his charisma. Lee Gsus explains, martial artists can remain simply masters of martial arts. The leader cannot leave politics, the struggle for power and intrigues. Squeezing the hilt of the sword, Tan One recognizes his rightness. He is not weak, but simply not influential enough. He says that he is going to become a master of martial arts again, the Lord of Swords, who cannot be neglected. Lee Gsws believes that he will cope perfectly. He would also like to know what to do himself. The leader is interested. What does he mean? He replies that since everyone became aware of his rejuvenation, many will bother him. Tang One apologizes, saying that this is all because of him. Lee Gervis asks him not to worry about it. People in any case, sooner or later, would have learned about it. He rises from the table, and he tells the leader that he was looking for him in the same way as he was looking for whether Gvol himself. Tanwao asks him to continue to speak. He reports that the Buoy Clan is going to start a full-scale attack on the clan of Shining Pegasus. The leader of the Union is surprised by this news. Li Guan warns that he should be ready for the worst outcome. Tan One Kai does not hide that he is amazed at his words. The all-knowing says that he has nothing to say. At the head of the table, whether Gvol is sitting, Gongjon and Mainbuk Jia are on his left and right hand. The man says that they could not get a lot of information from those corpses. Their enemies are careful enough. The girl says that they still managed to find out something. From behind the door is the voice of the leader of the Union, asking permission to enter. Lee Gsou invites a man to the room. The Tan is coming. Behind it is a black snowflake. Seeing Gongjon, she rejoices violently. The same does not understand what is happening. The black snowflake reminds of its belonging to 100. The girl replies that she completely forgot about it. With reverence, turning to Li Gvol and calling him his older brother, the coming head of the house as a beautiful mother asks, can she be here? The all-knowing is surprised by such an appeal. He says that even the leader calls him the eldest. But the black snowflake objects. whether GSWS is rejuvenated, and therefore, now he is young. She is not interested in men, but she knows Gavol the longest. She asks him, calling him an older brother. Is everything all right? He, laughing, replies that she can call him as she wants. The all-knowing grunts displeasedly. Tan Kai offers to get down to business, but Lee Gervis asks him to wait a little more. He says that there is another person who will participate in their conversation. The door opens and a man enters the room. This is the elder Chan Woon. Lee GSOU invites him to join them. He decides that now you can start a conversation. For some time, those present are silently glanced. The omnivorum meaningfully grunts. Lee GSUS says he knows that it will be embarrassed. He asks to leave misunderstandings and pride with himself. And he offers immediately to go to business, since the situation is very difficult. Lee GSUS suggests that everyone shares the information that he has. Tan Ki reports that the Council and Destroyers found all scouts and spies in the Union. He says that they all looked unremarkable, without any evidence, allowing them to reveal their real personality. Chan Vun says that all the captured enemies swallowed the poison and committed suicide. They did not even have time to interrogate them. The Omnivorum reports that they also could not recognize the identities of people who attacked the leader. Lee Gervis thinks that they were preparing for this for a very long time. To begin with, they all have to find out something. He says that the Buoy Clan is very soon going to start a full-scale attack on the clan of Shining Pegasus. Those present are surprised by his words. Chan Vun asks, "The Buoy Clan?" The Buoy Clan is hundreds of a member. And the clan of Shining Pegasus is a member of the 7 vassal clans of the sect of bloodthirsty demons. Everyone understands that this is the beginning of another great war of Murim. Lee GSUS reports that Gongjon will tell them something curious. The girl says that we will talk about the blades of those 13 swordsmen who attacked the leader. Their swords are the same as those used by martial arts from the clan of Shining Pegasus, who attacked the clan of Thousands of Swords. The leader of the Union says, "It turns out that their enemy is a sect of bloodthirsty demons." The girl replies that this is so. They have already stole a collector of bones and swords of thunder. Then he adds that after that they encroached on his infinity twice. Tan Kai thinks about her words. The all-knowing begins the phrase, "the clan of Shining Pegasus." Chan Vun ends it, is trying to collect 4 divine blades. Now they know exactly who their enemy is. The sect of bloodthirsty demons is not the only enemy. Lee GSUS says that behind all the main events that occurred in Murim is a clan of Shining Pegasus. Snow is in the mountains. A wooden hut is half offended with snow. Murin from the Murin clan wanders in the snow. A frozen girl turns to her older brother, saying that she came. Approaching the door, she says, he cannot just escape from this. With a sigh, she opens the door. A young man sits motionlessly in the room. His eyes are closed. The girl cries, covering her mouth with her hand. Then he quietly hides him. About a month ago. Anyone who followed the clan of Thousands of Swords with the help of destroyers, after he received false information. The young master of the clan, Muron. Considering the missing, he lives at the top of a very high mountain, where it is impossible to find both traces of animals and people. He is not hiding in the mountains, not to avoid responsibility for his actions, and because of the mistakes that he made in the past. Because of the people to whom he caused pain. For example, Leagvol from the clan of Thousands of Swords who saved his life when he was ready to die. Why do masters of martial arts exist, and how should he live now? In order to be responsible for his actions in a kind, Muron Chen thought for a long time and suffered. The girl addresses him as an older brother. He asks, "Why is she here?" Muronji begins to cry. She says that her father sent her here. But even if he had not done this, she would still come to see him. The man replies that she wasted her time in vain. He will return and pay for his sins. The girl believes that he should not return. She reports that the leader was attacked, and now the Murim Union demands that the clan Muron take responsibility for trying to kill the leader, since Muron Chen act thoughtlessly using the destroyers. The man thinks that they need a scapegoat. He knows only one person, which could order this, and this is the strategist of the Union Murim Gonsong Pi. The girl says, "There are rumors that it was he who coordinated the actions of the killers. But no one in the clan suspects him." Murin Chen sighs heavily. He asks, what exactly did her father order her? She reports that the clan begins Bonman, the time when all events and other activity in the clan are prohibited. Father said that you need to live as before, as if Muron Chen is already dead. The girl adds, he wants a man to abandon the surname Muron. The man replies that he expected this. Muronji takes out a bundle and holds out to his brother, saying that her father ordered her to hand over it to him. He cannot even assume that he is in a package. Muron Chen hastily unfolds him. He is very surprised by its contents. Muron Chen picks up the book. 36 Cutting Winds of Swords is the essence of the Muron clan. Although he was always the best even as a newcomer, his father more often scolded him than praised him. Therefore, he sat that after such an act, he was the end. He thinks that all this is a stupid misunderstanding. The man swears the name of the clan and his father, which will become better with the help of the technique of 36 Cutting Winds of Swords. He continues solemn speech, and decisively adds that from this day the clan Muron will finish bondman and deserve a good name in Murim. The girl promises to help him then can. He says that he wants to ask her about one service. Holding her a letter, he asks her to take him. He says that this is all he needs. Then he explains, so that he would not be so ashamed. Then he pronounces, and to show him what he stands. 15 days after the group of Li Gvol remained in the Union, Black Snowflake asks Gongjon to hurry. The girl replies that he is already coming. Yun with Loon says that at the same time, only 48 turns out. She believes that they were all extremely experienced by martial arts. Nevertheless, compared to Li Golem, her older brother, they are quite ordinary people. Gongjon notes that the girl calls him his older brother is so natural as if it are. She recalls how the master with a simple and sharp movement of her hand with a cup of tea accepted all the opinions of others. She thinks, can she act as well if she studies the art of tea for a long time? The all-knowing on the street welcomes girls. Black Snowflake notes that today there are full of people here. Mainbuck Jia replies that everyone wants to see their own rejuvenated master of martial arts with their own eyes. The girl says, she heard that an opponent in this match is a person who is very gifted in the art of music, to which the man replies that it will be the final match. The omnivore says, Li Gualm said that he would no longer do something like that. The guy sits in front of the table on which there is a cup of tea. His opponent's name is the absolute hearing of the IOC Zun sound. Will the art of music on a rejuvenated master work? Li GSUS is sitting, closing his eyes. He is serious and focused, looking at the opponent, whose eyes are closed with dark glasses. He says that he first encounters a person who mastered the art of music. They are presented to each other. Li Gervis takes a cup in his hand, telling the man that he can make the move first. He takes out a flute and brings to his lips. He begins to play. Gongjon is perplexed. There are no sounds. IOC Zun Sound does not tear the flute from the lips. Li Gvoob calmly sits opposite him. People are talking. 15 minutes have passed already, but nothing really happens. They believe that the art of music has overestimated. Mok Zun Sound thinks that Dantian of an ordinary master would have long been destroyed, and the opponent does not even have a hint of discomfort. Li Histus looks absolutely calm. IOC Zun Sound admits he is excellent. Now he promises to make every effort. The aura around him is thickening. But Li Gervais reflects his energy. It concentrates, and its aura lights up with a golden flame. Mok Zun Song still continues to play. He makes incredible efforts, surprised. How is it possible? The man is blind for a very long time. But he now very clearly sees Li Gvol's hand. The flute scatters into pieces. Li Gervis says, quite good, but it is over. A broken musical instrument lies on earth. Screams are heard. Victory! Li Gvol is called the strongest in the world. IOC Zun Song tends in front of him in a bow. The audience is delighted with what they saw. Someone asks, is it true that he is a student of the Vun Janshan? Li GSWS replies that it is, and he will no longer hide it. If they want to slander him, then they will have to say goodbye to life. He admits that he is a student of the 19th leader of the clan of Thousands of Swords, Vun Yang Chon, and he says that he is looking for Swords of Thunder stolen from the clan. He promises to thank anyone who owns information. Li Golda notices Gongjon. He makes a pass with his hand. The sword, obeying his will, flies out of the scabbard attached to her belt. Li Jiasao says that as proof, he will show them the revolution of the heavenly gates of the sword. The girl is surprised. The sword is the air supported by the energy of Li Gvol. It rotates in the air, changing direction. People are amazed at this spectacle. Exclamations are heard. This is impossible. Li GSUS continues to demonstrate his skill. He says that there is a revolution with 18 cavities in a sword, and asks everyone to watch carefully. He demonstrates a virtuoso ability to control the sword at a distance, and then he sends him to the scabbard. The girl quietly cries out of surprise. Everyone carefully looks at her. A voice is heard by a representative of the council from the Kunlong Chong Vun clan. He says that his heavenly gates are really beautiful. Now he no longer doubts him. The leader of the union agrees with him. He did not fully believe that such a person could exist. Tanwon Kai informs the old man about whether Li Gvolu was warning about the presence of a spy in the council. He asks, Doesn't he need his own person in Murim? The leader of the union hears his name. Turning around, he sees the vice captain who is interested. Was he all the time here? Tang Wen Kai is interested. Something happened? He replies that everyone was gone. There is no one left. Only empty buildings. Tan Wen Qi and Zheng Wang look at him in misunderstanding. Due to the sudden disappearance of the Buoy Clan, an urgent meeting was held on socially important issues. However, even after a long meeting, an intelligent answer was never found. The leader of the union is immersed in thought. He thinks how to keep Murim's well-being with such people. The strategist and Li GSU are approaching him. The guy believes that he looks too serious. He offers to talk inside. In the room, they are located at the table on which the map is deployed. The leader asks, "Is it possible to calculate where the spy is located?" The strategist guiltily replies that he is very sorry. Li Gervis says, after an attack on Mendu and rumors about the Bayok who missed the family, he is already starting to worry. He asks the leader, what will he do? Tan Wen Qi replies that this can develop into a real war. Li GSUS believes that they should prepare for the worst. He offers to strengthen Qinshan in the province of Sichuan in the west and Chaonas in the north. Qinshan is located near the border, and it will not be easy to get to Bladmachon. The leader of the union agrees with him. Li Jiasao says that this is only the beginning, the biggest problem from Ma Che Heka. Showing a place on the map, he suggests that, probably, a turning point in the war will come here. This is a place under the name Poshan. Here, because of an active volcano, neither animals nor people can live. Tang Wen Qi is interested in. Then why exactly there? Li GSWS replies that winter will come soon. The Buyok family, which will move over a long distance, will be able to fully use combat power. He believes that they will try to place the base in a warm beach. The leader agrees with his opinion. He cannot believe that Lero could calculate everything. He acts as if he had previously commanded a huge army. When everything became more or less clear, the time has come. Li Jisus decides to go to Mache Keku. He wants to take Gongjun with him. The Omnipotent asks the question, will everything be all right with them? It doesn't matter how fast they will be, because the war almost began. Li Gervais asks him not to worry. He says that they will be much faster than before. Does Gvolu ask the Omnivore, can he go to the Imperial Palace? He objects. The Emperor was looking for him. Clutching a message in his hands, he is worried. Will everything be in order if he appears there instead of Gvol? The guy believes that it will be even better. He will be there for the first time. He tells the girl that it is time for them to hit the road. The black snowflake, taking her hands, says that she always listened to her heart, and promises to be more patient. She believes that Li Gervis is obliged to protect the girl, and he promises that he will definitely do this. There are farewell words and wishes of a good path. Li Gual and Gongjian soar up. The all-knowing asks the black snowflake, is she worried so much? And he receives an affirmative answer. She believes that even though they are very strong, but this time she feels that something can happen. Li Gold Gongjian. He asks her to give up to the maximum. They have very little left. The girl is back from the master again. He thinks that she moves too slowly. She had to go alone. Then he objects to himself. It is impossible. He is from a side branch. He must do everything possible. Li GSOW tells the girl that they may not be in time. She asks for forgiveness, and he promises to try even more. He decides that he will have to change the approach. The guy says they need to get to Ma Che Hek to tomorrow. The girl is a little scared by such a statement. She asks, is 8,000 in one day? Is this possible? He grabs Gongjian by the hand. Hugging her, Li Jem warns that no matter what happens from that moment, she should not be surprised at anything. They begin to fall down rapidly. The girl screams scaredly. Li Gual and Gongjian fly into the abyss. The girl clearly sees boulders below and screams, afraid that they will break now. But from the sleeves of Li Gvol, fuel, ups of energy consisting of scales burst. They fly ahead of falling people. The girl falls silent and watches with interest what is happening. The flow of energy acquires the shape of a huge sword. He picks up Gvol and Gongjian, and then rushes forward. Great Chinese Wall, desert and rather gloomy terrain. In some places, spears and swords stuck in the ground are visible. While Li Gervis dumps energy, the girl looks around. She heard that the Great Chinese Wall was erected to stop migration to the north, and its length is about 10,000 li. Looking at the scattered weapons, Li Gervis says that a huge number of young warriors fell here. He thinks he was lucky that he survived at one time. He was given a second chance. Li Gervais says that the blood then turned into the rain, and the accumulated bodies were like snow. He was again in the heart of the battle. A girl with tears in her eyes listens to his story. For a while, silence reigns. Clutching the hilt of the sword stronger, Li Gervais says that they have to go. Then he adds that you need to hurry and end this stupid war. The girl hurries after him. Bloody machon. Territory macheheka. Snow is painted with blood. The question is heard. What are the losses? Around are the wounded warriors. The survivors provide them with help. One of the warriors replies that 67 killed on their part. Buoy Clan to believe that they suffered too much losses, even after a sudden attack. He thinks that everything will end tonight. 2 days ago, Rocky Mountain not far from the battlefield. Fire burns in the cave. A lot of warriors gathered in it, who kneeling, listening to the head of the clan. He says, finally they arrived in the territory of Ma-che-hek. This is their last meeting, because he will stand at the forefront. The old man urges them to fight to the very end. They must return the bone collector. They need to fully give it out to win. Warriors among whom are Yomvu Lian and Gvak Chulil shout, cheers! Sir Yangon and Gon with Ki are also here. The question is heard. Is everything ready? Kavan says that they have already completed the preparation for a sudden attack. The old man, having shook his hand on his son's shoulder, says this is the last chance for them. Buyok Mukwan asks him to give a word that he will not die before him. Huan thinks about his father. He again plunges into memories. Warriors are preparing for an attack. Machakek does not yet know what they are here. This is their chance. Huan calls to return them to the stolen. He says that even if it is a sudden attack, the enemy can still be ready for her. So, in the worst case, they can die like a bait. Huan continues. Those who are not ready to give their lives can stay. One of the warriors replies that they all understand that they are going like a bait. The second supports him. They think, if their lives can bring them victory, then they will give them without looking back. Huan is touched by words. He thanks the soldiers for their dedication and devotion. The night came. Screams are heard under the fortress. Open the gate, or are you afraid? The horsemen shout. If they are given all the food and women, then they will save their lives. From the fortress wall they are ordered to get out. One of the warriors asks, they are not tired of these 2 days? The second believes that they need to be scared properly, and they will leave. Behind them, Machek appears with the question, what are they doing? Warriors are respectfully inclined in front of him. The man says that they do not even know whose land they came, and do not experience a drop of respect. He asks the warriors again, what are they doing here? Then he says that he himself will decrease everything, and jumps down from the fortress wall. Machek takes out the blade shining with energy, and tells the attackers to go to him. Jumping on the horse, he asks, how do they dare not to know the great Mahehek? Opponents decide that it is time for them to leave. Machek attacks in a jump, screaming that they all end. He overtakes one of the riders. Their swords are found. Machek falls to the ground. He raises his head to consider the enemy and asks, who is he? Kavanto says, he came to return the collector of bones. Machekek is trying to get up. Sev, he says that his opponent is not a simple guy, but he came to the wrong place. He thinks that the owner needs to urgently inform. A cloud of arrows rushing in the air. Machek is cursing. Huan is standing over a defeated enemy. Warriors hurry to him, worrying. Is he in order? He replies that everything is fine, and he asks the warriors, are they ready? Hearing an affirmative answer, he says excellent, and offers to bring a rustle. They remove the lid from the box in which there are bags of gunpowder. They are tied to the arrows. Sounding the wick, archers are preparing to shoot. Want to give a command, PLO. A hail of burning arrows falls on the fortress. A warrior on the fortress wall is frightened at approaching arrows. An explosion is heard, then one more, and more. The head of the Buoy Clan, who's in the cave, says it began. The old man leads the warriors, now their turn. Their spy risked his life to collect information. He was able to find what could turn the course of events. This is a secret tunnel leading to Nason. Mu Clan and his detachment are met by warriors saying, welcome. Pointing to a huge boulder, they explain, if he can break through it, then they will enter Nason. The head of the clan says excellent work, and asks to lend him their strength. Yomvu Lian, Gvakchul Il, Suryang Gon and Gon with Ci, standing behind him, answer, without problems. They line up one after another, putting a hand on the shoulder ahead of a person. They are united to deliver a crushing blow. The old man concentrates, thinking that they have no right to make a mistake. His hands emit incredibly powerful energy. He uses the unification technique. The passage is open. Buyok Mukwan calls the warriors behind him. He rushes forward. Nason. Lord Zhou Wang, leaning low to the floor, asks to kill him. The current leader of the clan Shining Pegasus is calmly interested in why. He thinks that the elite warrior was so easily defeated. Are they so strong? A man thinks for a while. Then, hearing the noise, turns around. The door opens, and the warrior reports that they were attacked. The Lord demands that he say in more detail. The warrior tells everything he knows. Haekin Lin believes that there is only one clan that could do this, the Buoy Clan. Rising from the chair, he tells the lord to follow him. Leaving the room, they soar into the sky. Haekin Lin thinks, no matter how strong he was, if he weakens his grip, he will die immediately. The clan leader believes that if they use such weapons, then they are directly related to the government. He wonders, who helped them, since they attacked him using explosive bombs? Haekin Lin looks at the results of the attack. It stands near the destroyed burning fortress. The lord is swearing. Taking a fragment of arrows in his hands, the man says that now they should be ready for everything. The leader of the clan believes that a real war has now begun. He promises that those who did this will answer for everything. The lord hides him. An arrow with an explosive bomb flies to the target. Zhou Wang shouts, "More carefully!" The leader, reaching forward, concentrates the flow of energy. He creates a protective cocoon around him, and it changes the flight path of the arrow. In the distance, an explosion is heard. Lord Zhou Wang says, as expected, the current leader of the clan, Shining Pegasus, now realized where the enemies are. He decides that they need to be destroyed, and takes a sword from the scabbard. Having pushed away from the ground, he soars up, saying that he will deal with archers in return. The man rushes forward. The leader of the clan is determined. He will not allow them to leave. He believes that it will be curious to look at the faces of those who decided to attack him. Li Gual and Gong Zhan continue a trip on a sword woven from energy. The girl thinks that the master has not rested for almost 10 hours, and she cannot even help him. Isgister asks, she is worried about him, or does he think he looks like a monster? Having taken her hand, he is interested. How can the monster have such warm hands? He asks her not to worry about him. Its internal energy is now in a state of resonance, so it is quickly replenished. Li Gso says that they are almost in place. He thinks that it smells of gunpowder, and he understands that you need to hurry. An explosion is heard. Everything around is covered by flames. The warrior says Kvan to the fact that they have already used almost everything. He believes that it's time to act, but he replies that it is too early. He says that the enemy needs to be squeezed to the end, until they entered the defense. Kvan pronounces, "The collector of bones is not just a sword. This is the story of the Buoy Clan. Today they must return it. He came here to die." Warriors reply that they are with him to the end. He thanks them. Then he tells them to divide into groups. One will follow him. The other two will continue the attack. Kvan to say that they continue to use bombs. Mentally, he asks for forgiveness from his father. It seems he will have to break the promise. He is sure that Buyok Mukwan will be able to return the bone collector. Screams are heard. "This is the wall of Nason. Leave it to us." There are blows on a stone. Warriors are trying to break her. Yom Wulian tells the head of the Buyok clan that they are almost at the goal. Soon they will be on the battlefield. He answers, "Good." Sir Yangan rushes warriors. "You need to break the wall before the attack ends." The old man hopes that his son is safe. The team sounds to prepare arrows. Then the next, shoot! Explosions are heard in the enemy camp and flame blazing. Kvan to think that their warriors had to hit. Sitting on the horse, he orders the men to move east and join their detachment. He will go the other way and see what is happening there. He drives the horse, trying to achieve the goal faster. Having stopped, he examines the flaming building, thinking that the second detachment definitely had to hit. The one saw makes him be surprised. Hungry, he descends from the slope. He cannot believe his eyes. Around are the bodies of killed warriors. Grabbing his head, Juan to ask the question, "How could this happen?" Looking at the body, he notices that everyone has deep wounds. He cannot understand who could do this. Warriors are naked. He says they had to go east and asks, how are they here? They reply that they completed the order, but there are all dead there too. The warrior says that even a divided group died, and believes that the enemy understood everything. He believes that it is too dangerous here, and you need to urgently leave. They are trying to leave the battlefield. A scream is heard. "Stop!" Juan turns back too. In front of him is the leader of the clan, Shining Pegasus, and spawning of energy is visible around him. Kvan to know him. This is Haekin Lin. He says, "Is it still a Buoy clan?" He asks, "Did they come for a bone collector?" Juan to give a command into battle. Haekin Lin reproachfully says that he hears everything. The archers prepared to shoot arrows with explosives attached to them. The leader of the clan, Shining Pegasus, asks them only not to scream too loudly. He hit them with energy flows. Kvan understands that his body is not moving. He thinks, at least a little. Heck is interested in Lin. Did he really need a bone collector so much? Juan to make incredible efforts, wanting to budge at least a little. The leader of the clan, Shining Pegasus, asks, why did they all have so much hung on him? They look like worms that dream of something unreal. Warriors cannot counteract his strength. Haken Lin asks a question. He came not alone? He believes that Father Huan was cruel to Heavily, sending him a bait while he himself bypasses from the back. He says, "Nothing, this place will become a grave for you all." Turning to the Huan before, he pronounces, "Humble himself and die first." The son of the head of the Buoy Clan, trying to pull out the blade, tells him to shut up. He manages to expose the sword, and he raises it, preparing to repel the attack. Haken Lin considers it funny. Huan shouts that he will be at the forefront. He gives the command to attack the enemy. The leader of the clan, Shining Pegasus, calmly looks at archers. The energy around it is twisted with a spiral. He again beats on archers, depriving them of the opportunity to shoot. Explosives explodes. Huan lies on the ground. Smoke swirls around. He understands that the explosion was too strong. They cannot win. The man thinks he went so far. Will he really die now? He is not afraid. He was already ready for death. At the end of his journey, he is still sure that the enemies of their clan will be rewarded according to merits. His death will become a step to achieve the goal of his family. Huan asks the question, why does he recall the face of that man at that moment? His name was Weather Gsus, and he seemed to him quite strong. Could he defeat this monster? Huan smiles at. Hike to Lin, sending a sword at him, says that few people accept death with a smile. The leader of the clan pronounces Shining Pegasus, goodbye, and waves a blade. The shock group of the Buoy Clan fell at the hands of Hike to Lina. Looking at the glow, the warrior is sorry. When will all this end? The second says that opponents can already be considered corpses, because their master personally came out against them. The interlocutor thinks, if you think about it, it seems that they were declared war. A friend asks, scary? He answers negatively. He says that finally he will be able to check the blood to taste. Suddenly they see an enemy warrior approaching them. They are at a loss. A man with a wave of a sword straightens with them. Looking back at the head of the Buoy Clan and the warriors accompanying him nearby, he says that, finally, they are in the wagon. Muquan replies that the war is beginning now. The head of the clan believes that now they need to be found before Ma and the Collector of Bones. They are attacked by a thug with a club. Seeing him, they believe that they have a monster in front of them. One of the three leaders, Hake Cholgon, invites them to come closer. He waves a huge club. The leader of the Buoy Clan rushes at him with a sword. He strikes the enemy's weapons. The old man understands that the healthy man is much faster than it seems. Hake Cholgon turns to him. Yom Wu Lian offers to attack everyone together, and the first rushes on the attack. The rest support him. Muquan commands, forward. Hake Cholgon is trying to defend himself, but someone still manages to inflict a mortal wound to him. Swaying, he loses his balance and falls to the ground. Yom Vun Liang says that they seem to be approaching the Bone Collector. There are more and more strong opponents. Jivek Chul-il believes that they will still be stronger. The interlocutor warns that he is not so narcissistic. They still do not know what the enemy hides in the sleeve. Screams are heard, here, found up to Ma. The head of the Buoy Clan rushes forward. He enters the dungeon. There, with hands in shackles, there is a captive. The old man says, here you are, to M.A. asks, who is here? He answers, the Buoy Clan, and he asks, where is the Collector of Bones? The bloody demon laughs, finally they got here. He says that there is no bone collector here. The old man asks, what is he carrying? He is trying to say something, but the coughing interferes with him. The captive still answers. Heek and Lin circled them around his finger. The old man understands that the leader of the clan of Shining Pegasus. One of the warriors entwines him. He says they were surrounded. Enemies are everywhere. Lord Zhou Wang, heading a group of warriors, stands in front of him. On the right and left hand there are two armed people, impressive in their size. The Lord gloomily looks at the opponents. The head of the Buoy Clan and his associates prepared for battle. Zhou Wang is interested. In front of him is the head of the Buoy Clan, right? Looking at the old man's companions, he says that he gathered many famous people around him. Quan asks, where is Hick himself and Lin? The Lord asks him not to worry. They themselves will cope, even before the arrival of their master. He tells him to kill everyone, but he notes that it will be good if they leave the head of the clan alive. The old man screams, attack! The madman of 3 minds jumps on a horse. He thinks, it is not known what will happen next to them, but this is the best chance for escape. The man rushes the horse, saying that he rinses faster. Today it will be hot here. Below the buildings of the fortress are burning. Gongjun is asking Gavol, who is looking at the fire from the cliff. Are they late? He responds negatively. It all has just begun. But you can't hesitate, he believes. Healthy men, anticipating reprisals, chuckle. Warriors rush on the attack. Yom Wu Lian uses not only weapons, but also internal energy. The palms of Gon from Ki cover the fiery aura. He directs the flow of flame to opponents. Sir Yangon, playing with a whip, offers to attack him. He believes that the battle is much more interesting when the enemy is not a weakness. Having waved a whip, he says that he will definitely not lose. Jivak Chul-il, standing aside, notes that it seems that his friends have fun. He cannot wait for his turn. The warrior shouts that their brothers fight and offers them to help. Lord Zhou Wang is outraged. He addresses his henchmen. What are you doing? He believes that they dishonor their master. He orders his people watching a fight to go and help the others. The head of the Buoy Clan is covered with a sword. But the lord is wrapping his blow. For some time they exchange blows, not inferior to each other. The old man asks, "Where is their head?" Zhou Wang considers him a strong opponent. The lord replies that he will know about this only when he kills him. All the warriors of the Buoy Clan bravely fight enemies. One of the warriors, noticing the whip in dangerous intimacy, warns the comrade in arms to be more careful. Sir Yangon beats the attacks of a man armed with a sword, mockingly interested in this. Is that all that he is capable of? Having intercepted his weapons more conveniently, he swears. Having waved a whip, he screams, "Get it!" And with one blow, the blade of the blade flashes. Gone with Qi is surprised by the power of his attacking enemy. Yom Wulian rushes to his aid. Gone with Kai believes, if they are delaying, then reinforcements will arrive, and offers to finish everything right now. One of the healthy men is trying to strike him with a sword. The battle is in full swing. Healthy men consider opponents to be insolents. They are confident in their victory. The team sounds. The equipment technique. The warriors of the Buoy Clan rush to the attack. The head of the Jacket Clan attacks Zhou Wang. He successfully closes with a sword. The blade in his hands begins to radiate energy. The swords of opponents are found. They themselves drill each other with angry glances. The head of the Buoy Clan repels the lord and he flies back. Zhou Wang is surprised. Was the Buoy Clan always so strong? But he has no time to think. The head of the clan again attacks him. He knocks a weapon out of the hands of the lord. His sword turns into the air several times, and then sticks into the ground. Zhou Wang grabs his injured hand. The tip of the enemy's blade is at his throat. The lord thinks that the old man is strong, and he is not an equal to him. Now he understands what the power of the Buoy Clan is. A loud laughter is heard. The big man falls to the ground. Gone with Kai sighs in relief, standing over the body of a defeated enemy. The question is heard, "Where is your head?" In response it sounds, "You do not need to know." Zhou Wang believes that they will die soon, so why would he say something to them? The head of the Buoy Clan answers, since he does not want to speak, then death awaits him. He raises the blade. His associates freeze. Yom Wulian shouts warningly, "Sir!" The old man turns and sees the leader of the clan, Shining Pegasus Hike in Lena, holding something in his hands. Screams are heard, "He came!" A man stands, looking around the battlefield, on which there are not so many survivors left. He asks, "What did you arrange here?" Lord Zhou Wang answers guiltily, "They lost." Having looked at the healthy men, the leader of the clan Shining Pegasus is interested in how much more are they going to wallow here. Hek Inlin shouts that they should give life for him. The big guys rise, obeying his will. Their eyes glow. Sir Yangon says this cannot be. The head of the Buoy Clan asks, "Where is their bone collector?" Haken Lin advises him not to rush. He says that he has a present for the old man, an unexpected reunion with his son. The leader of the clan Shining Pegasus throws Huan's head to the floor. The old man is shocked. His eyes are filled with tears. He looks at his son's dead face and screams from the grief overwhelming him. The big guys again enter the battle, and this time they cannot be defeated. The head of the Buoy Clan is kneeling. Near his throat there is a blade. Yom Wu Lang says that there are more and more enemies. If it continues, then they will not defeat them. The wounded warrior lying on the floor emits a moan. He hears approaching steps and raises his head. With a sword, a mocking hack in Lin is a mocking sword. The head of the Buoy Clan screams, "Enough!" He asks, what does he do? His warriors can no longer fight. The old man says, "Better kill me." Haken Lin offers to wait for this. First, he must see how his clan will die. The head of the Buoy Clan turns to heaven asking, "For what?" Crying, he asks how heaven could create such a disgusting creature. Haken Lin asks, what he does not like? They first attacked him. Anyway, how did it happen that the collector of Kostya became the relic of their clan? The old man thinks, if he could find him, then he would definitely turn the course of the war. Li Gvolu is watching Gongjon, bowed over a dead warrior. He says that they still used bombs. The girl asks, "The war is already over?" To which he hears in response that she is in full swing. Li Guan reminds her that after the battle they first help the wounded and collect corpses. She thinks as expected from the master. Even at such a moment he is completely cold-blooded as she was once. Something clings to the girl's gaze. Looking at the box with bombs, as he asks, maybe let's try it? Then adds dash for the sake of interest. He raises his hand, saying, let's see. Holding the shells in the air with energy, he asks the girl to collect them as much as possible. A big man with flaming eyes rushes on the attack. Sir Yangon, under his onslaught, falls to the ground. He desperately tries to reach the whip, which, falling, dropped from his hands. Yom Wu Lian, with a stream of blood flowing out of the corner, tries to catch his breath, relying on the sword. Gvakchuler flies back. Having fallen, he tries to laugh. Haiken Lin asks, and that's all? The head of the Buoy Clan answers. Despite the fact that they lost, they will live forever. He adds, because the collector of bones with them. Haken Lin answers, collector of bones. He offers to speak correctly. This is just a piece of iron of not the best quality. The man believes that there is nothing special in him. The old man demands that he shut up. He is not worthy to hold him in his hands. He, shaking his finger, replies that he is already starting to bother him. Turning to the healthy men, he says it is time to finish. The order sounds, to kill them all. Do not regret anyone. Haken Lin says this will be a good example for the rest of the clans. The old man mournfully lowers his head and asks for forgiveness from his son. An explosion is heard. The leader of the clan of the Shining Pegasus looks around in surprise. Explosions are distributed one by one. The warrior screams, "These are bombs. Run away." The explosion rumble again. A scream is heard. The walls collapse. Heck shouts to Lin, "Who dared?" He immediately soars into the sky, hurrying to understand the situation. Li Gervais looks thoughtfully into the distance. He says nothing, although he felt energy here. Some movement attracts the attention of Gongjon. A hand stretches from under the stones. The girl calls Li Gvol. Before Ma, from under the blockage, asks to save him. Is Xu, so asks, who is he, and the man calls his name. The girl cannot believe that in front of her is the same Tama. Whether GSWS with the help of energy lifts it into the air. The man exhales in relief. He thanks Gvol. He asks, where is the head of the Buoy Clan now? Tama answers, I do not know. He came here for the collector of bones. Li, Hased, having sensed something, was alarmed. The girl noticed his condition. He asks the question, what was it? The ropes on the hands of the head of the Buoy Clan are cut. He rushes forward rapidly. Sir Yangon waves a whip. The old man orders those who survive to go to the posture. Screams are heard. Forward, we are leaving. Lightning sparkles over the cliffs. Li Gervais soars against the backdrop of dark heaven. He thinks, is there? He definitely felt strong pressure. He cannot describe his sensations in words, as if there was an army of 1,000,000 people. Gongjon asks, what happened? Li GSUS replies that it just seemed to him. He turns to the MA and affects the point on his neck. Tama sinks to the ground. Li Gervais says, he is glad that he did not die, but let him rest a little. He surrounds him with energy and lifts him into the air, saying that he needs to be taken with him. They cannot leave him here. Li Gavolu believes that it is time for them to hit the road, and they rush to the goal. Rocky terrain, screams are heard, everyone to gather. There is already a little left. The warriors of the Buoy Clan are sent to the posture. They are haunted by the leader of the clan, Shining Pegasus, and his minions. Heck is interested in Lin. Where are they in a hurry? Really for the collector of bones? The head of the Buoy Clan, looking around, sees how he soars in the air surrounded by a powerful, radiant aura. One of the warriors screams, he attacks! Heck is interested in Lin. Did they really think that he would just let them go? He adds, when in the next world they will ask how they died, they can safely declare that they died in torment. How miserable dogs. His energy hit men, knocking them down. The head of the Buoy Clan grabs the sword. Sir John Gon asks him to go forward, and Gvak Chulil adds that they will detain him. The old man looks at them alarmed, and then he asks, no matter what you survive. Lord Zhou Wang gives an order, in pursuit, do not let him leave. The head of the Buoy Clan rises higher to the mountains. His face is tense, such trials are not easy for him. Yom Wulian thinks that today they will finish everything. Gvak Chul or mentally pronounces, we have already paid so expensive. Moving rapidly, the old man thinks that the loss of each member of the clan is a tragedy. But even though they are no longer there, they will always be in their hearts. They were always the best clan, and they will never fall. Finally he arrived in Mosenan. Losing his breath, he thinks he got here first. He looks around the area, and what he saw makes him freeze. In front of him is the leader of the clan of Shining Pegasus. He says this place will become his grave. Does he like it? The old man makes a jump. Haiken Lin believes that he is completely crazy and is waiting for help from heaven. He goes after him. The old man, rushing forward, thinks a little more, a little more. He descends to the ground and awaits Haktalina. The leader of the clan of Shining Pegasus waves a sword. Byok Mukwan asks, so he believes that this place will become his grave? and then adds, he is mistaken, and stomping his foot. Only him will be buried here. Hekin Lin swear. He rushes down to the enemy. Suddenly, a cloud of arrows flying to him. He violently beats them off with a sword, wondering where they came from. It is not so easy for him to beat them all. The leader of the clan, Shining Pegasus, understands that the old man was ready for the pursuit of him. He asks, and that is all? The head of the Buoy Clan insults him, and says that self-confidence will destroy him. Hikin Lin rushes to the enemy. He says that now he understood everything. The old man tried well. A man is interested, so he says that death awaits him here? The head of the Buoy Clan asks, is he no longer so self-confident? The old man thinks that he does not have much time. Yes, and shells are nothing left, but he is sure that this should be enough. Hikin Lin pronounces, a device shooting charges, from it even more sense than from their bombs. He expresses feigned regret that the enemy had ended arrows. He believes that the life of the old man ended with them. The head of the Buoy Clan watches him intensely, thinking that there was very little left. Gone with Kai, bowing in a bow, says that for him this meeting is a great honor. If not for her, then they would have been dead. Yom Wu Lian is also inclined, standing behind him. There are dead healthy people in the snow. Lord Zhou Wang is connected. Does Gavol ask, can they leave this person to him? He is the one who is responsible for the attack. It was his clan that stood behind all this. Yom Wulian believes that this is already interesting. Li Gervis says that they leave the prisoner on him and go forward. He has questions for the Lord. Gone with Kai thanks him, and reports that they will go in search of the head of the clan. Turning to Zhou Vong, Li Gvolu asks, does he remember him? The prisoner thinks, what did the guy forget here? He replies that this is their first meeting. Is Gizvrol interested? Where are the swords of thunder? The Lord is feverishly thinking, not a collector of bones but parts of thunder? Does he know something? He believes that this cannot be. Zhou Wang thinks that he is just trying to deceive him. He replies that they cannot even hypothetically be here. Does Gavol ask, then where is the collector of bones? The Lord notices the lying nearby to the Emma. He replies that only the leader knows about this. Is Gavolvo clarify? He wants to say that he himself knows nothing. He confirms, it is, nothing at all. Li Gervis throws a sword, the wound of the captive in the thigh. He says that they met in the palace many times, and it is better for him to stop lying. Bowing to the Lord, he advises him to think carefully about it. The next time his life will depend on his answer. He inflicts an energy point blow to the neck, depriving the Lord of the opportunity to move. Li Ginggong John says, it is obvious that he knows everything. Tears appear in front of the girl's eyes. She says that they definitely need to find a sword. These villains have no excuse for the death of so many people, she believes. Gongjian is crying. Li Gervis asks her to tolerate. Tears are definitely not helping here. The girl says that they need to support the head of the Buoy Clan. They rush forward, captives in energy cocoons follow them. Looking at the neutralized Lord, Li Gervis says that now he will not be able to escape. The girl is worried. Will the head of the Buoy Clan be in order? The guy does not know, but he believes that the old man retreated to the posture for a reason. He recalls the huge energy that he felt there. She proceeded from the posture. Ma comes to his senses. The word posture makes him start. He screams, stand! And he is interested. Why are they heading there? Gongjian replies that there will be a decisive battle. It all ends there. Before Ma believes that this is madness, he asks, does she know what is there? Although he is sure not. He himself only recently found out about this. Li GSU, becoming interested in the conversation, lands. He asks, and what is it? Before M, he replies that even the locals do not know about this. He is interested. What do they know about the past war? Gongjian is known that at that time there was the strongest warrior Young Ma. Nobody ever recognized the limit of his strength. He did what he wanted. No one could withstand him, and some even admired this. But suddenly he disappeared. Then the war began against bloodthirsty demons. To confront him, the Murim Union was formed. After long bloody battles, the Union managed to push them back. It was then that the columns of memory were installed in honor of all the dead. Li GSUS says her knowledge is impressive. The girl replies that the teacher told her about it. Before Ma intervenes in their conversation, most adhere to this particular version. However, this is not entirely truth. He says that the war ended precisely in Restonia. He also reports that Young Ma is alive. Voices are heard. We arrived in the posture. You need to find the chapter. Thin streams of hot lava flow along the slopes of the mountain. Warriors notice that he, along with the enemy, is below. The leader of the clan, Shining Pegasus, is covered with a sword radiating powerful energy to the old man. He attacks him. The head of the clan manages to evade. but the effect of his aura simply blinds. An explosion is heard. Warriors do not understand what is happening. Is the volcanic eruption? After the explosion, the flame blazes. In the raging fiery element, you can see a person sitting in a lotus pose, protected by the energy that creates a sphere around it. He is absolutely calm, and it seems completely immersed in his thoughts. He opens his eyes and rages in them a furious flame of indomitable inner power. The head of the Buoy Clan holds the blade on the manufacturer. Haikin Lin, surrounded by a strong aura, inexorably approaches him. He attacks the old man. Having concentrated energy in his hand, he directs it to the enemy, delivering a powerful blow. The head of the Buoy Clan is unable to stay on his feet, and he falls, on the face of the leader of the clan shining Pegasus. Determination is written. The fragment of the arrow sticks out of his forearm. Rising to his feet, the old man mentally says, Dedogan. This is one of the 36 commandments of fighting. Its feature is an emphasis on victory with huge losses. The enemy rushes to him. The head of the Buoy Clan decides that the time has come. Heck pronounces in Lin, let's finish. The old man, sticking a sword in the ground, replies that he is right. It is time to finish it. He says that the man had no choice, and let this place become their grave. In the place where the blade entered the ground, an explosion is heard. Haikin Lin screams, what does he do? The head of the Buoy Clan at that moment thinks about his son. When an explosion sounds, he mentally pronounces, we will meet soon. The blinding flame breaks out of the ground. Lava flows the river. Li Gual and Gongjon are watching her from the cliff. The girl says that it looks like a natural disaster. Sir Yonggon nurses Li Gual. The guy asks, what happened here? Yom Wulian explains. Their master decided to finish the battle. Bombs were installed here in advance. Is GSWS asking, does he really want to say that the head of the Buoy Clan undermined himself? The man answers in the affirmative. The guy asks, what happened to the bone collector? Yom Wulian believes that Haikin Lin knew his location. But hardly they will now be able to ask him about it. Li GSWS replies, it's good that there will be no more explosions. He orders the soldiers to divide and search the surroundings. If they find something, then let them give a signal. Givak Cholil answers, will be done. Turning to M.A., he says that he will remain with him. The man replies that he can do what he wants. He did not run away, although he had such an opportunity. Li Gervis is inflated over the raging lava. He thinks that Mosanin is the last refuge of Yong Ma. Before Ma, he said that 100 years ago, the lords of bloodthirsty demons decided to kill him. Although at that time, he was immortal. However, Yong Ma foresaw this and destroyed them first. Desperate, they threw responsibility for him for the extinct clan. Then the war began. Nobody managed to kill him. The only way out was to seal him. Whether goving the surroundings thinks that this happened here, at the bottom of the posture. He wonders, even if he was sealed 100 years ago, could he survive in such an environment? A scream comes to him. Here, the master was found. Li Gold is in a hurry to the voice. The Yom, catching Yom Lian, is interested. Is he exactly? The head of the Buoy Clan is still breathing. The warriors are surprised. How could he survive after the explosion? They notice nearby and Heck and Lena. Li GSWS says he seems to be alive. The leader of the clan of Shining Pegasus lies on the ground with his eyes closed. Sir Jangon considers what was happening strange. He was sure that only they were here. Turning to the side, he, seeing something, screams, who is it? Whether Gold, seeing a person surrounded by a radiant aura, asks a question. How is it possible? He was here all the time, but he did not even feel him. The person's face is not visible, but he seems young in appearance. The guy is trying to understand what he does. Meditating? Having spread his hands wide, he says that they surrender. Human behavior is worried about Gvol. He dares to approach him, and holds out his hand to check his condition. Incredible power throws him back. Stones collapse, and it turns out to be buried under their weight. Gongjon is concerned about his condition. Sir Jangon calls everyone to see what is happening in front of them. A person with a face distorted from rage seems to be going to attack them. Standing to them, he says, Emperor Enyuv was the father of Kvonjon. Kvonjo gave rise to Dojon, who gave rise to Chanzon. 10 years after the death of the emperor, Chkanzon began to rule, and then the last descendant of dragon blood was born. Warriors do not understand what is happening. Sir Jangon calls them to be careful. Who knows what this person can do? The man finishes his speech. This is he, the great Yongma, who inherited the martial arts of Emperor Ench. Then he adds, who had to die for a long time. Everyone carefully watches Changma wake up. It looks out of the stone to the Ma. Yom Wulian asks, Did he call himself Great Young Ma? Did he hear correctly? Sir John Gon says that in Murim there was only one person with the name whom everyone knew. Givak Chul Il adds, and he has been dead for decades, He asks, could it be that Gvolu immediately understood who was in front of him? Young Ma is in airspace. Around him energy swirls. Sur Yangon shouts that this is the same Young Ma and calls not to lose vigilance. The man approaches the ground. Sur Yangon asks, is he crazy? Then he adds, is he the great Young Ma? Uncertainly and stammered, the man says that he is Young Ma, the great warrior Young Ma. Suddenly he grabs his head, squeezing it. He clearly feels unbearable pain. Sur Yangon asks the associate, he lost? Gon with Ki answers, perhaps, after which he was sealed. Young Ma screams in pain and scratches his body. Finally he freezes. Then he stares intently at the head of the Buoy Clan lying on the ground. He holds out his hand in his direction. Gavak Chul Il shouts, trying to stop him. Blood is pouring from the old man's mouth. Young Ma exhales and bends. Jivak Chul or rushes forward. He screams that they cannot just stand. He will definitely not talk to them. Yom Wulian says that you need to save the chapter. Gon with Kai warns the girl to be more accurate. As she sees, their opponent is not in herself. Ma is watching what is happening from the shelter. Then he breaks down and runs to Young Ma, not turning to the warning of others, which is dangerous there. He screams that he will help the Lord. Falling on his knees, Ma says, his servant was also used and thrown out by the clan of bloodthirsty demons. Everyone is amazingly listening to his speech. Bowing low, Ma promises that he will serve a man and can help avenge. The girl understands that the irreparable will happen now. Young Ma raises his leg, and he robs her to the head to the Ma. Sir Yangon tells his associates to gather. He says, if they do not attack the first, then they will die the next. The girl hopes that everything is in order with Li Gvol. Meanwhile, he is under the rubble. Li GSUS does not feel his body. He thinks, what happened? He cannot even move his fingers. In his head, the words of Young Ma, pronouncing his name. Li Goldum thinks that it was his mistake. Young Ma was sealed in the fiery hell. It was necessary to be more accurate. In his head there are the words of this man. Emperor Ench was the father of Kvonzon. Kvonjo gave rise to Dojon, who gave rise to Chanzon. 10 years after the death of the emperor, Chkanzon began to rule, and then the last descendant of dragon blood was born. He mentally sorting out the sounding names. They were all masters of martial arts. Each of them created many great techniques. Is GSU the question as a question? Is this person who studied all their techniques and has become a monster, their descendant? He thinks that now it is not so important. He needs to get out of here. He still has the opportunity to awaken his strength. He understands that there is no other choice. Gongjon is now in danger. First you need to concentrate. If the body does not move, then you need to use the resonance. Mentally, he asks the girl to hold out a little more. The body of Young Ma writhes in pain. It is staggered from side to side. Sir Yangon thinks, until he has completely recovered, they have a chance. Yom Wulian says it's time to move. He advises using all the forces that they have. Sir Yangon agrees. If they are laid out on the hole, they will be able to stop him. With a cry, we take revenge on our chapter. They attack Young Ma. Gongjon offers to unite forces. Young Ma raises his head when he heard a scream. Die! An unbearably bright energy field flashes around it. An explosion is heard. The girl asks, is he still alive? Yom Vu Lian answers is unknown, but he doubts that this is so. A strong hand, appearing from the puffs of smoke, is enough for the whip of Sur Yangona and pulls to himself. Young Ma easily tears the warrior from the ground. Dark threads are clearly visible in his aura. He throws the dead body of Sur Yangon behind his back. Yom Wulian thinks that now he realized two things. The first is the real Young Ma, and the second is not to win, and it was stupid to try to resist him. He tells everything back. They fulfill his command. The girl asks the question. Why did they not immediately understand that he was not equal to him? She thinks that he was able to win even the master. They have no chance of winning. The blade flies out of the hands of Yam Wu Lane. He makes a dying scream. The sword is spinning in the air. Then a strong hand grabs him. Young Ma looks at the blade. He makes them several lightning-fast strokes, adjusting to the weapon. The girl screams, back. Gon with Kai says she leaves. But too late. Young Ma, having dealt with Gon from Ki, is already in front of her. They are trying to interfere with him. Jivak Chul Il tells her to get together. He says she needs to run. The man believes that he is no longer a tenant. So why not at least try to resist this monster? The girl replies that she will not leave him. The two of them are going to withstand Young Ma. Gongjon says she is with him to the end. With force, an abandoned blade throws the body of Gvak Chul Ilya far back. Having fallen, he hardly pronounces a few words. Dying, he asks her to leave. The girl looks at him with horror. Then she rushes at Youngma. Gongjon uses the mounter's crushing technique with one blow of the sword. She wounds the enemy's hand. Youngma gloomily looks at the girl. The sword flies out of her hands. She screams scaredly. Her body ceases to obey her. She rises into the air. Youngma takes all the actions with just a glance. He recalls Li Gvol buried under the stones. He is interested. Who is it? It again acts by force on a girl soaring above the ground. His deadly energy is wrapped around her neck. Youngma demands that she tell him the name. The girl pronounces, Li Gervis. The man repeats him after her. He decides that now she can die. There is an explosion that knocks down Youngma. The girl falls to his knees, thinking that this is the end. Closing her eyes, she asks for forgiveness from the master for not being able to do anything. Whether the liberated GSUS picks her up in his arms, Youngma is again inflated into the air, getting out from under the blockage. Approaching Li Gvol, he says that he was waiting for him. He answers, he was waiting to die. Gongjon is unconscious on earth. Li Gvol's body is enveloping the golden aura. He takes out the sword, preparing for the battle. Youngma attacks him. He waves his sword, preparing to strike. Their auras clashed. Li Gervis beats an attack, and is preparing for a new attack. A blinding flash illuminates the tops of the mountains. Li Great building heavily. His eyes radiate powerful energy. A golden aura blazes around him. He slowly exhales, looking at the enemy. Youngma stands opposite, clutching a fragment of a sword in his hands. He looks at a piece of the blade in bewilderment. Throwing it, he says, incredibly. He declares to Gvol that it is still useless for him, and he demands that he would give him his power of Buddha. The guy is interested. Is he Youngma? The man replies that he was called that before. He looks expectantly at Li Gvol. He, attacking, says, the only thing he wants to tell him is that he will die now. Opponents come closer again. Youngma grabs his hand by the blade and he instantly burns. He pulls the sword on himself, but Li Gervis, pushing away from him with his foot, liberates his weapon. From the cut in the palm of Youngma, blood streams. His aura acquires a bloody red color, but he immediately heals the wound. Then, taking the combat rack, he pronounces, good, and whether he offers Gvol to show him his strength. Youngma beats the first attack with a wave of leg. Then he puts his arms forward. He soars up to attack the enemy. Li Gervis rushes after him. He has a hard time. The enemy's aura allows him to fight with his bare hands. As he thought, with every second, Youngma releases more and more his strength. He easily beats off his attacks. He understands that now is not the time for thought. Youngma, shrouded in a fire aura, rushes to him. Li Gervis throws a sword. He quickly moves towards the enemy, deciding, if he cannot kill him, he will die. Youngma waves his hands, direct energy to Li Gvol. The sword flies to him. He stops him with his hand, speaking, weakly. Li Gold thinks about Gongjon. He decides to take a sword from her. Li Gervis directs the blade to Youngma. He throws his own, and swords cross in the air. Youngma returns his sword, and tightly squeezes his handle. Li Gervis also calls back his weapons. He understands that the enemy can use the resonance. Youngma asks, is this sword too from the Buddha? He says he wants to know something. Li Gervis silently expects his question. Youngma is interested in, is he familiar with the technique of Chongomun? How did he learn about the technique of the great river Chongomun? Li Goldum thinks, it cannot be that Youngma was its creator. He does not want to believe in it. But, be that as it may, it turns out that in front of him is still the creator of this technique. Youngma says that everything already understood from his expression. Does Gvol ask, why did he talk about her? The man answers, it seems he guessed. The guy asks, how is he connected with this technique? He says that he is the great Youngma, and explains that this is one of his technicians, 18. He believes that Li Gvol managed to completely master it. Youngma is surprised that a person like him was found. He asks, who is his teacher? Li Gervis indicates a blade of dead warriors. On the ground are the dead warriors of the Buoy Clan. He says that they should not have died. Youngma believes that they were simply unlucky. After all the years in prison, he just wanted to protect his fragile body. Li Goltz asks, the great Youngma had previously allowed himself the killing of the innocent? He answers, the guy is right. He had already managed to forget his past. He throws the sword up, and he falls to the ground. Youngma says, the only thing that remains of him is true, is revenge. He grabs his head again, as if experiencing unbearable pain. Black divorces appear in his aura. Li Gervis notices this fact. Dark energy spreads through the body of a man. He spreads his shoulders, clearly preparing to continue the battle. Li GSWS gets rid of excess fabric on clothes, which could constrain his movements. His body again embraces the golden color of the aura. Young Ma demands that he gave him his strength. Lee GSWS replies that he does not see the point, gives something to the future corpse. He believes that he has no other choice, except how to kill Young Ma. The sword of the leader of the clan of Shining Pegasus leaves his master, and you find yourself in the hands of Young Ma. He attacks Weather Gvol, demanding to give him his strength. The guy rushes towards him. They cross the blades, their auras, meeting, cause an explosion. By owning the attacks, Young Ma, Lee Gervis thinks that even after 100 years, he still continues to talk about revenge. He asks the question, what is wrong with him? His opponent even abandoned his techniques. Does he thinks there should be a reason why he did it? He recalls that in the diary the teacher mentioned who he simply called he. He is interested in what happened between him and Young Ma. Lee GSWS understands. If he cannot stop him now, he will turn the whole world into hell. He makes a decision. You need to stop him no matter what. Lee Gervis rushes on the attack. He applies the first formation of a heavenly sword. Young Ma holds the defense and says that it is useless. On the blade, lightning races run the thunder. Lee Gervis is preparing for the next attack. He uses the second formation of a heavenly sword, but the enemy easily leaves the blow. Young Ma asks, and that's all? He believes that it is funny. He says that this is only one of the hundreds of his techniques that he created. And the guy was thinking of defeating him with this? Lee GSWS attacks again, promising that this is only the beginning. He resorts to the third formation of a heavenly sword. He first used 3 formations in a row. Young Ma beats the attacks of Lee Gvol. He is mockingly interested. It seems that he only knows this technique. The battle continues. The 11th and then the 12th formation follows. Lee GSUS uses the 13th formation of a heavenly sword. He understands that you can't stop, you need to continue. Then follow the 14th and 15th formations. Lee GSWS attacks again using the 16th formation. And again the attack is the 17th formation. Young Ma laughs. Freaks of energy break out of the holes in the blade. Lee Goldham thinks, it's time to resort to the last formation. Its final form can only be used in this order. The enemy mockingly pronounces, come on. The turn of the 18th formation of a heavenly sword came. Lee Gervis bringing a great heavenly sword on the enemy. Young Ma is delighted. He believes that it is great. A huge sword is swiftly flying to him. The man says he is glad that Lee Gvol managed to completely master this technique. An explosion is heard. Golden and red aura are mixed. Lee GSWS hopes that this is enough. He thinks that he had no other choice but to use this, a secret technique, to which he promised to never resort again. A person who has reached complete control was able to understand the true art of the sword. Those who have embarked on this path, and who was able to use Taguki, a sign similar to yin-yang, was GSUS, the true formation of the heavenly sword. Young Ma cannot believe that Lero was able to comprehend the true technique of a heavenly sword. Even he did not succeed. He thinks, you need to be careful with this force. Young Ma believes that now his turn to show his skill. Lee GSU, supported by the aura, stands in the air, throwing the sword onto the shoulder. From the flows of lava, Young Ma rises. Lee Govli is amazed. This person has switched to a new level. Young Man was able to go beyond his body. This is possible only after reaching your peak. The man laughs and says it's time to finish. Lee Gold answers, come on. Their silhouettes are barely distinguishable in their radiance. Young Ma smiles pretty. Lee Gvabel waves his sword. He attacks with a cry, die! Its aura is divided into scales, each of which carries the strength of the Taguki sign. Young Ma beats them with a blade. Whether Jiason increases the pressure, Young Ma is interested. He can't move Taguki during the battle. He believes that then it will be easier to finish everything. The man rushes on the attack. He is already looking forward to victory. Lee GSUS uses resonance. Young Ma is surprised. A cloud of golden scales moves towards him. They knock him down. Young Ma falls to his knees. Lee GSO says that he is the end. An explosion is heard. The dazzling bright flame soars up. Lee Gvolu stands under the lumps of the earth falling on him, which rose into the air during the explosion. He no longer feels Young Ma. If he had been late, he would be in his place now. He believes no matter how strong the enemy was, he certainly could not survive it. But the disheveled and wounded Young Ma rises again. He screams in pain. Blood whips from his wounds. Lee GSUS cannot believe that he managed to survive. The guy asks, is he immortal? Young Ma straightens up. Traces of scales are visible on his body. He smiles again, and madness splashes in his eyes. Young Ma raises his hand with a blade. He pronounces only one word, die. Li Guan again directs the energy consisting of scales to him. But he understands that the resonance no longer works. Now the initiative has passed to Young Ma. He is surprised. How can he fight in this state? The strength of a man knocks down a guide from his feet. He tries to rise. Blood flows from wounds on his chest. Young Ma sends a blade to him. Lee Gervis understands that he no longer has the strength to escape. He is sure. His time came to an end. The man waved his sword. Lee Gs hears his name. Gongjeon turns to him. Lying unconscious, she still strives to help the master. He understands. This is definitely her voice. Lee Gs decides to resort to the last chance, to use the resonance on himself. His hands spill golden energy. His whole body covers the radiance radiating many scales. He falls from the cliff, and powerful energy rays continue to break out of his body. The mountain temple of the old volcano. Southeast Mountains, Lunar Temple. In the hall there are statues of Buddha. Near them there are vases with flowers. Dan Heck sits in a lotus pose next to a tea master and Dream Gong Wai. The old man looks at the man. Then he looks out the window and groans. He calls Dan Hecka, and he opens one eye. Rising, he asks, "What happened?" The old man believes that he should go to Sansan. The master saw smoke, and thinks that help is definitely needed there. He says that it will not be easy, but the Heku is given to go. He is the only one who can do it. The man objects. He still did not deepen into training. "Yes, a dream gong?" I reply that he will succeed. He is sure that the technique that Hike inherited from him has the power of the Buddha that will help him. The only request is not to violate the world of living beings. The man, bowing his head, answers, "Good." Seeing him on the road, the monk advises him to take more clothes because now it is windy. The temple is located in the mountains in a secluded place. Now a man has to go into the world. The monk believes that a person like him can change him. The teacher warns. He must understand that his strength cannot be used thoughtlessly, and he asks him not to forget the teachings of the Buddha. Dan Heck thanks the teacher for giving him. He believes that he discovered a new path to him. He promises to use this force wisely. The monk says that he is assured of himself. They say goodbye. The monk looks after the hasty removing Dan Heku. He thinks, it is difficult to understand the true meaning of Buddha's teachings. Why did he bestow them with such force? Dan Heck easily moves with giant jumps. He reflects that he devoted a whole year to training. He is wondering, how is Lee Gvol's things? He wants to know how the father, brother, and elder are doing. And most importantly, he terribly missed a black snowflake, the Union of Murim. There are scrolls on the table. These are all appeals. The strategist of the Union, Murim Song, says that everyone is concerned about the conflict between the Buyok and Ma Jo Heki family, and they want to send Murim's fighters to the very Fed. The leader of the Union, Murim Tan One, thinks that GSU has gone there. He asks, why is there no news? He believes that a person can hardly have problems. Tan One Kai says they have already sent a secret group to Mosenin and offers to wait a bit. The strategist agrees with him. The black snowflake is sad. All three settle down at the table on which the scrolls are. The leader of the Union turns to the girl. He asks, is she worried? The black snowflake answers, a little. She is sure that Lee Gvol could not just die so simply, but she is worried about her sister Gongjeon, who went with him. Young Wong, accompanied by a warrior, enters the room. He says they have a message. Tan One Ki inquiringly looking at them. The elder says that they came to lead from the lands of Maja Hek. The warrior holds out the message. The man reads. The girl asks excitedly, what is there? Tan One Ki replies that it was all over. The message says that the Maja Hek clan is completely destroyed. The body was found, presumably their chapter. Survivors were not found. The location of the head of the Buyok clan and its first persons is established. Lee Gvol and Gongjeon were also not found. The scent team searches for the district. The strategist says he could not even think that the Buyok clan would succeed. The black snowflake is upset by what they heard. Tang One Ki quietly nauseous. Jung Wong believes that they should take measures. The leader of the Union replies that the situation is quite complicated. The elder says that now is not the time to succumb to emotions. It is necessary to act until all other clans know anything and until the Great War began. Tan One remembered the words of Lee Gvol, who decided to give him advice before leaving. He asked whether the man knows why Murim shuns the battle between Maja Hek and the Buoy Clan. The reason is simple. The power of the Emperor is now not impeccable. If their war will affect the life of ordinary people, and they will begin to doubt the strength of the Imperial power, the Emperor's army will immediately begin to act. He asked him to be careful. The leader of the Union replies that the blood is already shed enough, and further conflicts are unacceptable. He orders them to stay here and monitor the actions of the Emperor. The leader himself wants to see what happened there with his own eyes. Black Snowflake says she will also go. Tan One Kai, they can go together. Between the cliffs, the lava flows the river. A voice is heard, notifying that they arrived in the posture, and they need to hurry. Chan Ken, who headed the search detachment, gives an order to everyone who is now here to look for surviving people. Inspecting the terrain, he says that masters of martial arts were beating here. This is immediately visible. The vice captain hears someone's moans. He rushes in the direction from where the sounds came. Chan Ken sees the unconscious Gongjun. He is trying to bring her to life. Opening her eyes, the girl is interested. What about the master? The man replies that the group examines the surroundings. He asks her not yet to talk. She is in very poor condition. The girl cries, saying that everyone is dead, even a master. The war between the Bayok and Majo Heka clan led to the complete destruction of both of them. From the end of the war, the search for the survivors of the last battle, but only one person survived. Gongjun survived. It was a war in which countless warriors died, but this is only the beginning. The temple of the Buyok family, located in the province of Hobuk. Gonskan with Ki, Yomwu Lane, Suryangona, and Garchu Ilya. These are those who possessed incredible power, and those who fought for justice. Buyok Mukwan and Boy Fanto. They close their eyes, fighting Majo Heka and Jungma. Near the graves is Gongjun. The girl has a bandage on one eye. She whispers, "Your lives were not given in vain." She promises that she will never forget them. In the distance you can see the silhouette of a person. The girl's crazy hope flashes that it is GSUR. She recalls his words. A master of the highest rank can say a lot about a person, just looking at him. And he sees talent in her, and asks her to remember this. The girl thinks, she will never forget this battle. Each of her seconds crashed into her memory forever. Mentally, she turns to him. This is the place that he protected remained without him. She promises to protect him. The main hall, in which the members of PEK Jungfi gathered. Gongjun sees an unfamiliar girl. She asks, she needs something? She replies that she just heard that she stopped here. Gongjun is interested. Who is she? The girl seems to be her name Muronji. She is here to convey the message of her brother. She holds out a letter. Gongjun, remembering the man, apologizes. And obviously it is in no hurry to take a message. Muronji says he understands her, but still asks her to read the letter. Having given the message, the girl immediately disappears. Gongjun, sitting in his room, unfolds him. Moring Chen simply wants to tell her what he had held in his heart for a long time. He first saw her when she won the Murim tournament, and from that very moment he cannot forget her. She stayed in his heart for a long time. These feelings took him in the wrong direction. He has no right to ask her to forget about it. He knows that it will be difficult to return the trust that he lost, thanks to his pettiness. Therefore, it is not permissible for him to even think about her. He grieves about the untimely departed Huantu. Muring Chen thought about everything for a very long time. From the moment that man gave him a new life, he reflected on how to live on. He tried to become a noble warrior who would follow the path of justice and cleanse this world. Changing many times, he hoped that they would meet at least once. With this thought, Moring Chen got up from his knees and walked on. He will take revenge on everyone who dared to harm her. Gongjun thinks, what a strange person. Going to the window and looking into the distance, she mentally turns to him, asking to make every effort, and promises to try too. 50 people who perform the task of Lord Zhou Vun make their way with a night thicket. One of the men looking around says, strange. He asks a person who leads their group, far to go far. He replies that they almost came. A man is interested. Maybe he will raise their payment. He promised only 100, but this is not enough. But he notices that he disappeared, and asks his friend, where did he go? The man is surprised. Where did he go? Just evaporated. He falls and hears something crunching under his weight. Under it is a whole mountain of skulls. Someone's laughter is heard from the thicket. Men shout, who is here? Show yourself. One of them, who decided to come closer to the bushes, does not believe his eyes and says, this is... But he does not have time to finish the phrase. Spray of blood fly in all directions. Forbidden City. Books fly in the room and a scream is heard. Stay in place. Main Buck Jaw rushes among all this mess with a cry. A kid! The young man, eliminating from his hands, replies that he has repeated many times. He is not a kid. His name is Dubwu. He again moves with lightning speed in space, saying that the all-knowing should not forget the name of the best in the Golden Guard. The man threatens that today he will definitely catch him. Dubwu warns that he is more careful, otherwise the building can collapse. Main Buck Jaw answers, if he collapses, then his fate is like that. The young man is mockingly interested in, he doesn't really succeed, right? In the room the Juice appears, a member of the Great Army. He coughing, wanting to attract attention. Dubwu is immediately inclined in a welcome bow. The all-knowing freezes behind him, holding a cane in his hands. He asks the juice for the omnipresent. How does what he asked for? Main Buck Ja says he came here in vain. If he knew what kind of task it would be, he would go around this place for thousands of li. The man, laughing, asks for forgiveness. He assures, as soon as the work is completed, his name will go down in history. He puts a note on the table and says that this is what he should see. The all-knowing unfolds the letter that Gong Joan sent him. He asks, how could this happen? E-Bomb Juice says that you need to hurry and find it. Northern Mount Yonenga. This area is famous for an incredible cold. Sounds come from the cave. A voice is heard, complaining that the enemy was so strong. The wounded Young Ma sits in a cave, propping his head with his hand. Now he realized that there was still power in him. He believes that it's time to take revenge. He approaches two boxes. They lie Lord Zhou Wang and Hake and Lin. Young Ma says that he is still entertained with them. Whether GSUS is immersed underwater. Pictures of the past and voices are carried in his head, but he is not able to even move, and his body slowly sinks lower. He sees a blacksmith, and hears a voice, promising that now he will be able to relax. Li Gervais sees the grave of the teacher. He recalls the first meeting with a black snowfield. Li GSWS hears someone says that he should move on, but he does not want to return to the bloody path. He recalls his decision to become a monk, but death itself always reached for him. He again experiences the battle with the Dark God. He recalls the meeting with Woon, but Elam. In front of him is Gong John's face. The leader of the Union says that he was waiting for him and calls him Gvol. Continuing to immerse himself, he recalls that his name is to GSU, and he will remain him. His eyes are slightly opened.